was amazing. I mean, the whole house was full to the brim. We had our chief guest, great conversations around how to enhance the fight against cancer, how to improve diagnosis, detections, and helping people to speak out and to understand that cancer is not a curse. It's a disease, it can be cured, and stakeholders are doing everything possible to ensure that we actually get a cure for cancer.
And I think what stood out for me is the courage to share your story. And that's what we're talking about here, uniting our voices and taking action. And that courage to listen to that man in the first session who talked about how cancer affected his self-esteem. And he only got it back 4 years ago. To listen to Hope, the little girl who sang and shared a poem on her triumph to cancer. And during the breaks, I met different people. I met a lady who showed me her scar on the neck. She said it's been 20 years. So sharing your story is such a big thing. It requires a lot of courage. And I think yesterday gave me the courage as well to share my own story with cancer.
Well, I mean, this morning, we're going to hear from Mashirima Kapombe. I mean, all of us, we have heard stories about cancer, cancer survivors, cancer warriors. And today we are bringing it home with a story from Mashirima Kapombe. She has a story to share with us. And that story will be coming shortly after Twende Maju. And then, can we be upstanding? I know it's very cold, And there is a tendency to, you want to stay seated and all that. But the DJs are saying they are going to take us Maju, Seattle. Are we ready for Seattle? Okay, are we ready for Seattle? So come on, just make your moves, to Seattle. All right, not Seattle, but Seattle. Let's do the Seattle move. How is the Seattle move? You can actually do it with an attitude, like Kaluo. Yeah. Can you do the Baba style? How is Baba style?
Which is the Baba style?
Baba, you know Baba. We don't have two Babas.
Okay.
So we all know Baba. Come on, Baba does it with an attitude. Yes. Can we do the Trump? The Trump. Let's do the Trump one. Oh, absolutely. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's have Emily. You've done it so well. Please be seated. Let's have Emily leading us in a word of prayer this morning. Asante sana.
Let's pray. Father God, in Jesus' name, we come before you this morning. Lord, we thank you for the gift of life today. We don't take for granted that we are alive today, but that, Father, you have given us life. You have given us good health, and you have given us an opportunity to be here today to chat the way forward, even in matters cancer. God, we thank you and we bless you. And Father, we commit the day before you, that Lord, even as we bring forth these discussions, it will not just be discussions, but our voices will be united, and that we will be inspired to take action to address cancer burden in our country. Lord, we thank you. Father, we pray for every person who is going through the cancer journey, that God, you will encourage them, that Lord, you will lift their countenance, that God, you will quicken their healing, oh God. You will give them hope. Father, we thank you. We thank you for the healthcare workers who are handling every cancer patient. That, Lord, you will encourage them as they see their patients recover, as they see the survival rate increase, and that, Lord, the incidents will reduce because we'll address the various carcinogens and various risk factors. That, God, you will give us hope, that we will walk in hope and we'll take strides as we address these matters of cancer, Lord. We pray, Father, that you give us finances. Cause every voice to come forth to unite, oh God, in this cancer journey, oh God, in this cancer care space, oh Lord. Father, we thank you and we bless you. We pray for each one of us that you'll give us great ideas, that you'll give us great innovations, that you'll give us great research outcomes, oh God, to take us to the next journey of implementation, to take us to the next journey of improving cancer care. We bless you and we worship you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Let's put our hands
Amen.
together for Dr. Emily for leading us through the prayer session. For those who are coming in, thank you very much for joining us. We are setting the pace for the first session of the day. And as we do this, the discussants, please get to the podium. Mashirima Kapombe is going to take us through the list of our discussant this morning, and of course we are getting ready for that big story sharing by Mashirima Kapombe.
Good morning, everyone. You know, when they say when you want to capture attention, you either say something shocking or you give a personal story. And yesterday, as I was listening to those who are sharing their stories, I thought to myself, I find being vulnerable very difficult. But I thought, you know what, there's a reason why I am here today. There's a reason why I am the MC for the second annual Cancer Summit. Last year, I lost my mom to GBM. We're all doctors here, so you know what that means, glioblastoma multiforme. And I had never had a personal experience with cancer. I had interviewed people, I had seen those who had triumphed. And the last 2 weeks is when I Googled what GBM is. Throughout, I held on to faith. Remember what the father and the sheikh said yesterday? That when you have faith, it makes managing a disease a bit more easier. And I said I will not Google what it means. I didn't want to know. I just knew she had a tumor in her brain and she had surgery. And we said, praise God, after the surgery, because she was speaking. But in 1.5 years, she was not what we were used to. But I am glad I am in a room where a little girl will come up here and share a poem of her triumph. I am glad that there's a lady I met who said 20 years since I was healed of cancer. And I know GBM has no known cure, but it gives me great pleasure to know we are having these conversations to find solutions to issues such as this. So allow me now to welcome to the stage the chair of this session, which is Evidence at the Core of Advancing Clinical Trials and Health Research for Context-Driven Solutions. The chair, Dr. Omar Abdi Hamid.
Put our hands together for Dr. Omar as he takes to the podium.
Dr. Omar is the lead clinical oncologist at Garissa Cancer Center, And he's a global oncology researcher dedicated to transforming cancer care in underserved regions. He currently leads the Garissa Cancer Center, northeastern Kenya's first oncology facility in over 6 decades, while advancing policy research at the Common Sense Oncology Fellow at Queen's University in Canada. Our second panelist today is Dr. Huwaida Bulhan. She's a scientific operations lead and head corporate risk and sustainability chapter from Roche East Africa. She's a global leader in clinical research and access equity, serving as scientific operations lead and head of corporate risk and sustainability at Roche East Africa.
Let's put our hands together for Dr. Huwaida.
Our next panelist is Professor Mansour Saleh. He's an internationally acclaimed oncologist and translational researcher with over 4 decades of leadership in cancer care and academic medicine. As founding chair of the Department of Hematology Oncology at Aga Khan University, Nairobi, he is pioneering precision oncology and clinical trials infrastructure across East Africa.
Dr. Mansour. He's on the way coming,
he's
so as we go through the list of the others, we should be having him in the house.
And our next panelist, you want to take this one?
No, just please go ahead. You're doing it so well, I can't believe it.
Dr. Yao Bediako, he's the CEO of Yamachi Biotech. He holds a PhD from Northwestern University and completed postdoctoral fellowships in Kenya and the UK. As CEO of Yamachi Biotech, he pioneers efforts to integrate African genomic data into global oncology drug discovery.
Some warm applause for Dr. Yao. That's how you pronounce your name, Yao? Yao. It's Yao.
Yao.
Thank you.
Our next panelist is Professor Frederick Chite Asirwa. Professor Chite Asirwa is a leading global voice in oncology access, innovation, and clinical research across sub-Saharan Africa. He's on his way.
Dr. Chite,
okay.
he's on the way coming as well.
And finally, the CEO of the National Cancer Institute of Kenya, Dr. Elias Meli.
Let's put our hands for Dr. Meli. He's been here since yesterday, this morning, and he's also going to be part of this conversation. Thank you very much, Bwana CEO.
Karibuni sana. So,
good morning. Thank you, Masharima, for the lovely introduction. Yes, so 2 of our panelists are missing, but that's not because they did not want to be here on time. It's just traffic of Nairobi at this hour. So I'll go straight into the overview of this session. This session will explore the critical role of locally generated data in shaping health solutions, especially in cancer care landscape in Africa, and particularly in the region and in Kenya. It will highlight the importance of locally led research, innovative and sustainable funding models, and our evolving role in global clinical trial and research. As we know, that's the benchmark of clinical care, especially in cancer. And we also want to touch in who are the leaders actually that are driving this context-specific health innovation in Kenya and beyond. So our session format will be 2 presentations and followed by a panel discussion. So without much ado, I'll just call on the first speaker. That will be Dr. Huwaida Bulhan. Dr. Huwaida is the Scientific Operation Lead and Head of Corporate Sustainability Chapter East Africa, Roche Africa Limited. So her topic will be, let me not give it away. I think she's going to present it to us. Thank you.
Good Good morning. I think we're waiting for the slides to come up just as visual aids. There we go. So there's the topic. Hope everybody had a good night. Once again, my name is Dr. Hueda. Hope you can hear me clearly. And what I'm going to speak about today is advancing inclusive research with population science. And I think when you think of population science, you think a lot about people who are in public health, who are in global health. What does that have to do with a pharmaceutical company, right? Which is where I work. When we think about disease, a lot of times, historically, when I graduated from medical school and I started working for Ministry of Health Kenya, the thing that was there was evidence-based medicine. And we were going to do things that we had data that was going to guide how we do. A lot of the frustration that many of us felt at that time was what we were receiving in guidelines, what we were being asked to, how we were being asked to take care of our patients, whether it was in a city environment like Nairobi or whether it was in an urban setting where myself and other colleagues were based, was really not matching up. It didn't match the reality of what we were able to do and how we were able to care for our patients. Over time, that evidence-based medicine changed to now evidence-based practice. And a lot of it was around, okay, so the practice in different parts of the world is different. What is standard of care somewhere is not standard of care elsewhere because of availability. And so how do we modify that? And so even the language had to change to really start thinking, okay, what is the context that we need to consider to be able to deliver the quality care that we want? Most recently, that has changed from evidence-based practice to now evidence for value. And this is where population science really comes into the mix, especially when it comes to cancer. We've heard cancer is a genetic disease, some types of cancer. We've heard cancer is a lifestyle disease as a contributing factor. We also hear, well, it could be your environment. Are you exposed to firewood? Are you a smoker? You know, there are many elements that go into actually what drives the disease and our understanding of cancer today. So on the left-hand side here, you see something that we're talking about, health equity. That has also been, I think, a phrase that has been really of interest. But what does health equity mean? And what it stands for is when we achieve that every person has the opportunity to attain his or her full health potential. And nobody is disadvantaged, right? I think many of us are familiar with where you live shouldn't determine where, if you live, right? So that is the health equity space. But what we understand about cancer, what we understand about research, goes really to think of that multisectorial factor of things. And that's where population science comes in. Is it nature? Is it our genetics? Is it nurture? Is it our environment? What is that meeting point that we have in between there? So hopefully this will move. Next slide, please, if you can drive it for me. And so what we do know, can you drive it? It's not stopped working. Yeah. So what we do know are three takeaways that I want from this very busy slide, which has a lot of statistics. On the top there, you see that we do agree the current state in the world is that not all segments of the population, the human population, have benefited from advances in science. That is a given. On the right-hand side, we also recognize that population dynamics are changing the world over. In Africa, we are the youngest population. We also have the population with the highest fertility. So we're going to continue having young people in the foreseeable future. And so what is being projected is that 1/3 of the world's population by 2060, which is not too far off, will either be living in Africa or in India. So we really need to start thinking for future generations developing. We cannot exclude people of African ancestry or living in Africa out of the conversation of research and therapies that need to be effective. And so at the bottom there, what I want to stress is the position that a company, an organization like ours takes is that we believe data representative of real-world patient populations is what is required to optimize that cancer cure that we are looking for. So what we also do know, as I said, there's nature and there's nurture when we think of population science. And so of interest to us, we start getting signals, right? When we do research, we start understanding things a little bit better. And so in the center at the bottom there, you will see there's a statistic about asthma. What I want to point out is we now know there's variable efficiency of the drug to beta agonists that are used in asthma. These are the most common types of drugs that are used in asthma. But for people of African ancestry, for Africans, we see that there's a genetic variation. So our effectiveness of those drugs in us also varies. It's not what we know from elsewhere. It's not a slam dunk. Is it going to work? Is it not going to work? Sometimes it's a hit, sometimes it's a miss. And I think all of us have had opportunities where you say, you know, the medicine is working, the medicine is not working, and we don't know why. So from our organization's point of view, and I was very privileged to be part of a small group that actually came up with this statement that's publicly available on Roche websites everywhere and in communication. In January of 2022, this is a commitment that Roche made towards advancing inclusive research. We believe that improving health outcomes for all patients is core to our mission. And so that everything that we are doing in terms of developing new diagnostics, developing new therapies that are there is to ensure that we have greater inclusion of patients across all racial and ethnic groups. So this is why we cannot leave Africa out of the conversation. And really, to get to that optimum therapy, to get to those cures, we really need to consider patients from Africa. And so how did we go about it? This was what we thought broadly could be applied to different parts of the world, right? A 5P strategy. So who is the population? Where do we have it? What are the factors that are determining their disease? What is actually needed to be delivered? Where are the gaps? Do we know? Don't we know? Do we need to start also discovering that? You know, and then what do we actually really understand about the patients who are there, and then who is enabling that? And so from that, we developed a strategy that's going to look at research that is localized, that is impactful, and that has value. Remember what I talked about? Evidence for value. So what we saw is research is really integral to bringing cancer care to our country and to our region. Because immediately patients are enrolled in a clinical trial, they have the opportunity to get world-class innovative therapy. So that's the first point there. It unlocks immediate access for patients. The second bit is our healthcare workers, it increases their capacity, their understanding, not only of the disease of what the patients are going through, but also how this therapy works, right? They have hands-on experience, they'll have opinions, they'll have not only the knowledge, but they'll be able to feed back and give that information to say, this is good, this is not good. Number three there is, for an organization like ours, which is a scientific company, what are we going to discover scientifically? What are we going to know? I just shared in the previous slide, we now know that for African patients, asthma looks different, right? And so therapies will be different in terms of efficacy. And then number four, which is a huge part of the conversation that we had here yesterday, which is with policymakers. What does that mean? And I'm really glad that the CEO of NCI is here on stage with us, because this is the critical part. Evidence for value. What is the evidence telling us? What is the value that we want to create in our healthcare systems, in our country, for future generations? And so the end piece is what we see then, having better health outcomes for African patients by responding to that. Part of the work that we did to that is we understand skills and capability building that was required. And so what we had done previously was we support training, and then we realized that healthcare teams are still getting stuck in the research space. And so we had a consultative roundtable and said, tell us what you need, tell us what it is that is actually missing, and where we can come in to partner and make a difference. And so we have what we call our Global Site Alliance program, and we had the Africa Site Alliance program, which is a partnership model between governments, between healthcare institutions for skills and capability building for research. And so from that, as you can see, it's global for us, but we piloted in Africa in 4 countries, and Kenya was one of them. And so I'll get to the conclusion now of the presentation to say, what have we done in the last 5 years? Since 2020, as an organization, the team that I lead, we've expanded our clinical trial portfolio. And so there's always a lot of questions that make me smile. Do we have cancer trials in Kenya? Yes, we do. We've grown a portfolio from 1 trial, our first trial in 2020, to 24 trials to date. This is global trials with innovative therapies. We've contributed data to more than 12 therapeutic areas in 20 different Roche innovative therapies. So new innovative therapies are actually present in the scientific research space locally. The impact is we've had data that has been locally generated from those trials and presented in international media. We have 1 more that we're working on currently as well. In that stead, and one of my principal investigators is right here, Professor Saleh, our first ever oncology clinical trial ever by a pharmaceutical company in East, Central, and West Africa took place here. We've built up the capacity building. I've talked about our Africa Site Alliance. So we moved from our first center in 2020 to more than 10 sites to date, different therapeutic areas. And we've impacted more than 180 lives of patients in East Africa. And this is just a representation of provide. Not only are they of good quality, but we can confidently say that we have proven the efficacy and the safety for all patients, including patients here locally. And so as part of this global commitment that we continue with this evidence generation seeking, so that's where clinical trials come in, to really focus that industry, oncology, global clinical trials for products in development or for new innovative therapies are possible to do. We have proven that it is, not once, not twice, several times over, and been successful in it. But we do have infrastructural and policy challenges that do exist and that need to rapidly shift for us to really start gaining from that evidence for value piece of it. Third is that partnerships and a shift in mindset to an entrepreneurial one is really a welcome invitation for everybody who's present in this room and beyond who's interested in research. We can't have only 1 partner, 2 partner on the table. We need all voices on the table, and we need to start working more cohesively. And finally, we really will not make those gains that we're looking for if we don't have diagnostics and access as key components to solve for. Once we've done the research, it cannot remain as scientific evidence that has been published somewhere for doctors to read and refer to. It really needs to translate that evidence into value, and the only way that we're going to do that is to translate the clinical research learnings into clinical care gains. Thank you.
Thank you, Hueda. That was very brief and to the point. Evidence for value. I think that's the key word here. Up next is Dr. Yo Bediako. I always butcher his he's the CEO of BioNTech, Yamachi BioNTech. Could you start by telling us what Yamachi means as you go ahead with your presentation? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you to CEO NCI Kenya and to the whole team for the kind invitation to speak to you today. So yes, I am CEO of Yamachi Biotech. Yamachi, since the chair has instructed me, I have to obey. So Yamachi actually is 3 words joined together. I'm from Ghana. Yes, I'm Ghanaian. Most people doubt it, but I am Ghanaian. And in Ghana, we have multiple languages, but Yem in Frafra means knowledge, Amachi means medicine, and Machi means good morning. So medicine, knowledge, medicine, good morning. So a new dawn for health knowledge in Africa, Yamachi. That's what it stands for. So Yamachi is a company I started in we began operations in 2021. And our focus is cancer, and our focus is cancer among African people. and really trying to understand cancer within the African context, especially at the genetic level. As Dr. Buhan has already introduced, there's clear evidence that there are differences between us based on our genetic ancestry. And if we don't understand these differences, we cannot fully understand how diseases manifest and how they can be treated. So that is a task that we have decided to take on. Cancer is a growing problem in Africa. We hear a lot about infectious diseases, malaria, HIV, TB. I myself, for several years, worked here in Kenya at Kemri Wellcome Trust in Kilifi, studying malaria in children. And so while the burden of malaria is dropping, we still have considerable mortality. And obviously HIV and TB are issues as well. But something that is maybe less common, maybe not to people in this room since you are here for a cancer summit, but for most people in Africa, when they think of cancer, they don't really necessarily recognize how big of a problem it is. On the continent, we have over 1 million new cases every year. We have 700,000 deaths every year just from cancer. Cancer kills more people in Africa than malaria. Malaria is about 500,000 deaths. So that just tells you the scale of the problem. And this was a study done by Lancet Global Commission. They looked at cancer in Africa, and the results were not promising. The rates of cancer are rising rapidly. In fact, we have some of the fastest growing cancer rates anywhere in the world. And so in addition to our infectious disease burden, Africa is now faced with a non-communicable disease burden, and it's something that we need to address very seriously. And it was great to see all the dignitaries here yesterday talking about the government of Kenya's commitment to the control of cancer. Now, when we think of cancer in Africa, it's more than just something that's growing. It's very much a death sentence in many places. If you look at the mortality to incidence ratio, so the ratio of how many people die from cancer, it is highest in Africa. An example is breast cancer mortality in women in the US. 5-year survival is almost 90% now. Many women in America who get breast cancer don't die, they survive. In Africa, it's hovering somewhere around 30%. Now, this is simply perhaps because those women happen to be African. There is science, there is knowledge, there is clinical care available in the West. How do we bring that here? So women are dying, children are dying. Pediatric cancer mortality is similar. Kids with leukemia in the US, over 90%, almost 100% of them are surviving. In Africa, all right, so cancer in Africa is growing. Cancer in Africa is also more likely to kill you than cancer elsewhere. And there are significant disparities when it comes to genetic ancestry. So even within the United States, where there is relatively good access to care, of course, there are certain social determinants that we could discuss, but there is clear evidence that people of African descent in America bear a disproportionate burden of cancer mortality. So a black woman in the United States is 40% more likely to die of breast cancer than a white woman. This is not a Kenyan woman versus an American woman. This is 2 American women. One happens to be black, one happens to be white. The black woman has a higher risk of mortality. And in fact, for nearly every cancer, whether it's prostate cancer in men, whether it's colorectal cancer, whatever type of cancer you look at within the United States, people of African descent have a greater burden of mortality. So you can see the theme I'm trying to develop. We have geographic challenges. So on the African continent, we have high mortality. But even in places where you have relatively good coverage, you find that African people or people of African ancestry bear a disproportionate burden of mortality. And so why is that? Why is it that even when we have access to medicine, we die more? Now, there could be a few answers. Some of them, as I said, probably relate to social, because even within developed countries, they do have pretty considerable inequities and disparities. But the science is also not entirely equitable. Dr. Buhan mentioned this, but if you look at the pie chart in the middle, that tells you how much genomic data we have for people of different ancestries. People of African descent, or Africans, account for about 17% of the world's population, and a growing piece of that pie. However, for genomic data, which is the middle slot, you can see we account for less than 3%. So I'm sure everybody here has heard of the human genome. It was first sequenced in 2003. Since then, we've sequenced, or we've done genetic analysis of hundreds of millions of people. Only 3% of that data are people who represent people in this, majority of people in this room. So Africans account for less than 3% of globally available genomes. So in actual fact, when somebody says the human genome, what they really mean is the European genome, because almost 80% of that data comes from people of European ancestry. All right. Now, within cancer trials, it's also very, very skewed. Most cancer research occurs outside of this continent, much of it in Europe or North America. More than 80% of clinical trial participants in cancer are also European. So nearly all the data we have on cancer, our understanding of cancer, understanding of what drives cancer, of what makes cancer bad in one person and maybe not quite as bad in somebody else, are all driven by data that is typically from people of European ancestry. And this has serious consequences. Dr. Bulhan has done my job for me in setting the stage. I'll just give you one more example. EGFR is a biomarker that has revolutionized how we treat lung cancer. There are several pharma companies that have drugs targeting specific mutations on EGFR. Now, this was a study done in Florida where they looked at genetic ancestries of patients who were receiving EGFR therapy. And what they found was people of African descent have the lowest allele frequency of the targetable mutation. So what that means in more straightforward language is the drugs target specific mutations in the gene. People of African ancestry have mutations in that gene, but the mutations they have are not the same as the ones the drug targets. And so if you are black and you have lung cancer, the chances that the drug will work in you are lower than if you were Asian or Caucasian, right? And that is simply because when the drugs were developed, the data they used to pick the mutations was 80% European, so they picked the mutations that were most common in that population. Unfortunately, turns out those mutations are not as useful for us. Now, Africa is a wonderful continent, I think we'd all agree. One of the most wonderful things about our continent is that our genetic diversity. We are the most genetically diverse continent on the planet. We are where human species evolved from, all right? In fact, being in East Africa, we're probably even closer than maybe, I can say this here, when I go home I'll keep quiet, but maybe not quite close to West Africa, right? Yes, and now companies like mine are hoping to close that gap. But it's a huge opportunity for us as Africans to drive innovation and research in cancer and in many diseases, because the world needs solutions, and I would argue that many of those solutions are found within African genes. And so what we've set out to do at Yamachi is to tackle this from the oncology perspective. So we're building a network across Africa. We're building the capacity to generate the data locally. That's an important thing. We're not interested in just sending our samples to Europe or to America. We want to build the capacity in Africa, because then once you generate your own data, you have more control over it and you benefit more from the positive outcomes of those data. But then we want to leverage that data to develop new drugs and to partner with pharma to advance the discovery of new drugs that would be beneficial, not just for African people, but indeed for all people on this planet. So since 2021, we have built relationships across the continent. Our headquarters are Accra, Ghana. As I said, I'm Ghanaian. But we have a satellite here in Nairobi, and in fact, this year we registered Yamachi Biotech Kenya Limited. So I'm CEO now of a Kenyan company, which is kind of exciting. So Yamachi is now very much Kenyan. We have a small team, we have an office here, we have a lab here now, and we're building our Kenyan footprint. But more importantly, we've built relationships across 9 African countries. We are interested in the African genome, not the Ghanaian or the Kenyan or Nigerian genome. We really feel that the true value is in tapping into the diversity across the whole continent. And so we have partners in North Africa, West, East, and Southern Africa. And really, these are partnerships representing many people in this room: clinicians, oncologists, people treating patients with cancer, giving us access to patients with cancer. Within Kenya, we have work in Meru. We are trying to initiate work in Nakuru, here in Nairobi. Some of our collaborators are sitting in this room to have detailed conversations with Prof. Saleh about what is happening at Aga Khan. Really, the idea is how do we advance genomic research in cancer across Africa? So I don't have a lot of time to tell you all about the work we've done. We've done a number of pilots over the last 5 years, sequencing patients with a variety of cancers. We have a few papers coming out. We've done whole exome sequencing in several hundred African women from multiple countries. But the real challenge is scale. I told you there are millions of people sequenced who are European, and less than 3% are African. When you think about the volume of data that pharma needs to identify the next EGFR type mutation or the next BRCA, you need probably thousands, if not tens of thousands of genomes. And so scale is a significant problem. We cannot just do a 50-patient study, a 100-patient study. Those are useful for academic purposes, but for real deep pharma research, especially now in the age of machine learning and AI, you need big data. And so at Yamachi, our dream has been, how do we build the big data for cancer for Africa, in Africa, and by Africa? And so at the end of last year, we launched, well, this year, I should say, at the end of last year, we began negotiations on TACA. Now, TACA is the African Cancer Atlas. It is an initiative to build up a database of genomic and clinical data from across Africa that would rival anything anyone else has in the world. You know, I think the challenge in Africa, sometimes we, because of some of the challenges, economic challenges we have, we don't dream very big. This is big. This is, the idea is, America has what they call TCGA, which was 11,000 cancer patients the NIH sequenced over 10 years. We want to sequence, and they sequenced them twice, so they had 22,000 genomes. We want to generate 15,000 genomes in 3 years. If NIH took 10, we'll do it in 3. We'll do it for 20% of the money they spent. But the vision of TACA is to build up a genomic database across the continent and to partner with pharma. So it's great that Roche are represented in this room. Roche are our first partner in this. So we don't, as Yamachi, we're a tiny startup. We don't have the resources required to sequence 15,000 genomes. However, we approached Roche and we said, you've made this commitment that Dr. Bulhan is talking about. You have interest in oncology. You are developing new drugs. Could you partner with us to develop this big database? And I'm happy to say that at the end of last year, we signed a contract with Roche as the first of hopefully additional pharma who would come in to really build up this database. But the interesting thing is this is built by us. So Roche is a partner, but this is a Yamachi initiative, partnering with our African colleagues across the continent to build up this database. So in this case, pharma is an important partner, but pharma is not the owner of this database. This database is owned by the continent. And reflective of that, we negotiated, and Roche were gracious to accept, that we can make this database open access to African universities. That's a huge concession. So on the one hand, Roche has commercial exclusive access to the data for a certain period of time, but they are happy for us to make it available to students at University of Nairobi, students at University of Ghana, who can use this data for master's, PhD projects to really understand, which will hopefully catalyze local research capacity. Additionally, we have an MOU with NCI Kenya for TACA to support the work we're doing here in Kenya. And that would allow us to have a portion of this database as a national genomic database, such that all the data we're collecting across Kenya could be housed at NCI Kenya and could be used to support local initiatives. So TACA is a continental initiative driven by a commercial company, i.e. Yamachi Biotech. However, with global partnership with pharma, but then with clear roots and clear interest in building capacity locally. So we have started. TACA is now no longer just a dream. Thanks to the partnership with Roche, we've begun recruiting patients this year. The goal is to have the first, well, not just a goal, it's a pharma contract, so Roche has me by the neck. We are going to drop the first 500 genomes by the end of this year. And over the next few months beyond that, the aspiration is to have the first 3,000 genomes done. This will be the largest, even with just 3,000, before we even get to 15. With 3,000 genomes, it will be the largest single cancer genomic database ever built in Africa. But I fully believe that we will align the required support to build up the full 15,000 genomic database. But for the oncologists in the room, we have begun. We're recruiting patients currently in Kenya. Everything is done within ethical frameworks of both IRB and NACOSTI approval in Kenya and across other countries. We are focusing on breast and lung as our first priority areas. And so we're sequencing blood and tissue from the same participants, collecting detailed clinical data. And I really believe that this will begin to help us to understand why breast cancer, for instance, presents earlier in Black women, why we have triple-negative breast cancer higher in Black women. So this is TACA. I hope it is exciting. I hope it is the beginning of a wave of considerable development across genomics in Africa. And I already, the chair made me explain this earlier, so this is what Yamachi stands for. So thank you very much, and I look forward to a great discussion.
Thank you, Yo. I think we're running out of time. We only have 15 minutes. Audience, I want you to get ready with all your questions about genetics and genomes and TACA and all that good stuff we talked about. So next, I think, is panel discussion. Yeah, great. And I will go right ahead with my questions. Prof. Saleh, you made it. Welcome. So first question to you, given your involvement in both local and international research, how can Kenya position itself to align with international clinical trial standards, bearing in mind the research gaps locally? Yeah.
So thank you. Unfortunately, there was no Chinese highway exit to this place, so it took me a little bit longer. So I think we've talked about this before, and the people who are in this panel really are the ones who will make this determination. There are three things that really will drive research. That's what they've done in North America, and should be the same thing in Kenya. One, do we have capacity to do research? Are we trained to do research? I believe 5 years ago, there were very few of us who could do clinical trials of the caliber that were required by the NCI USA and the NCI Kenya. I think we have many more of those, and as Weda said, we need just not one good apple, we need multiple good apples, so that we have a plethora of places where research could be done. That's number one. Number two is the regulatory environment, and I'm glad Melly is here, needs to improve. We have data that shows during COVID, when the world was dying of the virus, everybody said we should regulatory do things together. NACOSTI, Ministry of Health, PPB, everything simultaneously. Our data shows that the time to trial activation from the first of the abdomen, well, Roche expects that the patient who's progressed after receiving frontline therapy has that CT of the chest and the abdomen to be able to go for a second line therapy. So we have to abide by the really guidelines. We've been talking about guidelines at this meeting. I believe we then, and should be funded by the government somehow, that the guidelines are followed so that our patients are getting the best of care, just like in America, so that we can then participate on clinical trials as actively as the Americans. That to me is what will make us get there.
Yeah, thank you. And speaking of government, I sit right next to you. Dr. Meli, NCI has a mandate for catalyzing research in the country, especially trials. What are you guys doing to make sure that dream comes through? Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Chair. My good friend Omar. We really appreciate the presentation that our two fellow panelists have made here, Waida and Yao, and great presentation, really, very informative. It is all that we care now to support and strengthen, enhance, and encourage that we generate local data that is going to solve our local challenges. You know, time is over when evidence has clearly demonstrated that we've been treating, diagnosing, and treating our patients using foreign data, yet we are totally, different from our genetic makeup. I think that's the message that should be passed across, all the delegates who are here today, that it's a possibility we have been underdiagnosing or overdiagnosing our patients based on HPTs which are in the market, or over-treating or under-treating our patients. Because really, if we are to be guided by biomarker-based diagnosis and biomarker-based targeted therapies, then we will treat our patients with better outcomes, both our children and our adults. And appreciating this, as the Ministry of Health and the National Cancer Institute of Kenya being the implementing agency on this, and research being one of our major functions, because this is where it will turn around everything that we are doing here. We have collected all the challenges that we have faced, including what Professor Saleh has mentioned here. And, we are addressing them sequentially. We are addressing them based on what resources are available currently. And for sure, over the last decade, we've made a big, progress, from when they could not be, leave alone clinical trials, even cancer research in general, because clinical trials is one arm of research, but there is so much research that needs to be conducted beyond clinical trials. We are at an era of implementation, science, where we are looking at implementation research and implementation practice. What Dr. Wider mentioned about how do we then transition this to our practice, our clinic before the patient? How do you use this data when a patient is before you so that there's no disconnection between what happens in our labs, what Dr. Yao here does with Yamachi, how should that be transitioned to now a patient who is before you, who cares only, will I live? Am I going to die or am I going to live? That is the single most question that patients come before us. They don't care about 15,000, genes that we are sequencing here, but the sequenced genes is what then will inform me as an oncologist or Dr. Omar, Dr. Saleh and many of us who are here, who are taking care of patients. Without what they are doing in the labs, we will not be able to. So specifically, on the investment in infrastructure towards clinical trials capacity in the country, there has been progress from no center that has a clinical trial unit to right now when we have more university, AMPATH, MTRH has a clinical trial unit. AKU, AKUH has a clinical trial unit. Cambridge has clinical trials unit. What we need to do is how do we optimize? And we are building, capacity within the National Cancer Institute as well. We have International Cancer Institute in country. These are centers that are ready, to participate in any clinical trial that either, pharma or industry sponsored or, initiated by our academic institutions. So I have a lot of confidence and happy to communicate to us seated here today that the challenges that we've had, for the longest time that Dr. Wider and Bediako has shared with us here, relying on foreign data, it's not going to last long. Yeah. Because we will generate our local data. We have built capacity also in human resources. We have CITP program, which Professor Saleh here has been one of the conveners for that program that has trained a lot of us on how to conduct clinical trials, not only in cancer, but in health in general. It's very important that infrastructure matches human resources. We discussed this yesterday, and availability of supplies to do this. So there is a lot of progress. We are no longer doing 90 days through our regulatory framework. That has improved due to a lot of, education on what value do we lose by bureaucracies within our regulatory environment that would discourage partners who would want to invest in the country. So there is so much progress.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Meli. Dr. Bediako, I'll come back to you. Dr. Bulhan, just quickly, what makes a country really, feasible for better collaboration and funding, leading to trial, collaboration from big pharma, given our local challenges? What is really the thing that you guys look for to make that collaboration happen to conduct a trial? Briefly.
All right, I hope this is on. Yes, it is. I think the conversation has shifted, Omar. A few years ago, it was all around capabilities. Do we have the capabilities to deliver? I think the conversation then matured and was like, what we need is speed and reliability. So what Dr. Meli has talked about in terms of from the regulatory side of things, that predictability. The idea as well that we're moving from academic research, which is grant-based and which is not time-bound, is something where we need a mindset shift from the whole system for this to really become a reality. So we do have patients. On the science side, it is terribly exciting to come up with breakthroughs, to see patients who are doing even better than the global data that is there. But locally, we're seeing, hey, this is actually working. I think we're onto something. So from the scientific side, the medical side, it's very exciting. It's the systemic infrastructural challenges that we really need to solve for speed, consistency, and reliability.
But I know that's a common concern. How do you address that in an important journey of actually, driving evidence-based, genomic-based trials, which leads to drugs?
So I think that's a very good question. I think we don't have too much time, so I won't go into such a long answer. I think one thing I would like to advocate for is the inclusion of African private sector. So I think there is concern, and rightly so, about sovereignty of data, sovereignty of samples. There is concern because of historical exploitation. But I think using Yamachi as an example, as an African company building African partnerships, and then looking to then be the go-between between Africa and global multinational pharma, I think that is the space that we can occupy. So with TACA, we allow, by running it ourselves, we allow that data ownership to reside on the continent. It doesn't exclude global pharma, but it allows us to have a bit more confidence about how we are doing this. So I think we need a continued discourse. Africa cannot afford to be out of the equation. If we are too nationalistic, we will be out of the market. But if we want to be in the market, we need to ensure that there's equity and people feel secure about what is used for the data and how ultimately benefits will come. And I think that's the key piece. If we are contributing all this research data, then it would be incredibly unfair if eventually there was a drug and then African people didn't have access. I argue that let's get the leverage by providing the data and then have those discussions. If you allow the fear of being cut out to prevent you from even going to the table, then you are even more left behind.
Yeah. And if anyone has question, I'll really suggest we catch our panelists during the tea break. I'm sorry we didn't get enough time to take all the questions. We'll stop at that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. Our first panel of the day. I'm sorry, a lot can be discussed, but time is never enough in this life. So we're getting on to the next stage. You realize that we are 15 minutes behind schedule. We're supposed to be taking our tea break at 10:30. Can we agree to take it at 10:45 so that the next panel, we can give them 45 minutes? Are we comfortable with that? Are we comfortable with that? That's fine. So the next panel, kindly observe your 45 minutes and so that we keep time and ensure that we finish well on time. So the next conversation is around financing cancer care, mobilizing sustainable resources for universal access. And this session is going to be chaired by Dr. Abeid Athmani Omar. Please be on the stage. Dr. Omar is a distinguished clinical oncologist and head of the oncology department at KUTRRH, which is Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital, with expertise across all cancer types and specialized focus in breast cancer in young women, lung and prostate cancer survivorship, and oncofertility. What a word. So let's put our hands together for Dr. Ari. Let's also have Dr. Matiko Riro. He's the Associate Director, Health Financing, Clinton Health Access Initiative, CHAI. Do we have Dr. Ari with us this morning? Yes, please. Dr. Riro is a physician and health economist with a PhD in health economics and policy from University of Bergen and Masters in Public Health from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. He serves as Associate Director of Health Financing at Clinton Health Access Initiative, better known as CHAI. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Riro. In our presence, we also have Dr. Paul Chilwesa. He's a clinical oncologist, but he's the head of Policy, Population, Health and Health Systems Strengthening, Roche Pharma here in Africa. As I said, he's a clinical oncologist and health policy expert serving as head of policy, population health and health systems strengthening at Roche Pharma. He leads integrated strategies that drive equitable access, innovation, and resilience across African health systems. Let's put our hands together for Paul Chilwesa. We also have Dr. Daniel Mwai. He's a presidential advisor, health, that is in the executive office of the president, Dr. Mwai. He's a leading health economist and health financing specialist, currently serving as a presidential advisor on health in Kenya's executive office of the president. He holds a PhD in health economics and he's a senior lecturer at the University of Nairobi. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Mwai. We also have Dr. Tracy John. She's the Acting Director, Benefits and Claims Management, Social Health Authority at the Ministry of Health. Do we have Dr. Tracy John? Yeah, she's coming. She's a nationally recognized force in the health financing, reform, and strategic purchasing in Kenya. As Acting Director of Benefits and Claims Management at the Social Health Authority, she plays a central role in designing and operationalizing the country's shift to output-based financing, benefit package, rationalization, and cost containment frameworks under the Social Health Insurance Act. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Tracy. And finally, we have Dr. Nashat Fathlun Noor. He's the head of Cancer Directorate at the National Cancer Institute of Kenya. He's a clinical oncologist. He holds a master's in clinical oncology and nuclear medicine from Alexandria University in Egypt. She's passionate about global oncology and access to market cancer treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Nashat. To the chair of the session, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Our next topic of discussion is about health financing, something which is very, very thorny, and I'm sure it's going to raise a lot of questions. I will try to ask my speakers to have their presentation shortened, very brief, so we can have this candid discussion, because I know there are 1,000 questions coming from the floor. And I'm ready to hear that the whole debate discussing about finance, because we know in cancer care or in healthcare, there's no healthcare without finance. Okay. So my name is Dr. Abed Athman. I'm the head of oncology department at Kenyatta University Teaching Referral Hospital. My work here is just to set the stage and to moderate this session. So I'll first by mentioning that in the year 2001, there was what we call the Abuja Declaration. The Abuja Declaration stated that 15% of the budget of healthcare funding, 15% of the budget of any country in Africa should go to healthcare funding. But 20 years later, only 2 out of the 55 countries in Africa were able to achieve this. So here I think we have a very huge gap in terms of healthcare financing. And we need to push the EU to ask its members to fulfill this commitment, because I believe this is one of the reasons why in Africa we are not able to attain the universal healthcare management. But I believe despite all this, partnership through international collaborations, philanthropists and pharmaceutical companies can help us bring together to cover this gap in terms of health financing. So this old man over here, we had conversation like last week. What he said, we in Africa, we cannot be poor and stupid at the same time. It really hit me home. So I think it is high time to think about it. How can we come with ideas, how we can help our Africa to overcome this healthcare financing? With this, I'm going to invite my first speaker, Dr. Matiko. Dr. Matiko, please welcome to the stage.
Well, I don't know whether the slides are up. The team, the technical team. Yeah, so I think, please go to the next slide. Oh, yeah, I think I'm well enabled, so let me try and move this. Okay, good. So I wanted to first get just the thinking around, because sometimes there's this drive to think outside the box. But I wanted us to think within the box and imagine we already have a box that we're working with, and this box is Social Health Authority, and see how best then can we think of, especially cancer, given that these are new laws that have been instituted, how is it positioned and how best can we work with what we have, even as we work towards filling this box. And so when you look at this box, the big thing that we're talking about are these three funds. I've intentionally put the two funds in blue. That means it's where we're pushing the government to invest more within the blue. And then having the green one, the Social Health Insurance Fund, where we're contributing in, but of course there are all these conversations about subsidies for the government, especially for the indigents. So trying to imagine how well can we make this work, even as we're pushing for more resources to get in. So in this conversation today, we're going to talk more about, yes, we're working towards improving more resources into this, but also there is an opportunity for us to see how then can we optimize the three funds to even work best. I've put the yellow one outside the box, but again, there's a whole conversation that we need to have, especially around how do we make this SHA work best with the private medical schemes, especially in terms of complementarity, because how the two interact defines how we provide optimum care in the long term. So, which is the first question to ask ourselves, especially around the PHC fund, is we need to, how best can we make sure that it's working? Of course, there's a whole conversation about we invest more money in it, but we need to go back and ask how is the scope of services that are covered within the PHC fund, especially when you're looking at cancer, and I'm going to talk about that shortly. Then again, what are the incentives that we're having to just make sure that we improve screening as one of the starting points to have early interventions and of course awareness as well. The second part that we're thinking about, especially on SHIF, and we're going to talk about that shortly, is just around how well are we positioned to do price negotiations? How well are we positioned to even institutionalize the HT? And I'm sure the team here today, we're going to talk about some of the initiatives that are going on, especially establishing the health benefits advisory tariffs panel that we're going to talk about. And finally, what about the subsidies that we're talking about to increase the pie? Because one of the things that you notice, the white patch that is there, essentially means that there are quite a number of people that are having to pay out of pocket, and that, of course, reduces the ability of them to access care, and that in the long run reduces the ability to survive. And finally, the other core fund that we're talking about is the Emergency Care and Chronic Illnesses Fund, which in this case we're saying, how can we make best work? And there are a couple of questions that we have to ask ourselves then. How are we working towards outcome-based interventions? And most importantly, what about the whole thought around the tariffs that we're talking about? Should we have a blanket tariff for all cancers? Are all cancers the same? Are all interventions the same? Should we approach all of them at the same, using the same interventions and the same tariffs? So those are some of the questions, I think, for us here to ask, but also to delve into as we have this discussion this morning. So let me quickly, just maybe for the next 3 minutes, walk through my next 3 slides, just outlining the 3 funds that we talked about. So one is the PHC fund, and the PHC fund is important for the 3 items. That's one, how well is it positioned to create awareness, screening, and most importantly, link to care. So to have that done, then it's around trying to go back to what are the benefits or what are the services that are covered within the PHC fund. Of course, there are all these conversations we've been having around, is it adequate, is it channeling in good incentives to actually enable providers to provide the services, but also how are we involving the community health workers, especially around patient navigation, because there's quite a lot of loss to follow-ups at the point of care, right from the primary care levels. So these are some of the interesting aspects that we have to think about. And then as we think about it, we also have to acknowledge that the primary care health workers have other services that they provide beyond what we're asking them to do in terms of screening and awareness. And so how do we make sure that all this is integrated in the clinical workflows to make sure that we don't have to burden them with the many things that they're doing, but also getting them, just meeting them at the point of need and the point of ability to provide that care. But the bit that I just wanted to highlight on the other end is just how we can create incentives to make sure that the PHC fund that we're talking about can actually drive that sort of flexibility and ability for us to focus on outcomes. But what about, so we've done the PHC, we've created awareness, we've screened, we've linked to care. Again, a bigger chunk and a bigger challenge that we're going to talk about is how do we make sure that they actually access the care at the point where they need it, and are there diagnostic tools available, and are there barriers to them accessing, especially from a financial perspective? Do we have the benefits package capturing the key diagnostic tools that are going to provide that? And so what's important then is for us to see how well we can work the benefits advisory panel in terms of getting the right interventions into the benefits package such that we're able to provide all this that we're talking about, not only on the diagnostic part, but also on the treatment, especially in the newer molecules that are innovative, but the challenge then comes around how we define value in terms of them getting into the benefits package. And finally, how are we driving the data in terms of the cost effectiveness to enable them to do this in the long run. Finally, once we've done the diagnosis, we've treated, there is the element around how do we ensure continuity of care. And continuity of care has a whole element around influencing survivorship. And our role should be how well do we drive that whole element around survivorship. There's been a lot of studies done, and I think recently a systematic review demonstrated that a delay in 1 month of care reduces survivability by 10%. And so as we drive care through all these sort of interventions, we have to make sure that there's continuity, and we don't have to have patients that are having to take short-term doses that they don't have to complete. And so because that has an element of driving or reducing survivability. And finally, the bit that we need to think about more is around how we can integrate value-based care, that is on patient-reported outcomes. Because in most cases, the value that we're looking at, we sort of have a look at value either from the system perspective, or in other cases, looking at the cost that we are having to spend on it, but not really looking at some of the patient value systems that we're talking about. And so value-based care becomes one of the things that we will be very intentional in terms of institutionalizing, and all of us in the room to drive some of this. And so I think in summary, what I'm saying is, yes, we raise the money, and I think we are making a lot of efforts to raise the money, but there's a whole element for us in the room that we can drive support to all those that are working within the spaces to improve how we interact with the patients, but most important, how we incentivize providers to provide optimal care to the patients by ensuring that we don't introduce barriers to access to the patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matiko. Dr. Matiko is an Associate Director at Health Financing Clinton Health Initiative. He raised very important points. The one which I would like to highlight is concerning the patient-reported outcomes. When we talk about patient-reported outcomes, we look at the quality of life. These patients, they are taking these medications, but is their quality of life, is it improving, or they're just surviving? You might be alive, but lying on the bed, you're not moving. So is it worth it? And because of this, we know some of the oncology societies have come with what we call magnitude of clinical benefit score. Because of this, now some of these drugs are now put in guidelines based on the MCBS score, like they score either 1, 3, or 4. So something 4, it means like it's having very good quality of life, and it is very beneficial. It is highly encouraged to be used, and we are seeing many countries in Europe, they're using this to put them in their drug list. The next speaker, driving the same agenda, I would like to invite Dr. Paul Chilwesa, who is the head of policy and health system strengthening at Roche. So he'll come and tell us more what is Roche doing and how they can help us to sustain the financing of cancer care. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Abed. I think maybe a quick correction. Maybe it's sharing how we can collaborate, Roche collaborating with every one of you on how we could finance cancer care. I think before I go into my presentation, I'd like to start off by saying when I was a young physician in the early 2000s, I remember very well that anyone who had HIV, we sent them for counseling because they were going to die. And the world decided we needed to finance HIV. And the countries that did the programs so well, their economies improved by 2% above baseline. So we had this similar challenge we have right now in cancer back in the day with HIV. The second one, before I go into my presentation, is I think the world and Africa decided back in 2001 that we had Abuja Declaration, 15%. But the piece that we were missing was that we did not link this to an economic return. We left Abuja Declaration as a social good. And every other country where we were copying the numbers, they linked this very directly to an economic return. The US spends 18% of the GDP in health. Their outcomes are Western countries that are spending 12%, because those countries have linked it to economic return. And Africa, I think, has been extremely wise to actually transition Abuja to the Lusaka agenda, which has now 5 pillars. And every cent that the Abuja Declaration is making us or asking us to invest in is now linked to economic return. So my job actually today is to show each one of us that cancer can be invested in as one of the activities for economic return. And if we do that, we will do one of the things, I think the founding father of this country is one of the signatures to the creation of the AU. And in 100 years, the agenda of the AU is to uplift every African country to be middle income. So by 2063, every African country should be a middle income country. But some of these things will only happen if we actually link our healthcare financing to these numbers. So let me go through some of these. Sorry, my slides might not be clear. Okay. We'll go through some of this. I think it's a different deck, but we'll try and do this. So from what we know, and I think what Dr. Matiko presented and what the previous session presented about clinical outcomes and trials, we've focused a lot on a patient outcome and clinical benefit. We have not done enough work as a community in healthcare to look beyond what are only the clinical outcomes. What else could we look at? So there are 4 elements. And I think these are some of the things that will be critical in how we approve care, how we approve care packages. Of course, we want the patient to be better, but we want to make sure that it's cost effective. So what we pay for is what we get in terms of daily-adjusted life years or the quality of life in this patient. The second element, a third element, which is critical, is what would the society gain by us doing that activity? And this is exactly what the economic returns are all about. If I treated a patient, yes, the patient gets better. What else does it do for society? And I'll go quickly into an example. And if Dr. Mtebi is here, she's one of the authors of this publication that came out recently. For every 100 women dying from breast cancer in Africa, 270 orphans are created. That's one. Secondly, for every 100 women with breast cancer in Africa, 47 of them are under the age of 50. The third point on the societal impact, for every child that loses the mother before the age of 5, there's a 70% chance that child won't make it to the 5th birthday. So if you combine that, when we make decisions, we need to think about that as well. Budget impact, I think I'm not an expert on that, but I think Dr. Matiko and Daniel will address that better. For the last decade, we've had evidence generated. I know Ueda will talk about clinical evidence, but this is now economic evidence. For the last 10 years, we've shown that for every dollar invested in cancer, there's an actual return. And countries that have been doing this, you could actually start to measure what those returns look like. But we need to be very careful on how we are investing. Are we investing to make sure these patients are diagnosed early? And when they get diagnosis, is it the right diagnosis? So is it comprehensive enough? You're just not saying the morphological, but you're also saying what kind of cancer so that you can target it better. And when you get a diagnosis, how comprehensive is the care that you're giving these patients? So we are not saying this is a numerical treatment. I know we've got an oncologist on the, supporting us on this panel. We're making sure that this is timely and comprehensive enough in our care. Then we'll get some of those returns. So those papers are basically showing that if we invest in cancer itself, the returns are obvious. What do we know? I think my colleague Yao showed this. We have cardiovascular, non-communicable diseases increasing. We might, yes, quickly pattern ourselves that communicable diseases are reducing. Are they actually reducing? One of the things I think that's been discussed is we are getting a double jeopardy of disease. But the increase in mortality is more on the non-communicable disease. And if we don't invest well, our economies will actually be quite affected. I'll quickly just go over this. I think I've mentioned some of those numbers and to preserve time for our discussion. Unfortunately, our women harbor 30% of the cancer burden, and this actually translates into more problems in the GDP. Almost 1% of GDP is affected if we don't treat well. And comparatively, if you look at Namibia and all the way to Nigeria, you can see Namibia is doing pretty well in outcomes. But that's also be different in terms of the racial disparities. And this exactly shows the difference between making sure there's a right structure on how we're treating these patients and how comprehensive we are. So if you look all the way to the left, those patients will be tracked on time, will be tracked on their patient, on their package. And if you go all the way to the right, you might find that those patients were treated the same way, but they were not treated in a more comprehensive, timely way that cancer demands. So a sneak peek, going very closely into Kenya, looking at just specifically breast cancer. So there are two ways we can look at this. What have been the impact what is the impact on the economy for the number of women that are dying from breast cancer in Kenya if we treated them if we treated them the same way that Namibia treats patients? What would it look like in Kenya? Sorry, this is not working. Okay. So if we looked at Kenya and we looked at the 10-year horizon and we treated these patients comprehensively in a way I've mentioned about Namibia and other more advanced treatment guidelines out there, would have saved 8,000 deaths. Lives would have been saved. So the 8,000 women would have been saved from the death that has already occurred. And using the Lancet Commission, I think which Yao already showed as well, this would be the impact on the economy of $2.1 billion, US dollars. And we can go into the methodology. This is not a Roche methodology. This is the Lancet methodology that basically shows the incidence, the number of people expected to die because of the current way in which they are treated, and the survival, which we know on average in Africa is 50%, some countries worse at 30%, some countries better at 66%. And this is basically just breaking it down to show that for every death, the economic loss is estimated at 55,000 for the Kenyan economy. So what do we need to do, I think, to build together? And this is also a paper from the WHO, International Agency for Research in Cancer. What do we need to do to actually undo some of those things as a collective? How do we start thinking about financing cancer care? I think the first element there is to make sure data is there. I think the Kenyan team is doing very well. Dr. Meli yesterday shared how the Empower platform is being transitioned as a national program. So well done to Kenya. And we'll have actual data that could show that. The second element is, I think as we fund cancer, there need to be a clear link to the economic activity. If every 47 women over 100 are under the age of 50, and if you compare that to the Western world, the peak age of diagnosis is 56 in the West. The peak age in where we sit is 42 years. What is that economic delta that we are losing every time we have a death. The second part is our social services are not as strong as we think. So every time a child loses the mother under the age of 5, what is that economic losses that we are linking it to? And those will actually help us to make sure that when we fund cancer care, it's an economic decision. Yes, it's important that
Dr. Daniel Mai, where he's going to give us a brief talk. Then after that, we can start with the question and answer session.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Is it still morning? Yeah, good morning. I think people look very nice when you look them from here than when you are seated. So Dr. Moi Daniel is my name. I'm a health economist. I think I've spent my life on trying to see how can we architecture an African-based solution to funding our healthcare system. And this is the architecture that I've seen when we were given time to architecture the current healthcare reform as well as the financing reforms. We thought of four areas that are important. One relates to commodity security. Second, relates to human resource for health. Third, relates to digitization. And fourth, relates to healthcare financing. It is sometimes puzzling to find that the discussion of healthcare financing have in many times been misconceived to be, universal health coverage. But universal health coverage has more things to talk about than generally the financing. But for the sake of this meeting, I wanted to make around 5 points, then I sit down and I'll be very fast, Chair. And on this, I wanted to highlight that having spent some time looking at funding for non-communicable diseases and specifically cancers, the spending we do as a country now is 2.5 times what we were spending 5 years ago, if you look at in aggregate. But when you look at the health outcomes, they don't speak the same. So the first question we need to ask ourselves is whether we are putting our money where it is supposed to be, and whether the approach that we are using is actually the right one. The second thing is that the odds of becoming poor with cancer is almost 50% more than when you have a non-communicable disease. So that underpins the importance of actually, for the sake of economic growth and development, to actually address the issue of cancer treatment in country. But there are some few things that ideally annoys me in this country relating to this, and not only in this country. I think I'm one person who have worked in all the countries in the sub-Saharan Africa. And I think it's only 6 countries in Africa I have not worked in. So I have a fair understanding of our fragile healthcare financing system. So the first thing is that in my own understanding, and Dr. Mary, good to see you, I am a believer that if we want to do very well in financing cancers, we must have quite some depth and less of spread, because the treatment is ideally largely specialized, and the resources we have in country are not as many, be it in terms of the human resource or the infrastructure and the diagnostic capacity. I do think that we are heading to white elephants in terms of cancer centers, where everybody opens a cancer center. It has just one oncologist who actually is not available because they are employed elsewhere. They don't dedicate time to their patients, and therefore they spread themselves so thinly that they have zero impact, so to speak, on their patients. And I think we need to start rethinking whether we want to approach communicable diseases, we want to approach cancer the same way we have been approaching diarrhea, malaria, among others. We need to think around that area. And I think this is the right meeting that should actually look at such issues. Number 2 is that we have shied away a lot from having to come up with treatment plans that we abide to and finance. And from where I look at it from, as somebody who have tried to look at these numbers every time, we have, very heterogeneous treatment plans that we are using in country, largely driven by not the demand or the desire to actually have recovery of patients, but rather to sell pharma products depending on who is paying for my trip in Europe or conference that is found somewhere, or who have I had a discussion as an oncologist on how to treat my patients. And I think Dr. Neri and team as the DG also at Ministry of Health, the key desire here is, can we get treatment protocols and treatment plans as a country we will mobilize resources to fund. But it becomes very difficult to actually mobilize resources for these cancers without having a clear plan of treatment that we should be able to finance. The markup that we have for treatment of these cancers given by our good friends. I've seen very nice names. I was looking at who have sponsored here, who is here, and the names looks fantastic. But when I look at the pricing they are giving us for these commodities, I wonder why they are here, because ideally they should do better and as a country, and I have no time to talk about them this morning, but I think this is just a beginning about them this morning, but I think this is just a beginning of a discussion that should continue. But when you have people making between 400 to 7,000% out of these commodities and reagents, I mean, from where I look at it from, it's absurd. From a business perspective, they are happy. But I do think they can still make their resources by covering more people and actually giving a little bit more favorable prices. So with that then, my core on this is that the oncologists in the house, my good friend Nelly, we must move towards having the right protocol. We must move towards pooled procurement for these commodities and access programs so that we are able to control the price. There is no sustainable mechanism for cancers. As it is for NCD also, it doesn't exist, except, in my opinion, prevention and promotive. And we must head there, including bulk screening at certain ages. And we have a robust digital system now that have registered 24-point-something million Kenyans. Why can't we look at the risk factors? Why can't we make it mandatory for those people when they get into contact with facilities to test and get screened for these diseases? That's the direction that some of us feel we should actually move to. So for me, screening is also very important as a resource mobilization channel. And I don't want to talk about the normal ones where you say increase taxes and whatever. Those are already known. But the issue that I wanted to talk about is how do we then use other innovative ways so that we cover more people even as we look for more resources to be allocated. I would say more, but I want to pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe he has opened a Pandora box. I could see the audience was really laughing to his points. I'm sure many questions are coming. My time is showing me 13 minutes. My moderator is telling me 5 minutes. I'll make it 10. Okay. With this, I would like to invite Dr. Nashat Fadloon. We have heard what the other speakers have mentioned. Being the Directorate of Cancer Prevention and Diagnostics at the National Cancer Institute of Kenya, where are the gaps and how can we cover them? Please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Abeid, and I'm pleased to see these beautiful faces and people who are showing so much interest. It's so encouraging to see different specialties. It's not only doctors who are present, but many people and the attention you're giving. I'm even thinking of becoming a lecturer and start teaching people. So my interest, the one who introduced me, there are some things he missed about the introduction, my introduction. Well, I'm also an epidemiologist, and a clinical oncologist. And I'm also a survivor, a brain tumor survivor. And I've learned a lot through this process. Being a clinical oncologist myself and having a diagnosis, getting a diagnosis on brain tumors, it was shocking initially, and 1 minute you're treating the dying or treating the sick, and the other minute the roles have reversed. So, but I learned a lot of things and through this process, and I still believe there is hope, so much hope. For me, through the government, there is a lot of queries, and there's a lot of mistrust when it comes to the SHA, the previous NHIF. But from my experience, there was a lot of, it's a success story. Despite not having the infrastructure in place to treat my condition, but I'm so grateful to be here today. So being the Director, Cancer Prevention and Control, when it comes to sustainable financing mechanisms and what NCI is doing, is that the question, right? We understand that Kenya has made strides so far, and there are many, despite the strides we've made as Kenyans, we are now the beacon in East Africa when it comes to cancer care, but we still have problems in ensuring sustainable financing in cancer care. This is still a linchpin on our side. But as NCI, being a semi-autonomous government agency mandated to control all cancer activities in the country and providing oversight of cancer control in the country. One of our main functions as the NCI is providing advisory to the cabinet on matters cancer. So in the investment, I think this is, as a country, this is one of the best investments we've made, and choosing an oncologist and given a front seat when it comes to advising the cabinet on where to invest when it comes to cancer. We are so thankful to have Dr. Melly, a clinical oncologist, an epidemiologist, having a front seat when it comes to providing evidence, providing his experience also, and also advisory to the cabinet. So I don't want to take much of your time, and also different strategies on how we are going to cross over, or how we are going to beat this demon, cancer. So the NCI, the first thing is we had to involve different stakeholders. To begin with, the county governments. We had to come up with county cancer action plans, and in it is first to sensitize the county governments. Sensitize them. Most of the leaders in the county, especially in the health, some of them are not doctors, they're not oncologists, so how will they know where to invest, to put the investment? So the first thing we had to do as the NCI was to lay a foundation and to streamline things from the grassroots levels. We had to create these cancer action plans and engage county by county and explain to them the importance of how, if we partner, and where to put this money, these resources, the much that we can achieve with responsible investments. So the emphasis we put, especially on the preventive aspect. Prevention is everything when it comes to cancer. Prevention is key. If you invest $1, as most of our colleagues have mentioned, you save $9 in treatment. And also you save the patient and communities. If you improve quality of life, also treatment in cancer is rigorous. It's a grueling experience. But if you prevent the patient from also going down that lane, you've also improved quality of life of the patient, the carers, and even the doctors ourselves. We face a lot of trauma, vicarious trauma, treating patients, and the end story, there's no success, or patients will not afford. It's also damaging to us as clinicians. So the preventive aspect, I know I have a lot of things. I bet you're looking at me like you're losing patience. But my story of the lizard deciding to become a crocodile, I bet don't give me those eyes. Anyway, so the preventive aspect is one of our main strategy as the NCI, screening, county level screening programs, and partnering with different companies, organizations, NGOs, in providing, for example, HPV kits, DNA testing kits, mammography at county levels, and also leveraging on the community health promoters. We recently did nationwide training for the community health promoters because they are the ones with the people, in contact with the people. So we trained them on early detection, early signs detection, and now linking them up to timely care. And also, there's a navigation system that the NCI has created in partnership with Roche and Savannah Informatics. This navigation system where we will link the CHPs into this system and ensure timely referrals to the proper facilities that will offer the right treatment. Apart from, I've talked of PPPs, public-private partnerships, and I've also mentioned the importance of screening and early detection, because for sure as a country, I am being very honest and candid, we still can't afford to treat cancer, but we can afford to prevent this disease. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For those who don't know Nashat, Nashat was my classmate in high school. We underwent undergraduate together in Ukraine, and we did our master's together. She was my classmate. That's why she's looking at those eyes. Those eyes was just encouraging her to talk, not to intimidate her. What she's trying to say in briefly is like early detection is key, because remember what Paul Chiluesa and Matiko mentioned, that without these patients, they are dying at very young age, leaving a lot of orphans. But before we proceed for tea break, will you give me 5 minutes to hear from the SHA people? How many are saying yes for the SHA? Thank you. So, Doctor.
Allow me. So we had already thought about it. Thank you. We were going to give you an extra 15 minutes so that we can be able to hear from SHA and also take a Q&A from the audience. So this is how we'll do it. My co-MC will guide on how we will go for tea. We will not all leave. We will go table by table. Those who are in the first 4 rows will use this front door. Those who are in the back rows will use the other door. So you will walk out, take your tea, and bring it back here so that we can do it orderly. We will not miss tea, and we will have more time to have this discussion. Is this okay? Are we agreeable to that? Thank you.
Yeah, and sorry for that. The tea is ready, and we're starting with this table in an orderly and a quiet manner as the conversations continue. So please, tip 1.
Thank you. You can see here at the NCI Summit, we do care about your stomachs, and we do care on the SHA benefits. Madam Chess John, thank you so much for being here. I'm sure the audience will have more questions here than anyone else, because this is the elephant in the house, NHIF claims. We know that NHIF was transitioned to SHA, and we have very beautiful packages. What I can say, the beauty of SHA, immediately you request, you do a prioritization, immediately it is approved. I'm so happy. This is like really, really positive thing for me. Now the other thing is about cancer package. How can we ensure these packages are sustainable and our partners are being reimbursed on time so that the patient can get continuum care using the SHA benefits? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abeid. From a perspective of where I sit, that is from the Social Health Authority perspective, We are truly cognizant of the fact that we have a rising burden of non-communicable diseases, and more specifically for this discussion, the rising burden of cancer. And this definitely comes with the rising cost of care. And as we advance as a country in our economic development, these are challenges that we have to be able to face and deal with effectively as we move along. And it is from this background that as a social health authority, we acknowledge that we have to be able to mobilize, not just mobilize our resources for cancer care, but also mobilize these resources in a manner that is not only cost effective, but also have efficient utilization mechanisms in place, so that those resources that are available to us, we can be able to allocate them to effective cancer care. From the authority, as Dr. Matiko had already alluded to, through our three funds, the Primary Healthcare Fund, the SHIF, and the ECCIF, we look at financing or reimbursing for cancer management from all the co-pay or the out-of-pocket expenditure to cancer care is reduced. And this is what has informed making sure that the three funds, from government funding to what we contribute in form of premiums, is balanced out to make sure that at every level of care, starting from screening, to make sure we have the preventive strategies well financed, to early diagnosis, early treatment, and even follow-up rehabilitation where it is required, that we are able to finance this adequately. When we look at the benefit packages, moving from where we've come from, we have allocated resources for the three funds, just to make sure that we are balancing. The government input of the financing is there in the Primary Healthcare Fund. And this Primary Healthcare Fund, as far as the cancer is concerned, this is where we have plugged in our screening services, making sure that our priority top 5 cancers in the country are taken care of, and also integrating the care as we provide services for other interventions. We are able to pick out cancers at that lower level of care. When we move to those patients who require diagnosis and treatment, the Social Health Insurance Fund has taken care of that. And that is where we come with our limits, where we say we have the allocations that are provided for, the 400K that we provide protection. We reimburse for diagnosis and treatment. And when we look at this diagnosis and the treatment, it is pretty comprehensive because we are able to take care of whether we're talking about laboratory diagnosis, the histologies, the immunotherapies, the PCRs, all these diagnostics that are required at the laboratory level, they are covered in this package. When we look at the imaging modalities that are required for cancer diagnosis, all the way from CT scans, MRIs, bone scans, PET scans, all these also are covered in this package. And once the patient requires to be started on treatment, then again we make it as comprehensive as possible, bearing in mind that different cancers may require different modalities of treatment. And this is where we come in with our different modalities that are reimbursed to the providers, looking at whether the patient requires chemotherapy, whether they require radiotherapy, brachytherapy, all these modalities, then we take care of them. And with our benefit packages, each of those have limits that are allocated. Additionally, we did recognize that this burden, financial burden, is quite heavy, and to cushion Kenyans further, we made sure that we have additional funds in the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund, and this helps to reduce what would be a higher premium levels if we were to load all the services into the SHIF. And the ECCIF is where now we have relief in terms of adding extra resources where patients can access extra care, whether it's in form of chemotherapy or radiotherapy and all that, as well as the routine investigations that come with the cancer management. That said, I know we've had a lot of questions, and I would just like to respond to that as I quickly finish. To say that in addition to this package that spans from across the 3 funds, these patients also, the patients who have cancer, we also recognize that there are other services that the patient will require, and additional packages are there, not specifically for cancer, but also available to the patient who has cancer. And this spans from surgical procedures. If a cancer requires surgery, it is covered as an additional benefit to this patient. If these patients require inpatient services or other outpatient services, again, these benefits or these resources are available to cover this particular patient. So when we look at the way the benefits are structured, then we have a full continuum of care. And what we do recognize is that as an authority is that this cost of care, we have to tame it, because we know that it is not, we don't have a limitless source of funds. And this is where we come in to say we are looking at innovative mechanisms of how can we partner, how can we collaborate with different entities to make sure that even as we bring on board these limits that we have allocated, how do we make sure that these limits are providing the care the patient needs and minimizing the co-pay that may be required as much as possible. And this is where the public-private partnerships comes in, looking at how we can reduce the cost of medicine, how we can reduce the cost of equipment for diagnosis, and all these are areas that we are exploring very actively to make sure that these limits, we don't only focus on increasing the limits, but we also focus on making sure that those resources are sufficient so that the patient is protective. And this is where we get very excited working with the NCI, just seeing NCI coming up with these treatment guidelines, the protocols, so that we can be able to standardize this care. So that when we say chemotherapy, we have allocated this much limit, we align it to a standardized method of treatment, the protocols that the country has established, so that we know that the patient is getting care, that value-based care, and we know that then we are protected from maybe abuse or exploitation, so that we can also protect our patients and make sure that the care they're getting is of good quality and cost effective. So these are the lines in which we are working with as an authority, just to make sure that we bring all these things together and advance in a way that is sustainable from a health financing perspective. We need sustainable health financing mechanisms as we move forward, so that Kenyans can be safe when unfortunately people get into these conditions, or even making sure that we are protecting the rest of the Kenyan people in terms of making sure that the preventive mechanisms are in place. And I think I would like to stop there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I liked how you packaged, just like the share packages, how you packaged the conversation, everything. You did it so well. And actually, there's one thing which you mentioned is like a partnership with some other companies and everything. I think this is something we all need to take an example. Yesterday, the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Aden Duale, mentioned that the MOH and Roche, they have a memorandum of understanding. They negotiated new price of the anti-HER2 drugs, where the price came down significantly, which is now within the share package. So from your point of view, what does this mean to share, like when these packages are negotiated, and what advice or what do you have to say to other pharma companies?
Thank you very much for that question. Where we sit in terms of these partnerships, we're looking at it from a multi-pronged approach, where when we have this partnership, how does the Kenyan patient or the Kenyan person benefit? One, our main goal as the advancement of UHC is concerned is to make sure this care is accessible, it's affordable, it's of good quality. And to be able to achieve these elements, then it means it's not a one-man show. It is not just about SHA, it's not about the policy makers, it's all of us together looking at what do we bring to the table. If I am manufacturing or I am supplying commodities, how then can I make use of this available financing mechanism that has been set in place, aligned to the protocols that the Institute has come up with, making sure that we are prioritizing those commodities, and there being a platform where then the patients can be able to access from an economies of scale point of view. If patients can be put together, and this is where we are accessing from, and this is where SHA is purchasing from, then that means that we can be able to negotiate for prices that are more favorable. Favorable to make sure the patient doesn't have to copay, which is what we are looking at in these partnerships. Favorable to make sure that the resources available to SHA then can be enough to sustain the financing of these services, or not just for the year, but moving forward. And also making sure as a country we are getting value for money, and therefore we can be able to distribute these resources to where our health priorities are in a cost-effective manner. So yes, partnerships are very key to protect all of us.
Thank you. With this, I would like to take questions from the audience. Who would like to go first? I think the tree is distracting people. The questions are now forgotten. Any question from the audience? Yes, we have over here. Phoebe? Please make your question very brief and succinct so that we can have time for the response.
Thank you very much for the conversations and also for the promise. I think the future is bright. This is to the presidential advisor. When you have conversations with the president around health, this is Phoebe Ongadi representing Kenyan Network of Cancer Organizations. When you have conversations with the president around health, do you convey what is the feedback that is actually on ground? Because talking about oncology package, clearly you have all seen that the 400,000 Kenya shillings is not enough. You have made available the 150,000, which is okay, from the ECCIF, but half of the participants in this hall are still getting back to their pockets to do what we are calling the out-of-pocket. We understand the 400,000 is contributions. It is the basket that the Kenyans put in money, but the president is at a disposal of increasing and making available the primary healthcare fund, which has really been mentioned as the gap that is needed for prevention. So we just want to have your feeling at that level, at high level. Is there hope for the oncology package? And the reason why we say that is because when you look at NHIF, NHIF had two advantages. One advantage of NHIF was that not only did it give the package at 600,000 Kenya shillings, but it allowed dependents. Cancer and chronic illnesses currently are the leading causes of death in this country, which means if you have a spouse with a chronic illness and another one with cancer, you have to grapple on the 400,000 Kenya shillings only. NHIF gave us 1.2 million. Clearly, what is the future? We want to hear from you. And then we are talking about late diagnosis. That's why Kenyans are dying. Cancer is being diagnosed late, over 70%. SHA on paper is very clear because the universal health coverage was meant to cover the early diagnosis and early screening. On paper, it is perfect. It says no Kenyan should go without care, regardless of background, status, ability, capability, or region. But what we are seeing on the ground is that the current package is clearly discriminating. Can the president and your office, please, through parliament, make available the primary healthcare fund? And can the president, through your office, make available the ECCIF? And can you just list, take us back to what NHIF had for oncology? I hope that is not too much to ask. Kenko.
Thank you very much. I think you have raised very pertinent issues, so to speak. And I want to highlight that I think this is the only government that really has given the healthcare professions very serious space to bring change. And everyone is invited. I say many times, it's not a private members club. You have ideas, bring them, we'll take them and we'll use them for the improvement. Having said that, we understand the package that has 400,000, and the president knows. He follows this agenda so closely. And the feedback that came from the field or from the people merited the increase of the 150,000 to 550. We understand the out-of-pocket component and the so-called what NHIF was offering. Now, we have decided to become very realistic with what we can chew and also what we can bite. The same 1.2 million that was given is the one that gave us 40 billion debt that facilities up to now are complaining about. So we must be realistic with what we can afford as a country to actually pay, given, our conditions. We cannot also think that we are a developed nation and we have a lot of resources to allocate. So we prioritize where the allocation goes. And that is why, even now, there are serious discussions on how to increase the oncology package. And I can tell you, last night, I worked up to 2 a.m. on the same issue you have asked. But for us to do that, we must again go to the treatment protocol and the plan. Because what are we funding? How are we funding? And how do we make sure there's no resources that are enough unless we come up with a strict strategy on how to address our patients? So yes, there is hope. I believe we will add some benefits to the same, and the president is very clear on that. But we must add in a way that when we promise facilities, we will pay them. We must pay them. Because the other way is put the promise that is far higher than the resources that we have. So we continue. UHC is a journey. Countries that have made big progress, if you look at them, have spent between 25 and 40 years to actually get where they are. Now, I'm not saying we'll take 20 or 40 years. I'm just saying that the learning curve is a little bit steeper. We are monitoring the sustainability of the fund on a daily basis. We are monitoring corrections, and when corrections go up, we must increase the benefits. Then on the ECCIF, I think you have seen the funding have increased almost double what was there last year. And that calls for a more meticulous way into the re-estimation of the package that should go for oncology. So I want to give you a promise that give us some short time. We will come back. I'm sure you will see some increase in tandem with the resources that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the message is home. The president is going to get this information and updates coming from the National Cancer Summit. At this moment, because of the interest of time, I would like to close this session. Please, you'll bear with me. The beauty is my audience is available on the floor. So this conversation can continue on the floor. I would encourage you to look for them, to continue speaking to them, to engage them, and they're ready to engage. With me today was Dr. Machiko Riro, Dr. Nashat Noor, Dr. Paul Chiloesa, Dr. Tracy John, Dr. Daniel Mwei, and myself, Dr. Abed Athman, who are happy having you for this longest session, and thank you for your patience. Enjoy your breakfast.
Thank you, Dr. Abed, and thank you so much to the panelists for sticking to the time. I wish you could have more questions, but we will try and include that at the end of this coming session, about 10 minutes. And I would like to encourage us, when you get the microphone to ask a question, keep your question brief so that we can be able to give a chance to many more people. However, I would like to remind us all that we will have breakout sessions and we can ask as many questions as we can in those sessions in the afternoon. As of now, I would like to introduce the next panel as we continue to have our tea. And this session will be led by our session chair, who is Steve Wanye. It is on advancing Kenya's digital ecosystem from EHR adoption to secure data exchange and integration. So I'd like to call onto the stage Mr. Steve Wanye, who's the founder and CEO, IntelliSoft Consulting Limited, President, Pan-African Health Informatics Association. He's also the founder, Secretary General of the Kenya Health Informatics Association, board member of the Open MRS Inc. Board of Directors. Kindly come to the stage. Our panelists in this session include Gladys Chesumbai Onyango, who's the head of National Cancer Registry at the National Cancer Institute of Kenya. Gladys Chesumbai Onyango is a seasoned public health leader with over 18 years of expertise in cancer registration, surveillance, research, and data systems across sub-Saharan Africa. Karibu sana. Tumpigie makofi wale ambao bado tumekaa. The next panelist is Cosmas Leonard. And even as we take our tea, I would like to remind us that we are still in session. So kindly take your tea and take a seat, tafadhalini, so that we can have a bit of order. Our next panelist is Cosmas Leonard. He's the Technical Officer for Health Information, Monitoring and Evaluation at the WHO, Kenya Country Office. In this role, he leads technical efforts to strengthen Kenya's health data systems and enhance the country's capacity to use data and evidence for policy making. He holds a master's in public health and a bachelor's degree in statistics from the University of Nairobi. Cosmas Leonard, kindly make your way to the stage. Cosmas Leonard. Karibu sana. Kindly clap for him as he makes his way to the stage. And the session chair. Here he is, Steve Wanye. Karibu sana. Tumpigie makofi. Yes, yes. Kindly, after you take your tea, after you serve your tea outside, please let's settle so that we can be able to listen to this session. Karibuni.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'll say good morning until I get your attention. Good morning. I'm assuming that all of you are very excited to be here today to listen to this really interesting presentation and panel discussion around cancer informatics and digital health generally in Kenya. I think this might probably be the only panel session around informatics and digital health, so hoping that this will be interesting to you. So as introduced, as mentioned, my name is Stephen Wanye, and I'll be the chair of this panel. Hopefully we'll be done before 12. I think we have about 45 minutes. And my background is in computer science, software engineering, and digital health. That's what I'm trained in, and that's what I do. Been doing this for the last 2.5 decades, supporting ministries across Africa in about 15 countries, including Kenya's Ministry of Health, working closely with the Digital Health Agency and other partners to support the government's digital transformation strategy. So we also, through my company, support the National Cancer Institute, and we developed the first National Cancer Registry. So really happy to be here, and that's going to be a lot of the discussion is around digital health in cancer care in Kenya. So before I start, I just wanted to provide a bit of context and background for this panel. I think if you're if you follow Kenya's development in healthcare a lot, you know that Kenya has very boldly decided to innovate in terms of healthcare innovations and solutions. And one of the ways that the government has done that through very strong leadership right from the presidency is adoption and heavy investment in digital health. We'll hear a lot about that from Dr. Joyce Wamishe when she introduces herself and what she does and how she supports the government to achieve transformation of healthcare in Kenya through digital technology. The other thing I think we also need to notice is that Kenya is taking a very responsible approach to digital transformation by taking a systems-wide approach. Again, we'll hear what that means. The challenge we've had in many countries, including Kenya in the past, is that there have been very vertical approaches to digital health investment. That means that different health programs take a vertical approach in terms of just digitalizing, and transforming only what is relevant to them. But now the government, and again we'll hear from Dr. Amishwe, has taken a different approach to this. We'll hear about the successes that Kenya has achieved in a very, very short time. From establishing a legal framework that allows us to solve a lot of the perennial challenges we've had in the past, to establishing an agency, to adapting standards and developing systems that are standards compliant. So again, all that is in store. We'll hear that from Dr. Amishwe. We'll also hear why Kenya has succeeded. Again, like I've mentioned, there are a couple of things that have changed. Of course, most of us have lived through COVID. We've also lived through the recent disruptions in global health, where funding has dipped tremendously. We don't have a lot of donor aid. But despite all that, Kenya is a shining star in Africa. If you participate in global digital health communities, you know that the main reference in Africa for what's going on globally is Kenya. In terms of the countries that are really shining, investing responsibly and sustainably in digital health, Kenya is top of the list in that sense. Again, all this is not possible if you don't have strong political leadership, if you don't have strong willingness from the political class, and if the political class has not recognized the value of digital health in transforming healthcare in a country. So again, for that, I must say that we're extremely appreciative of our government, leadership from Dr. Meli, as part of government, and the rest of his team, all the way up to the presidency. Without that, the truth is, if you've been part of public health in Kenya, that would not be possible. The achievements you've seen in under 2 years cannot be possible if you don't have political leadership. Not just political buy-in, as we like calling it, but serious political leadership by a presidency that actually believes in digital health. If you look at other countries in Africa, the reason why most of them are lagging, it's not because they don't have good technology. It's not that they don't have money, but they're lacking personal ownership of an intervention like digital health. So again, I don't want to take the thunder out of what will be presented by our panelists. And so with that, I'll start off with Dr. Amishwe. Basically, ask her to introduce herself and tell us what's going on in terms of digital health broadly, but also I think she can focus her contribution to what's going on in digital health supporting improving cancer care in the country. Dr. Amishwe.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve, and good morning. Hello. This is an interesting panel discussion, and we are happy to be part of it. Thank you to the organizers for thinking through this and including it as a key panel where we discuss lots of things to do with the health information. So Steve has mentioned my name like 4 times. I'll not say it again, but what I'll say is I do come from the Digital Health Agency, and it's the newest parastatal or saga under the Ministry of Health, and our mandate is to lead and oversee the digital health transformation in this country. So we are a new saga, about 1 year, 1 month, thereabouts. But we came in and we like to say we are the breastfeeding baby without teeth that is also running. So a lot of things, a lot of the disruptions that you are seeing are really to do with the Digital Health Agency. For example, the social health authority systems, we've worked on them and we continue to work on them. And we like to say that every day we are getting better and every day we are learning things that we need to improve. So from the digital health transformation perspective, one of the things that we are bringing to the table is the ability to have systems within the health sector integrated. So integration can either be one-to-one point or through something what we call the health information exchange. So we know that digital health did not start with the Digital Health Agency. It started about 3 decades or so when we started seeing the private sector bringing on board the use of computers to help clinicians see patients. And then in the public sector, the biggest example and the most robust example that we can think about is the HIV program. Our HIV program is now digitalized. 94% of people living with HIV in this country are seen by a clinician who's using a computer to see them. So we want to scale that up so that it is everything that's happening in the health facilities and at the community level where there's automation of the processes that happen at those 2 levels. Because we definitely are thinking of the patient and the healthcare worker as our primary clients. So we have the health information exchange, what is dubbed, we've called it the digital health superhighway, and that is what is allowing us to be able to integrate the various systems within the health sector. So how do we do that? We ask ourselves, for me to be able to see a patient when they come before me, what do I need to know? I need to know who they are. And I need to consistently know who they are in a standard manner, so that even tomorrow when I'm in Marsabit, I can still consistently identify that patient. So I want you to think about the cancer registry. Today, are we identifying the patients in the cancer registry consistently and in a standard manner? So that if they are being seen in Kijabe, in KNH, if it's Joyce, it's the same Joyce, that Joyce is only appearing once in the registry. So we've been able to do that through what we are calling the client registry. And if you're in this room and you are also registered on SHA, you do already have the client registry number. That is what we refer to as your file number. Because we anticipate that every Kenyan will have a digital health file, what we are calling the shared health record, what is going to ensure that there is continuity of care. So once we are able to identify Joyce in a standard and consistent manner across all levels of the health sector, then we start having a conversation. So identity management is something that we are taking very seriously, and we are working in collaboration with the National Registration Bureau, who gives us our IDs. For refugees, we are working with the relevant MDAs. And we're also looking forward to one day integrate with the immigration department so that the passport can also be one of the identifying documents that we use. The next thing is identify where this patient got their last care. So identify the health facility in a unique way. So we know in Kenya we've already been doing this because we have master facility lists that was giving us our MFL number. We've now gone ahead to make that registry a dynamic registry, and we are now calling it the facility registry, and all facilities have a facility ID. Why we are calling this a dynamic registry is because we want data like number of beds, number of human resource for health that are available in a particular health facility. This is data that constantly changes. It's not static. We want the health providers to be able to update. We want the regulators to be able to see and verify. And we want that information to even be available to the patient when need be on their palms through the phone. So we want a patient, when referred for care, they can be able to even tell which is their nearest center for cancer, for example, or dialysis at their palm, through the phone. And then we have the healthcare worker registry, who is seeing this patient, so we want legitimate healthcare workers to be the ones who are seeing the patient. So we have connected the systems with the various regulators, KMPDC, Clinical Officers Council, Nursing Council, and many others, just to name a few. And with that, we are just ensuring that whoever is interacting with a patient is licensed and legitimate to be able to offer care to that particular patient. And then we have the shared health record, which is currently in development, and this is what will enable sharing of data across systems, of course with the consent of the patient or the client, because the data belongs to them at the end of the day. So that health information exchange is what we are bringing to the table as a game changer for all the conversations regarding how we ensure continuity of care, right from the community level to the facility and back. The other thing we are doing is digitalizing our health facilities. In Kenya, many of our health facilities are not digitalized, especially the level 2s and 3s, where a lot of screening should be happening. So we have started efforts working with the county governments to digitalize the public health facilities, and we are doing pretty well. By the end of this year, we estimate to have about at least 5,000 public health facilities digitalized end to end. And we're using our suite of solutions that's under an umbrella name called Taifa, and things that can alert the CHP to be able to refer appropriately for that person to go and get screened. But now what we are also ensuring is that through the HMIS, a patient will tell their story once. One of the things with chronic care disease management is having a patient tell their stories so many times in different environments to different people in different ways, depending on how they feel they are being listened to, how they perceive the person who wants to hear. But we are talking about having one story for a patient, and then that story is updated as and when they are next in front of a clinician. So the Taifa Care HMIS is a suite of solutions that we're also rolling out to just ensure that all health facilities are digitalized, and then these are all going to be connected through the health information exchange. We are not leaving our FBO and private health facilities behind. We're having conversations with them to ensure that they are also part of the digitalization efforts, because digitalizing the public health facilities alone will not give us the complete picture. It is then data from the HMISs that will then be programmed to move to the cancer registries in a manner as designed by the National Cancer Control Program and NCI, so that now our registries will be providing information that is then useful for data analysis and insights. So I don't want to talk more about what we are doing, but this is an exciting time to be in Kenya, especially in the health sector. Lots of things happening, but definitely it is also a time to see a lot of things that many of us have been dreaming about coming to life. And then lastly is empowerment of the patient. I cannot stop without talking about the empowerment of the patient. So we want our patients to be empowered. And we have a portal called Afya Yangu, and I would really request that if you're in this room, please download Afya Yangu. You will find whether you are registered for SHA, your eligibility status will be there. We are also working on ensuring that now if you're given a prescription in a health facility, you should find your prescription there. And then things like screenings and vital signs will also be in that portal. So it's a work in progress, but at the end of the day, the patient portal is going to be very important in helping a patient take charge of their health. They will be able to see vital information that helps them know that they are headed a good direction or a bad direction, be able to reach out to their healthcare provider, be able to even know when their next appointment is. And once in a while receive messages that comfort them, encourage them, and even prevention-related messages. So download Afya Yangu, both on Play Store and the other one for Apple, whichever, and or go to the web portal afyayangu.go.ke. Let me stop at that. Thank you.
Let's give Joyce a hand of applause. And the reason why we started off with Dr. Amishwe, Joyce, is because if you're going to solve the challenge of data fragmentation in Kenya, not just for cancer, but in this case for cancer, is we have to start off from what the ministry and the government is doing based on what Dr. Joyce has mentioned. If we don't have that infrastructure, Sean and I were talking about this a few minutes ago, if you don't have that digital health infrastructure, we are not going to solve the challenge of cancer data and the fragmentation just by looking at the program alone. So I think with that very good foundation and background provided by Dr. Amishwe, based on the work she's doing, amazing work she's doing, I think I'll now turn to NCI and to Gladys. And basically, Gladys, with what Joyce has mentioned, and she's described very well, one of your main responsibilities is to ensure that NCI has a very strong, robust data system that is supporting its mandate in terms of cancer detection, screening, prevention, control. And one of the ways that I know you're doing that is through the National Cancer Registry. So could you please tell us what needs to happen? What are you doing? What needs to happen so that NACARE becomes the single source of truth for cancer data in Kenya in terms of ensuring that Kenya as a country and the Ministry of Health broadly is able to really control cancer effectively? And please introduce yourself as well. Thanks, Gladys.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doc, for that question. Thank you to NCI for this opportunity to talk a little bit more about the National Cancer Registry System and how that can support the cancer control and prevention in the country. I'd like to mention that we view the National Cancer Registry System, and I will call it NACARE going forward, as a public good. The NACARE system is a public good, useful for cancer prevention and control, and useful for planning and resource allocation within the country. So the NACARE system enables us to get this information, and for us to be able to streamline it in the right way, we have to adopt to the international standards. We abide by the WHO standards of using the International Classification of Disease for Oncology for coding. We are also able to use interoperable system like the DHIS2 system, as well as the CANREC 5 system for the population-based cancer registries. We have had a very good introduction about the digital infrastructure that has been put in place within the country. And as the National Cancer Registry, we look forward to working with the DHA to be able to benefit from the infrastructure that has been put in place. Because really, there's a lot of fragmentation. And I think a lot of silos. If you look at the entire continuum of care, at the point of vaccines, HPV vaccine, everybody in the cancer space is collecting their own data in a very specific manner, but this data is not available at one point where it can be useful, it can make useful sense in the entire continuum of care. So we look forward as the National Cancer Registry at the National Cancer Institute of Kenya to ensure that at the point of vaccination, or HPV vaccine, where the girls are being vaccinated, we are able to collect information and keep this information at the national level so that it is available publicly to be able to measure the interventions that have been put in place by the government. The government has put in a lot of resources. You have heard about that in the previous presentation on financing. There's HPV vaccine that the girls are getting. But who is getting this vaccine? Do we know the name of this girl who has been vaccinated, do we know if they are going to get cancer of the cervix in their life? We cannot trace back to the last 10 years and figure out if there has been any incidences of cancer of the cervix. We know that cancer of the cervix is the second leading cause of incidence within the country, is the first leading cause of death in women, but are we able to track and evaluate the interventions that have been put in place? We also look at screening. Can we be able to say that this particular person who was screened, we know what their outcome was, at what stage, what did we find? So at the National Cancer Institute, as I had mentioned, we are looking for that one single source of truth when it comes to cancer data, all the way in the cascade of care. So we look forward to integrating and working with the DHA for the health information exchange so that we can break down all these silos. We can know who has been diagnosed, who is currently living with cancer, and also integrating with the civil registrar of vital statistics within the country to know more about mortality. How many of these cancer cases that we are able to capture, how many of them are still alive? You know, it can be able to help us plan and plan better. We are also working with the counties, and the CEO of the National Cancer Institute mentioned more about this earlier. NCI has deployed globally certified cancer registrars who have been trained through the International Agency for Research on Cancer, Global Initiative for Cancer Registry Development, to the counties. These cancer registrars are able to train the county level staff on cancer registration. They're able to do data quality audits on the data that is coming to the national level at the point of the county and health facility level, so that we are able to decentralize training. In the past, we had a lot of trainings having been done in Nairobi. So we would have to use a lot of money, bring people, a handful of cancer registrars to Nairobi for training. But now we are able to utilize the cancer registrars on the ground. We are also able to utilize virtual trainings so that every facility is able to benefit from high quality cancer registration training. So that's what I have. Thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you, Gladys. Yeah, hand of applause for Gladys. Before we go to the next panelist, I've got a couple of questions. How many people here are supporting the ministry, NCI, the National Cancer Control Program, in terms of service delivery? How many organizations here are supporting service delivery in cancer? Does the organization support the ministry or NCI or the National Cancer Program in any way in terms of service delivery? If you are you using a data system? How are you collecting your data? Are you using, for example, an EMR, an EHR, mHealth application? Are you? Are you aware about a standard, as Gladys mentioned, called ICD-10? Are you aware about a standard called FHIR? If I don't see any hand up. So this tells us that we still have a lot of things we need to do to fix the health system in terms of the data systems. Dr. Joyce is here. She's just told you how the ministry and the DHA is solving that problem. Please do not reinvent the wheel. Kindly talk to Dr. Joyce after this. Get to understand, go to the DHA website, get to understand what standards the ministry has adapted to solve that problem, so that it doesn't matter what system you're using, but if you're compliant to standards like ICD-10, FHIR, and others, we can exchange data. Gladys spoke about the registry. If your system is unable to report to the registry, you need to solve that problem. The people who can help you solve the problem are here. So we have all the solutions here. Let's not just make this a conference, but let's solve real problems in terms of data, right? So with that, I'll now focus my attention to Michelle. Michelle will give us a perspective of a frontline healthcare worker who is actually providing cancer care services, how she's interacting with data systems for cancer, what challenges she's experiencing, how she's solving that. And now that she has listened to Joyce and she has listened to Gladys, what is her clarion call as a healthcare provider at the front lines for us to solve this problem and make sure that we actually know more accurately the burden of cancer in Kenya, the interventions that are working, and as Gladys mentioned, we're able to track our success based on those interventions from the data we are collecting. Michelle, in 5 minutes. I think we're running out of time, so.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists today. So, as you've been told, my name is Michelle Obat, and I work at the AIC Kijabe Hospital. At our facility, we do have an EMR system, and we are able to capture patient data across all continuum. We also have a telemedicine platform. So as a patient, you can go to the platform, book an appointment, and you're able to get a review by your doctor. So for example, if you're a cancer patient, you can also go to the platform, send your investigations on the platform, and we are able to navigate you to the different specialties. We also have telepathology as well as part of our facility, and all the difficult cases can be discussed by different specialties and different pathologists from all over the world. We do have tele-MDTs, so we have weekly virtual MDTs, and we have different expertise joining the MDTs so that they are able to guide in the care of patients. However, with all that, we have lots of challenges. As part of our challenge, we do regular screening and community outreach programs, but we are not able to integrate patients into care. We are currently working with Roche and Savannah to ensure that patients are integrated and we are able to follow them up so that you're not screened and 3 months from your screening, you've not started your treatment. Just to answer, how can frontline healthcare facilities be better? So I think the issue here will be training and mentorship. Yes, we have all these technologies, we have all these computers, and we have all this software. Thing is providing adequate digital infrastructure. So what happens in a rural facility where there is no electricity? So we need to figure out how to provide infrastructure for those facilities, provide backup mechanisms so that data is stored and stored securely. I think that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Michelle. So those are great perspectives because we also want to ensure that you're well grounded. You know, we are often accused of having very nice boardroom discussions like these ones, but mambo kwa ground, ndio hiyo ground hapo. Si tumesikia ground. So we want to make sure that we hear different perspectives and that whatever discussions we come up with here and recommendations, that they are really well grounded and grounded by people who are actually doing this work, delivering cancer care services. So thank you very much, Michelle. And what the points Michelle has raised about building the capacity of healthcare workers is really important. And Dr. Joyce has mentioned that the ministry, the government, the Digital Health Agency has a very elaborate program for upskilling healthcare workers to make them more digital health literate, and therefore they can use digital health solutions a lot more meaningfully and effectively. So that program is also part of what Dr. Omishwe is spearheading at the ministry and the Digital Health Agency. So now we'll turn our eyes to Sean. Sean represents Roche, and the question I'll ask Sean is, I'll also ask him a very unfair question to represent the partner community. So Roche is a very valued partner to Government of Kenya Ministry of Health, and as you've heard, they're supporting NCI a lot. They've done a lot of work, and so what I will request Sean to do is to speak from a partner perspective and let us know, Sean, particularly also with what's been going on recently, global aid has dipped. We're coming from a place where now governments have to take full ownership and take on board digital health. You heard from Dr. Amishwe and all that. What is Roche doing in Kenya? You can tell us a little bit about that. But more importantly, what should partners like Roche do moving forward to ensure that we are actually able to
support governments to really sort out this problem once and for all, build proper infrastructure, DPI for health, like Dr. Amisho is doing, and so that partners can play a more effective role, in my opinion, moving forward. Thanks, and welcome, Sean.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the question. Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Davis. I work in Roche Informatics, or Roche Digital Technology, and I look after Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And a couple of things that I was thinking about as you were asking the question was related to some of the things that we do specifically with Roche, so I'll give you some examples of that. And then we can also talk about a little of what can be done broadly. So specifically, some of the digital health solutions that we have created, which is specifically Navify, it helps with decision support. So these are some digital health technologies that we, Roche, have created. We've also created or helped work with Savannah Health and the National Cancer Institute, and thank you for having me here, is the Empower solution. So you've seen the rollout or the integration of Empower into the National Cancer Institute, working closely with Savannah. So we've helped sponsor that solution and helped roll it out across a number of healthcare or hospital solutions across Kenya. So that's about us partnering and sponsoring some of the different solutions. And then we can also bring in some global expertise that we have to help strengthen and help bring support and also accountability to the local Kenyan healthcare institutions. So I think that's an opportunity for us to bring global expertise, but also in a way that's somewhat structured for how we think through some of the different activities, especially with FHIR and all of the other types of standardized protocols that are there. We will be able to help provide some of that guidance and recommendation in order to help support Kenya grow their digital healthcare ecosystem in the future. And I also believe that there are, and I think we've already seen some examples of that on the stage, where there are other partnerships or other private entities that help augment the existing activities that the Kenyan ecosystem is already trying to put in place through the digital backbone or through the EMR or other cancer registries that are already in place. So I think it's more about a partnership between public and private that can help augment the existing solutions or future solutions that can be created. Because of the digital backbone that's being created, it allows us to build those solutions and then leverage them in a federated manner, which allows for security and accessibility across the healthcare institutions. So I think those are some of the key things that we have done specifically as some examples, but also some opportunities that I think the other private entities can take advantage of and connect in to help the Kenyan ecosystem grow in a much faster way.
Thanks. Thanks, Sean. Hand of applause to Sean. Yeah, so, I mean, I think Sean's perspectives are really important because I think, as we know, most of us probably work in the global health world. We all know what's happened recently, especially with America being one of the largest contributors of global health aid and how that's affecting a lot of services in many countries. But again, I think, I missed the previous session on health financing by Dr. Matiko, and I think one of the things that Joyce didn't speak about a lot, also because we don't have a lot of time, is the component of health financing and the innovations that the Digital Health Agency is doing in terms of making healthcare affordable. Those two things are really connected. Health is not just for health, but health is also an economic intervention as well. And if those don't go hand in hand, then I think the effects of, catastrophic effects of, for example, dipping in global health aid can cripple systems, and we've seen that across many LMICs. So thanks a lot, Sean, for those perspectives. Lastly, I want to turn to my good friend Cosmas, representing the World Health Organization. And as you all know, WHO is really important. Kenya is a member state to WHO of the 194 member states across the world. And therefore, Cosmas represents global best practices. WHO is a science-based organization that develops normative guidelines. And so a lot of how care is provided in countries like Kenya as a member state usually originates from WHO. We participate together, we develop evidence that is curated, adapted at country level, and that's how we make sure that our care meets certain basic standards. So Cosmas, WHO is doing a lot of work in digital health. If you could please talk about a little bit about what WHO is doing, and you can also weave that a little bit to cancer and how WHO is positioning itself to support member states like Kenya, and given the context that we are discussing here today, What can Kenya, Ministry of Health, Digital Health Agency, NCI expect from WHO? Over to you, Cosmas. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Stephen Wanya. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Leonard Cosmas. I work for WHO Kenya Country Office as the focal person for health information and monitoring and evaluation. So within that scope, I also cover aspects to do with the digital health. So it's always lucky to be the last speaker because basically you summarize what the other speakers have alluded to. But then again, just to emphasize what the other speakers have spoken to in terms of WHO's role in terms of promoting global best practices on digital health, but also in the overall health system strengthening. So in the context of digital health and also specifically in the area of cancer registry, WHO has been a key leader in this space, providing a number of needed guidelines and technical assistance, especially to areas that we've had mentioned by the National Cancer Institute, but also by the digital health agencies, some of which includes development of interoperable systems, as well as driving the change agenda on digital transformation, which the digital health agency is providing leadership on. So as WHO, we recognize that besides the normative guidelines that we provide and countries adapt to their context, there's always a need for countries also to have the highest political will to be able to drive this change and this transformation. And that is what we are seeing in the context of Kenya. By way of enacting the Data Protection Act as well as the Digital Health Act, we are seeing a lot of work ongoing in the country in terms of digitization across all the spectrum that our colleague from the digital health agencies has alluded to. And that in a long way aligns with our guidance in terms of promoting digital transformation in the context of health. As compared to the other sectors we've seen previously, health has been lagging behind in terms of adaptation, adoption of digital health. But the pace we are seeing in the context of Kenya is what we as WHO promote and advise countries to do in terms of fast-tracking and accelerating use and adoption of digital health technologies and innovations. Because especially in our context now, where the country and the leadership has committed to universal health coverage, and digital health has been recognized as one of the key enablers to be able to accelerate achievement of universal health coverage. So the efforts that we are seeing in terms of adoption, transformation, and accelerated investments that has also been put in terms of digitization and digital transformation goes a long way in enabling the country to be able to advance way beyond what's needed in terms of digital health transformation. So there are a number of guidelines which has been talked about and which we are promoting as WHO in the context of digitization for cancer registries. Our colleague here has mentioned about the WHO International Classification of Disease for Oncology, that is the ICD-10, but as well as other frameworks that we promote, such as the WHO SMART guidelines, which enable us to be able to encode some of the clinical protocols on cancer registry into computable protocols that can be translated into computer networks for use in terms of translating that information. So other than that, there are a number of digital health interventions which WHO has designed and are promoting for countries to be able to adapt to their context. All these are going a long way in terms of enabling the countries to ensure that they reduce on the fragmentations, but also that they build sustainable digital health innovations. Besides that, we are also promoting the use of ethical use of artificial intelligence in the context of cancer registration, but in the context of digitization in overall. We recognize the power that comes with artificial intelligence in terms of improving the speed, accuracy, as well as going a long way in terms of even improving care for our cancer patients. But then beyond that, we're also promoting the use of telemedicine to expand access to cancer care across the countries, just to be able to reduce also on the urban-rural disparities that we normally see in areas where probably the introduction of digital technologies are not well distributed to cover all parts of the country. So with that, again, one other area that also we promote in terms of digitization is the aspect also to be able to use the data to provide feedback, but also to guide policy decision making, informed policy decision making. We recognize even from this forum that we have a number of stakeholders who are playing different roles and also being custodians of different data components of cancer data. But then again, if we do not be able to bring this up through the health information exchange that our digital health agency is promoting, then still the fragmentation will not be able to allow us to be able to use our data to fully understand the burden of cancer in the country, but also the epidemiology of cancer in the country. So we encourage that in as much as we are introducing platforms to collect data, that all these platforms should be interoperable and should be able to share data across each other, as well as also being able to be, for us as policymakers, to also use this data to understand the disease burden of cancer in terms of informing how do we then put in appropriate health interventions to address these interventions. So Steve, I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Round of applause for Cosmas. All right, so unfortunately we've run out of time, so I don't think we'll be able to field questions and answers, but I just want to summarize this panel and also remind you who your panelists are so that you can find them and have a chat with them. This panel was constituted to discuss about data systems in Kenya, broadly for healthcare, but also specifically for cancer care. The discussants were Dr. Joyce Wamishwe. She's the technical head director at a digital health agency that is trying to solve the whole issue of digital health and data in Kenya. Issues around fragmentation of data systems, issues about proper identification of consumers and subjects of care. That is what Dr. Wamishwe is trying to do. So the call from Dr. Wamishwe is, please do not reinvent systems, number one. Please adapt standards, okay? Please follow guidelines. Go to the Digital Health Agency website. You'll find all the information you need there. If you're providing care, supporting Ministry of Health as a partner, and you're investing in data systems, the first place you go to is the Digital Health Agency, and you'll find all the information you need there to guide you. It doesn't matter which vendor you're working with, but they need to be properly guided, and Kenya's Ministry of Health through the Digital Health Agency has solved that problem. So please help us ensure that we actually do this properly. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing we also heard from Gladys at National Cancer Institute. She's responsible for the data systems there, specifically the National Cancer Registry. We all know by now, if you've been paying attention, the mandate of the National Cancer Institute, and data is fundamental for the NCI to fulfill its mandate and be able to help the government broadly and its partners solve the cancer burden in the country. So if you're investing in supporting Kenya through the NCI or the National Cancer Control Program, that can only be done also when we're able to identify and understand the burden of disease, how well our interventions are working or not, and then address those. So again, you need to speak with Gladys if you're operating within the cancer space, right? We also heard from Michelle. If you're a healthcare worker, frontline provider of healthcare services, specifically in cancer, Michelle works at Kijabe, a hospital that is well known for very good, high-quality care. They've invested in many systems. She has ground experience. Please speak with her. Understand what problems they've encountered, how they'll solve that, and then how could you partner with them, understand the experience, don't make the same mistake again, and let's truly solve this problem at the point of care, all right? Then we heard from Sean. Most of you are partners here, partnering with the Ministry of Health in many areas, whether you're a service delivery partner, you're a data and technology partner. You've heard what Sean shared about his experience at Roche, his recommendations. I hope we all share those. And also with the recent happenings of disruptions in global health, global funding, and global financing mechanisms, we need to support the government a lot. Before, I think the arguments were that, there isn't a central place where government is providing leadership. Now there is. We have a digital health agency, so we don't really have excuses anymore. Let's partner, let's work with the government, let's work with the ministry. The ministry is solving the fundamental problem, which is infrastructure. where, as Dr. Amisho said, you can identify the subject of care, what they received, where they received, who served them. All that is solved. Please don't try and solve that again. We have only one unique ID. Let's use one unique ID. We have terminology service, so we know what to call things. Let's use one registry, okay? And then lastly, we heard from Cosmos from WHO, the global body that sets international standards. There are science-based organizations. Guidelines come out of collection of clinical trials and all that. So it's all very science-based. And Kenya is a member state of WHO. So a lot of what we use comes from WHO as normative guidelines, and then we adapt it. Cosmas mentioned SMART guidelines. I encourage each one of you to look up WHO SMART guidelines. And SMART is S-M-A-R-T, not the SMART you know, another SMART. Please look it up. And Ministry of Health, through the Digital Health Agency, has adapted the SMART guidelines. Please find out what they are, why they're important, why you need to comply with the SMART guidelines. With that said, I want to bring this to a close. Thank you very much. Thank you, NCI. Thank you, Government of Kenya, for giving us this opportunity to speak about this. Obviously, 45 minutes is not enough, but my colleagues are around. Please mark them, find them, talk to them, and let's ensure that we reduce fragmentation of data systems in Kenya. Thank you very much.
I mean, they deserve a better appreciation than that. Thank you very much indeed for that presentation. We'll continue to engage further. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much indeed. And I was there just whispering to one of my friends, and I was telling them that this is one of the most disciplined conferences I have ever moderated. I mean, it is day 2 and the hall is full. I don't know the secret. We need to know the secret. So please, when you see me out there, talk to me and tell me the secret, because this can be shared across other platforms. So the next conversation that is coming up is on access and action. The conversation will revolve around strengthening cancer treatment, survivorship, and palliative care. And because we've been seated for far too long, let us be upstanding so that we can stretch a little bit. And there is a song that people are requesting, that they still want to go to Seattle, all right? They still want to go to Seattle. So DJ, take them to Seattle. Yeah. Let's go Maju. This is how we go Maju. The other side. Where is Seattle, by the way? Where is Seattle? Is it up here? Is it this side? Okay, let's look for it downstairs. No, it is not. It is not there. Look, the other side. It's upstairs. The other side. Let's clap. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Sit down, sit down. Beautiful. We'll continue with looking for Seattle. Thank you. So, without further ado, allow me to welcome the session chair. This is Dr. Angela McLigale. Dr. Angela McLigale is a lecturer at the Kenyatta University School of Medicine and Physician, as well as a medical oncologist. Where is Dr. McLigale? Oh, there she comes. Please, let's put our hands together for Daktari. She has a Master of Medicine in Internal Medicine from University of Nairobi, a Master's in Clinical Oncology from Ulm University in Germany, and a Fellowship Medical Oncologist from the University of Nairobi. She's a member of Kenya Association of Physicians, Kenya Society of Hematology and Oncology, Africa Organization for Research and Training in Cancer, as well as Director of Medical Oncology Fellowship Program, and also Head of Hematology Oncology at the University of Nairobi and Kenyatta National Hospital. He holds Master's degree in Internal Medicine from the University of Nairobi. He completed his fellowship in Medical Oncology at the Royal London Hospital in 1992 and is a Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians of Edinburgh. Thank you very much indeed, Daktari. We also have Dr. Catherine Nyongesa. Where's Catherine Nyongesa? And there she comes. She's a radiation oncologist and director of medical services at Kenyatta National Hospital. She has close to 2 decades of experience in advancing cancer treatment and enhancing patient outcomes across Kenya. Her work focuses on building efficient patient-centered oncology programs, leading multidisciplinary teams, and strengthening regional cancer care capabilities through strategic partnerships and impactful projects. At Kenyatta National Hospital, she leads the Cancer Treatment Center and oversees comprehensive health policy, development, clinical operations, and the design of patient-centered initiatives. We also have Dr. Sitna Ali Mwanzi. Where is Dr. Sitna Ali Mwanzi? And there she comes. She undertook a fellowship in medical oncology at Barts Health NHS Trust in the United Kingdom, attaining a specialist certificate in medical oncology from the Royal College of Physicians and Association of Cancer Physicians in the United Kingdom. She holds Master of Science in Advanced Oncology from Ulm University in Germany, and she obtained her Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery from the University of Nairobi and Master of Medicine in Internal Medicine from the Aga Khan University Hospital here in Nairobi. And also joining the team is Mr. David Musyoka. Mr. David Musyoka, where are you? Mr. David Musyoka is the Executive Director of KEPCHA, and KEPCHA stands for Kenya Palliative Hospices Care Association. Okay, Kenya Palliative Hospices Care Association is joining us on the set. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Ari. And time now for the chair of the session to take over up to 12:45. Then we break for lunch. Asante.
Okay, so good afternoon. As has been mentioned, my name is Angela Makligeo. I have the pleasure and the honor to chair this session with my esteemed colleagues. A very good panel who I know will elucidate for us how to better give cancer treatment as well as palliative services and coordinate our survivorship activities. So they have a very big role coming up. Just to introduce this session, we know that cancer treatment is a very, very important pillar. Most patients are going to arrive to see an oncologist when the cancer requires treatment. Whether it is early or advanced disease, they will need treatment. And we know that treatment takes a big chunk, and probably the entire available resources for cancer services in this country, because we spend very little on prevention, but we spend a very big chunk on treatment. The other very important fact for us all to remember is that we have 5 cancers in Kenya that contribute to 70% of all cancers in this country. Do we know them? Maybe someone can volunteer to tell me the 5, or even 1 or 2, or however many you know. So breast is up there. Which other one? Cervix. Which other one? Prostate. Esophageal. And colon. You guys are good. So these 5 cancers, you know, they are all preventable. They are all screenable. All right? But here we are. They are costing Kenya billions of shillings yearly in treatment. But they're also causing about 70% of the mortalities in this country. So the job of this panel is to tell us how we can strengthen the care for these patients and improve our outcomes. So I'm going to start with Dr. Nyongesa. Because, to provide good treatment, we really first have to start with policy. And our country is really well known to have excellent policies. I think other countries come to Kenya to borrow our policies. So my question to you, Dr. Nyongesa, is what are some of the policy frameworks that we have developed as a country that are here to help us strengthen care, treatment, palliation, as well as survivorship in Kenya? Along with that, if you could discuss on, are there any gaps in these policy frameworks that we can look at as stakeholders? What are the gains with these policy frameworks? Are stakeholders aware of these policies? Or do we each move in our individual directions? How do we pull together if you already have a guiding framework? And if stakeholders are not aware, why? And lastly, then how do we then improve stakeholder engagement in terms of policy development?
It's already good afternoon, and thanks, Angela, for the questions. And before I start, I want to say good afternoon, colleagues, friends, partners who are present. And what a joy to come together today at this NCI Summit. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and what a joy to gather today at this NCI Summit, a space where science, service, and shared vision come together. I also congratulate the NCI and the CEO, Dr. Meli, for bringing up this noble initiative. But before I dive into the questions Angela asked me, I want to say a declaration that speaks to many of us. God is good, and all the time. Thank you. That powerful reminder brings us together, because even in the hardest days of cancer care, even in the complexities of our healthcare system, we hold on to hope, and we press on with purpose. And as someone who has worked both in clinical frontline and in policy, I know too well that behind every statistics is a family, a caregiver, a life in need of dignity, care, and hope. So it is our collective task today to go beyond acknowledgement and towards actionable pathways that ensure that no one is left behind. And I'm looking forward to sharing and hearing from all my panelists so that we learn from it. So on the first question, she asked about the policy framework to enhance access to care. Kenya has made commendable progress in developing foundational policies for cancer care, and the key frameworks include Cancer Prevention and Control Act. In fact, it is the one that bore the National Cancer Institute. We also have the National Cancer Control Strategy, started in 2017 and has been reviewed for the next phase. You've heard today about SHA. Before that, we had NHIF. And this is also a strategic purchasing for oncology drugs and all those cancers that Angela has mentioned today. They are all covered under SHA. We also have palliative care integration guidelines, and Dr. Zippy has been in the forefront in ensuring that they come to light. We also have had decentralization of services through regional cancer centers, and we can name some of them. We have Nakuru, we have Kisumu, we have Mombasa, and obviously we also have national cancer treatment centers, KU, KNH, MTRH, and the private sector. We also do have KEMSA, which supply cancer commodities. Also, as a government, there has been oncology workforce capacity building via scholarships and training. And we have big universities in the country training oncologists. We also have population-based cancer registry across the country to ensure that we capture data that will inform policy. Despite this progress, implementation still remains uneven. Gaps persist in access to radiotherapy, consistent drug availability, survivorship services, and structured referral systems. We must enhance real-time monitoring, resource coordination, and results-based investment. And these have all been echoed by our previous speakers. On awareness, that was the second question, and application of these strategies by providers. So awareness among service providers actually varies. While public tertiary hospitals like Kenyatta and MTRH are generally informed, private and regional facilities, some actually lack clarity on SHA. They are not aware what SHA will cover and what are the limits. And also they are not aware that we have MOH guidelines, and today they have been mentioned. So why is this policy uptake inconsistent? There is communication gaps between our Ministry of Health, the counties, and the private actors. And I'm happy today NCI has brought us together. Before you, maybe as a private healthcare facility, you provide service, but you are not aware that you need to work within this framework. These are the limits. And today we get to understand, and we need more forums like this to enlighten both private sector and public sector on all these commodities and the policies. There is also lack of structured enforcement mechanisms or incentives. We also do have procurement and funding delays, which happens, and there is inadequate continuing professional education tied to policy updates. So when we hear of DHA, people need to understand what is this SHA, what does it entail? So this can be done through continuous CMEs. There have been efforts, but we still need to strengthen this so that we have a policy to private pathway through regular stakeholder forums and provider sensitization. The third question was on role of stakeholders in shaping policy and advocacy. So to build patient-centered cancer system, we must shift from passive consultation to active co-creation. And the steps that we recommend include forming a national oncology stakeholder platform with multi-sectoral representation like this NCI. We also need to leverage on what has come out of this summit to generate actionable, trackable commitments. We need to integrate patient feedback into policy and budgeting cycles. As you heard today, patients raised questions about the SHA, so we listen to them, but then we incorporate into actionable commitment. We also need to include maybe oncologists. You've seen many great minds coming forefront. So as oncologists, we need to be very proactive in supporting the government in SHA implementation, and also make ourselves available to support KEMSA in decision panels so that our patients are not left behind. We also need to promote county-level operationalization of the National Cancer Strategy. We also link the cancer registry and cohort data. We have a lot of research that is happening in our training institutions, and probably those can be used to inform policy. Together we can build an equitable, proactive, and resilient oncology framework for Kenya. And as I close, our cancer burden is growing, as we see from the cancer statistics. And let us move from fragmented response to unified action, anchored in partnerships, informed by evidence, and driven by needs of patients and survivors across Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyongesa. You can hear me? Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Nyongesa. That was very well put together, and we'll summarize that at the end. So the next set of questions go to Professor Binya. So we know that policies are all very good, and we've agreed that we do have those in place, but they have to be operationalized. And Prof has one of the longest histories of working in public and in private facilities where these policies have to be operationalized so that they translate eventually to direct patient care. So I think both at Aga Khan, the Nairobi Hospital, Kenyatta National Hospital, and I think if he wanted, he would have gone to KUT with many R's and H. So Prof, what are some of the strategies in terms of operationalizing these policy guidelines that you can share with us that we are doing currently to strengthen cancer treatment as well as survivorship and palliative services? We still have facilities that are fragmented, as Dr. Nyongesa has said, probably fewer that are comprehensive, yet the policy actually supports the full continuum. So where are we losing the script in terms of turning these good plans into an operational system? So that's the first question. The second one is that Kenya has many cancer centers. I think Dr. Mwai mentioned that more or less everybody is opening a cancer facility, all right? So how can these cancer centers in Kenya work together, all right, to be able to operationalize the policies and thereby improve cancer treatment in this country? If I have my small facility somewhere just giving chemotherapy, then what happens to my patient who requires surgery? What happens to the one who requires radiotherapy? So how do we then coordinate so that we still provide access, but it is quality, it is timely, and it is comprehensive? So Prof, welcome.
Is it good morning or good afternoon, participants? I want to thank the session chair for giving me this opportunity to ponder some of the questions that she has asked, and also thank the NCI for putting together this, this meeting. I'm not one of those guys who are very conversant with the corridors of the administrative structures, so some of those questions like policy and the rest may not be very clear to me in terms of answering them. But we are talking about cancer, and when we are talking about cancer, we are talking about the people who are afflicted, and the people who take care of them, and then the people who can be, who are waiting without knowing to be afflicted. But this session, I think we are going to deal with those who are afflicted. The reason why a patient comes to see a health care worker when they're afflicted is just one, they want to get well. They want to get rid of the affliction, simple. But we know in cancer, yes, it's possible to get rid of that affliction. And a lot of that takes place in our country and elsewhere. I know there are people who don't believe that cancer can be treated in Kenya and cured, that it can only be treated in India and elsewhere. I want to say they are wrong. And now if you went to the registries, and Anne Korir is sitting behind there, she is the mother of registry, you will take care of those who are afflicted, and of course in prevention also. And in this country, we have put in place really a lot of structures for training of cancer specialists. We have a fellowship program in medical oncology, which we started in 2018 at the University of Nairobi, which graduated people like Madam Chair of the session that I have to my right. Then we embarked on a gynae oncology fellowship program together with a gynecologist, and that is running. And after that, we actually embarked on the radiation oncology training program to make sure that we have enough personnel in this country to treat people treat those who are afflicted in this country and abroad. And here, when you say we did, I must thank and recognize the contribution of my then boss, Professor Isaac Kibwage, who was the principal of the College of Health Sciences. Had it not been for him, that we worked hand in hand with him to organize these trainings, these things would never have taken place, because you need people above you who understand what you are trying to do, and otherwise doing it alone does not work. So you stand on the shoulders of, is it giants? You don't stand on the shoulders of dwarfs. So in the area of training, we have made a lot of progress, if I can answer, but we have bottlenecks. The funders of this training are not coming forth to help with the scholarships, to help with paying of fees, and starting off with a medical oncology fellowship, which is a 2-year program that you do after you have finished your internal medicine. People find this a little longish, that first of all, I'm called a consultant physician, and now I am going for training. Madam Sitna here and the rest of our team, when I pushed her out to go to the United Kingdom to train, after she finished her her internal medicine, you feel this is taking too long. So people tend to shy away. And this is costing us personnel. And then we now have our radiation oncology, which is running. But again, I know there are bottlenecks with the funding. People are not funding their fees. And this is worrying us. During our days, you got, I personally was a scholarship of the WHO and the Minister of Health of the Republic of Kenya. Now today, I don't know whether that arrangement still exists, but I know that there are people who come to my office agonizing that, we have joined the radiation oncology program, but we don't have fees. What are you going to do about it? And in fact, lots of our partners from pharma know that I've approached them. And in fact, for our medical oncology, it is the pharma personnel who are funding for us their training. Even for radiation oncology, we have talked to some pharma, and pharma people know that we approach them to help. Again, this is something that we have actually put on the foot of the other Ministry of Health, that they should help us fund some of this training. So then we have the infrastructure we are building, and Kenya has made strides in the cancer infrastructure. Actually, if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, one doesn't want to throw stones at their neighbors. So I'm not going to do that. But in sub-Saharan Africa, we have made strides in this country. I must say we made strides out of some accidents which I don't want to delve into, because sometimes, you know, if you have people who are above there who can hold the stick and move a program forward, then they move it. Now, so we have these centers coming up. Angela was talking about them. These are issues that sometimes go beyond what one can say, but we need people to be treated not too far away from where they live. And so it is nice to have centers, but for heaven's sake, let them be centers that are properly organized, that are properly funded, that are properly also equipped. Otherwise, it becomes a problem. Now, there are two enemies of cancer. That is A, poverty, and B, hygiene. Now, if I take one of the most sensitive cancers that require very intensive treatment, and I look at the treatment in the United Kingdom and the treatment in Kenya, the treatment using the same drug, same everything in the United Kingdom comes out neat. The one in Kenya comes down rather rugged. The hygiene. The hygiene that we have, poor hygiene we have in our country. I think we must address these things. Even if you are treating people in squalor, they will not get better as long as that squalor exists. So these are things that go beyond the medical personnel. Policy people need to take care of that. And I think I don't want to talk too much on this. I hope I answered your questions, but I didn't want to follow them one by one because I would get lost. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. So thank you, Prof, for that very detailed response. And now we move on to Sitna. So again, the average oncologist in Kenya, as I said, is involved highly in the treatment of patients as opposed to other aspects of the cancer care continuum. And when I just sort of did a small survey around what oncologists do daily, they see between 5 to 30 patients per day. In the public sector, the numbers are a lot more. And patients are not always happy at the facility. And Dr. Sitna, you run and lead one of the largest and oldest centers that offer cancer services in this country at the Kenyatta National Hospital. So what are some of the patient-level strategies that you have instituted as a leader to try and improve patient satisfaction and improve quality of care, treatment, survivorship, and palliation? Thank you. I'll give you just 5 minutes.
Thank you. I accept the 5 minutes, even though everyone else spoke for 10 minutes. So I'd like to thank NCI for this opportunity, and I think a shout out to all the patients in the room. I was sitting next to some of my patients, so it's good that you're here in this forum as well. One of the things about cancer is that it does not take a linear treatment plan. Many times people equate cancer to HIV, and it's difficult to draw parallels because if you take a breast cancer patient, they will need multiple doctors. They will initially need a radiologist, then a pathologist, then depending on who they meet, they might meet a surgeon, a medical oncologist, and a radiation oncologist. So they require multiple treatments to complete, multiple personnel. So one of the things that we have instituted to help patients is to have multidisciplinary teams. So in our center, we have divided our treatments based on the site. So we have specific clinics for breast cancer, specific clinics for the different cancer types, so that patients are aligned to where they need to go. And then we have multidisciplinary tumor boards where we discuss patients so that the treatment plan for each individual patient is decided at the beginning. And then in addition, we have a patient navigation program that really works with the patient from the time they have a cancer diagnosis to ensure that they navigate this complex system and the complex, hospital, so that they do not miss out on a treatment. For example, if the patient has finished chemotherapy and they need surgery, we make sure that the patient is navigated to the next person who needs the care. The other thing that we've managed to do is integrate palliative care within our space. So if a patient requires palliative care service, they don't need to go to another part of the hospital. It's integrated in our center. We've also integrated a social worker in our unit and the nutritionist in the unit. So whatever social support the patient needs, they are all under one roof, which really helps them to navigate their care. I think the other thing that we are trying to do is to not develop new guidelines, but to tailor the guidelines to what is available for us in the institution. We might want to have everything, but it might not be possible, but patients still require care. So we tailor the guidelines so that they fit into what is available for us. I think that's what I would say. So working with multidisciplinary teams, integrated care with other services such as social work, nutrition, and then patient navigation is a very big part of what we do in terms of enabling patients receive the care that they need in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thanks. Sitna, that was quick. You still have 1 more minute.
I can continue and on and on. So I think one of the challenges that our patients face are sometimes not within the institution, and that's the whole reason why we have regional cancer centers. But patients still want to come to Kenyatta National Hospital. So if someone requires radiotherapy for 6 to 7 weeks, then other factors affect their care that are outside the hospital, things like accommodation from the time. So if you have a patient coming from Bungoma, for example, and they want to get care in our hospital, that means they need to be able to stay somewhere. So accommodation is outside our remit, but we try and help them through the social worker program to find, affordable accommodation near the setting. So sometimes we focus on the medicine part of it, but the things that can make patient dissatisfied are the other things, like where do they stay when they're getting treatment, what will they eat when they are getting treatment, and how will they get to treatment? So transport back and forth. And one of the reasons why patients don't complete care is many times you call them and they'll say, I don't have fare to come for treatment. So these things are outside the hospital system, but they are things that cause patient dissatisfaction because we are not able to resolve those issues for them.
So thank you so much for really those excellent responses. And I just want to add that, many times when I'm seeing patients privately, they tell me that, we know very well that public hospitals actually have the best medicines and the best doctors. And I'm really impressed with what Kenyatta is doing in terms of integrating all their services under one roof and being able to be that facility that patients want to go to, even when they come down from my village, and they could easily get care somewhere nearby. So finally to David, so we know that palliative care is really part and parcel of the cancer journey, right from diagnosis to end of life. And as oncologists, many times we tend to fragment the two services, treatment as well as palliative care. And I'm glad KNH is not doing that. So we know that KEPHA has done well in strengthening palliative and hospice care in Kenya. Maybe you can just enlighten us on some of the gaps that still exist and really how to address them, even at our individual facility level.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to acknowledge and appreciate the opportunity for KEPCA or for myself to be part of this panel. Thank you, Dr. Meli. And this has happened because, referring to Professor Abinya, that sometimes we stand on the shoulders of giants, and the giants are right here, the providers of palliative care, the patients and champions who have been resilient to this journey. And how I came here is because they have voiced, or else they have raised their voices and we appealed, and so I'm here. Thank you for this opportunity. And referring to, answering the question around palliative care, our MC tried to mention KEPCA and its full name nicely. Allow me to correct. It's Kenya Hospices and Palliative Care Association. We are the umbrella body that coordinates palliative care in the country. But our work, or the work, is done by the palliative care providers, who are the hospices, and palliative care centers or units within hospitals. And Dr. Setna has said it very well, the model that is happening in Kenyatta, in terms of integration of palliative care, is the move, or is the advocacy move that we are doing, aligned to the national policy that stands. The 2021-2030 National Palliative Care Policy spells out the importance of integrated palliative care. Again, not one individual is able to provide this comprehensive service. And so wherever we are and where we're providing oncology care or care for cancer patients, let's always remember it's a team effort. And so we need three key things in provision of palliative care. One is an enabling environment, and the policy environment as a country is already in good shape in terms of documentation, in terms of guidelines, in terms of strategies. We are not starting from scratch. But then the thing is, on the ground, mambo kwa ground sometimes is not as is on book. So how do we, the call is for us to implement the policies and the guidelines as stated. The second thing is an empowered workforce. You cannot provide care and support without knowledge and without the right attitudes. And so we find healthcare professionals who have been trained, but sometimes the gap and the challenge exists where they are not placed rightly, and where they are placed rightly, they are not supported. And then it becomes a huge gap in terms of service provision. As we do support supervision in different centers in our country, sometimes it's very worrying that someone who has done higher diploma in palliative care, sometimes degree in palliative care, and even advanced in education, are placed in places where they are not able to practice what they learned. Becomes a huge gap in terms of service provision. The other thing that we require, the third pillar, is essential palliative care medicines and essential equipment. And top on our list is a medicine that we continue to fight for its access. That is morphine for the management of chronic pain. Just recently, we've had stockouts, beginning of the year, and we keep talking to different players in the field for provision of this kind of medicine and to have a lasting solution. I think that needs to be prioritized. I'm glad that as we speak, KEMSA is prioritizing the provision of oral morphine for pain management for a long-term solution. But as we talk about these things, there is the whole aspect around financing. So discussions with SHA and insurance companies for support in terms of financing and financial resources is also part of this discussion. So thank you for that opportunity, and the conversation continues.
So I'll ask my panelists to remain where they are and invite Dr. Sitna to give a brief talk.
Good afternoon, everyone, once more. Good afternoon. Hey, we can't keep this long or short. Standing between you and lunch. I don't know if the presentation is coming on. Great. So as part of our talk on access to treatments, we have a short presentation on breast cancer. And this is basically a talk meant to highlight the progress that has been made by science in changing the landscape for patients with breast cancer. And this is the story of antibody drug conjugates. These are my disclosures. and this just says I represent myself here. And I think at the end of the presentation, there are many patients who are in the room who have HER2 positive breast cancer, so this talk is dedicated to you. What we know is that HER2-directed therapies have increased survival in patients with HER2 positive breast cancer, and that antibody drug conjugates continue to improve this survival in the second and later lines of treatment. We are still awaiting data for first line and early disease settings, but we need to know that these drugs have associated side effects that might be different from what we are normally used to. So this is not an unfamiliar scenario for many of the doctors here. This was one of our patients diagnosed 10 years ago with HER2 positive breast cancer. She had upfront surgery, which was showing a heavy nodal disease. She had adjuvant treatment and adjuvant radiotherapy. But as is very common with patients with HER2 positive disease, she had a recurrence 5 years later. And this is kind of what her PET scan looked like, a lot of disease in the liver. She presented with right upper quadrant pain, and the biopsy confirmed recurrence of her disease. And her journey is long. She's still alive 5 years after that diagnosis of metastatic disease. And that's because of a lot of the science that has gone on in terms of improving survival for these patients. She had first-line therapy as per guidelines. 2 years later, had brain metastasis, as is common with patients with HER2 positive disease, and then had second-line therapy based on the Emilia study, and then currently on a TKI chemotherapy and trastuzumab based on the HER2 climb. So the reason to show this is that these patients are not few. Breast cancer, as we've heard over and over again today, is the most commonly diagnosed cancer. A quarter of these patients will be like my patient, so a huge number of patients. They will be young like my patient, and so their disease will be a large contributor to morbidity and mortality, and it will be also a big burden on their economic status because access to HER2-directed therapies remains a challenge for us. So the HER2-directed therapy, we use multiple ways of trying to block this receptor in order to improve outcome for patients. We've had the initial drug, trastuzumab and pertuzumab, and then now we are entering the era of antibody drug conjugates like TDM1. And the reason for this slide is just to show that the scientists are not sleeping. For 40 years plus, there's been a lot of progress that's been made in this particular space, and there are multiple studies that have been done. The new kid on the block, the antibody drug conjugates, are basically a combination of chemotherapy with a monoclonal antibody. So we are basically directing the chemotherapy into the cell, so it's very much a targeted therapy. And has a very different mechanism of action to our standard chemotherapy, which means that we tend to get better outcomes with these molecules. The current two that are approved for breast cancer are TDM1 and trastuzumab deruxtecan, and those are some of the differences that are there that also attribute to the different outcomes we see in the clinical trials. The evidence for this came from this study called the Destiny Breast 01, which was basically a phase 2 study that was trying to show us whether the drug is beneficial or not. And really, it showed that there was a significant improvement in patients with metastatic disease. And because of this study, there's been multiple studies. So what happens with these treatments, what you need to know is that the patients are there and the studies are there and they occur in a specific fashion. We start with the patients who are heavily treated in the third line, then we move to the second line, then we move to the first line, and then we move to the early disease. And so these are all the studies that are happening with this particular molecule called trastuzumab deruxtecan. And once you test the drug in the third line setting, you need to test it with what is the standard of care, and at that time the standard of care was lapatinib and capecitabine, and you're trying to prove that the trastuzumab deruxtecan is better. And basically this was a very important study showing us that this molecule will be very effective for patients with HER2 positive breast cancer with a marked improvement in progression-free survival. And then, so this means now we can test it in the second line, and this is the Destiny 03 that compared what was the standard second line trastuzumab emtansine with deruxtecan, and again, a massive improvement, almost double the progression-free survival, which has been sustained over time, and also leading to an improvement in the overall survival for patients. But what we need to bear in mind is that they have significant side effects, some that are chemotherapy related, such as neutropenia. So we really need to look out for that when we're managing patients. And in addition to that, nausea is a big problem, and patients require multiple treatments to treat the nausea that is related to this drug. Of significance is issues of lung pneumonitis, which is the numbers look small, but it's a significant problem for patients. So we really need to look out for it, because it can lead to death if not diagnosed early. And sometimes it's picked up on just imaging. That's a CT scan for a patient who'd taken the medicine, and once the treatment was stopped, there was a resolution of that. And what's happening now is the multiple guidelines coming out in how to manage this side effects, which includes working with other people like pulmonologists and infectious disease. So just to summarize, there's a lot of progress that's being made in breast cancer, specifically HER2 positive breast cancer. And this is one of the areas we need to look at in terms of access to therapy. I think is Brian here? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Brian Obiero. I'm the medical science liaison for oncology at AstraZeneca. So we'll briefly just look at one of the programs that we are rolling out to support patients really on this newer antibody drug conjugate. So the program is known as the CT for HER. So for the HER here stands for the HER2 positive disease. So TDXD, as has been seen, has a unique side effect. So one of the key things you'd be worried about as a clinician, you'll give clinical benefit, but there's a risk of ILD and pneumonitis. So to be able to prevent that and to monitor the disease, it's important that patients get access to high-resolution CT scans every 3 to 4 infusions. So one of the things we are rolling out is for these patients who will be put on TDXD, irrespective of whether it's for breast cancer, non-small cell lung cancer, gastric cancer across, then these patients will actually qualify for treatment and getting access to this complementary high-resolution CT scan. So AstraZeneca will be funding the program, and the program will be implemented by ELARA. And the other benefit of running this program, in the earlier sessions, there was quite a bit of questions on data. So a lot of clinical trials have been done on this drug, but in the real-world evidence, this will also give us an insight into the real-world evidence. So patients who have been treated locally, put on TDXD, what is the experience? Are they having the same risks for ILD and pneumonitis? After a year of treatment, you can see whether this will be good, something that is quantifiable and something that can now be published, and will also aid to adding on to the incidences of publishing local data. So I'll just give Dr. Nyabero here, who will be the implementing partners for us, just a chance to speak about it.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Lucas Nyabero, and I am a clinical pharmacist and very interested in genomics. Now, I am also the CEO of ELARA Health Innovations, not to be confused with ELARA with an I, it's ELARA with an E. I hope I signed that right. So what we're going to, couple facts. Africa has got 20% of the population in the world. However, the clinical studies, clinical trials, they're 2.5% in Africa. Furthermore, less than 1% of African-specific data on some of these things that we do. So that's why we were joining up. That's why I think this is one of those things that you applaud AstraZeneca for doing this. We will be monitoring patients. Every week we call them, and as we call them, opportunities to try and help the patient start with the treatment, or even send them to the hospital if you need to do that. So it's a very innovative collaboration that we are doing with AstraZeneca, and we hope that that will give us enough data and to close that gap of not having Africa-specific data. The other one thing is Africa is the most diverse. Africans are the most diverse people, yet we have the least amount of data that shows what our diversity means. Think about that.
Okay, so allow me to quickly close the session, just 30 seconds. I think from my panelists, the take-homes are really to engage more, not just annually or every 2 years, increase awareness around decentralized services for treatment, be able to track our progress in outcomes, train more, integrate our services more, and of course work with multidisciplinary teams. And to my panelists, thank you very much. You've all been very engaging, and I want to just leave you with one thing. A patient that was diagnosed in 2013 with breast cancer texted me when I put this poster that I have been attended by all of you at least at one point in my life from 2013 to date. I appreciate all of you. Your collaboration is superb. Keep it up.
Thank you so much. Let's give them another round of applause. And as they receive their gift bags, we would like also to have the rapporteurs for us for this summit. There are about 14. Kindly come to the stage so that you can get your gift bags as well, as the others are going to see it. This is Dr. Diana Njuguna, Henry Momanyi, Dr. Jacob Cheruyot, Dr. Caroline Wanjiro, Nasteha Mohammed, Mariano Tieno, Dr. Bonnie Maxime Ale, Beatrice Onyando, Nathan Okerosi, Maureen Mwendia Rogoro, Dennis James, Gladys Mukosi, Sarah Barasa, Mabuko Olum, and Reagan Methu. They're actually 15. So please make sure you get your gift packs. And as they're getting their gift packs, we also want to give you a bit of direction before we go for lunch on what we will do in the afternoon for the breakout sessions and where you can be. So there's room 1 and there's room 2. If you have the program, there's just a slight change. What is indicated as room 2 is now room 1. And what has been indicated as room 2 is now room 1 is now room 2 is room 1. And that is within this plenary hall. It will be separated into 2, so we'll have room 2 becomes room 1 becomes room 2. And then we have room 24, room 22, room 23. Those are on the second floor. Okay? So after lunch, please feel free to go straight to those rooms.
Right, and as the participants continue to receive their goodie bags for a job well done, I also want to alert you that we are breaking for lunch in the next couple of minutes. And lunch will be served on 2 levels. We have the first floor and the second floor. Third, yes. So the first floor is for the speakers and
panelists.
Not advertisers.
Panelists.
Yes, panelists. I almost said advertisers.
And partners.
Yes, and partners, yes. So panelists, partners, and NCI Kenya officials, your lunch will be served from the first floor. Then the rest of us, we're going to enjoy our lunch on the third floor. The food is the same. The plates are the same. The venue is the same. The only thing that will change is the room, all right? So the rest of us, we require a lot of space. Then the others, because they're not as many as we are, we're just going to need a little bit of space. So allow them to have their lunch on the first floor, then the rest of us, we can go up on the third floor. Something else. Guess who we have in the house this afternoon? We got the king of condoms. Please stand. Just come over here. How often do you meet king of condoms? Just come, actually. Just come. Just come. Standing next to me is the king of condoms. All right? Yes. And there is a queen, by the way. Is she your wife?
No.
No, okay, yeah. No, there is a queen of condoms. Where is the queen?
She's coming. She's joining us.
She had better come.
Yeah, she's on an international call.
She's on an international, discussing condoms?
Yes, discussing.
Yeah, discussing.
A shortage of condoms.
Oh, there is a shortage of condoms, but they were actually telling me that in the coming months, we may not need condoms, eh? So he's going to give us something about condoms that we didn't know and how he ended up being crowned the king of condom, whether it was based on usage or what. Please help us understand.
Okay, before you go, let me show you something. Yes. This is a very good sweet. Share and then you share with your friend.
Share?
Yeah. But in sex, we do that without condom. Thank you very much. My name is Stanley Ngara. My name is Stanley Ngara, the African King of Condom. I have done this work for the last 30 years in campaigning on safer sex. And I was given 10 minutes only, 5 minutes by my friend, 5 minutes. And I just want to ask 2 questions. Number 1, how old is HIV in our country? I'll give you a present, not a sweet. How old is HIV in our country? Before I do that, yes? 41. Kuja hapa. Thank you very much. Mpigie makofi, mpigie makofi. Where is that box of condom? Nitampatia some condoms. Nilete your condom and a test kit. Mpigie makofi. 41 years old. How old are you? 41. This girl is 41. Simama hapa juu. Come hapa. This young girl and HIV are age mates. Yes. Mpige makofi. Do you have a panty?
Yes.
Can you show us?
No.
Can you imagine a small child, ukimwambia, do you have a panty? We'll show you. Is it true? Those old days, we stigmatized, we buried people with nylon papers because we didn't know the truth. Today, 40 years, we know the truth. You win yourself a self-test kit for yourself. Do you have a boyfriend? How many? This HIV infection in Thailand is low. Africa, people come for animals. But HIV is? Why? How many people had sex yesterday? Oh, close your eyes like this. Now, I want to demonstrate what is happening in Africa. This is Mzee Juma, married to a very beautiful wife. But this man have just decided to have one beautiful girl, very young girl, this beautiful girl as a side chick. And I want you to see yourself somewhere with your side chick, with your wife, and they are married. This girl knows the wife, but the wife doesn't know the side chick. And they are good. This girl is not using condom with this old man, and this man is providing everything, school fees, pocket money, paying the rent, everything. And they create gap here. African women are very good. They get saved when they get trouble in the house. Praise the Lord. And they get a very good pastors. We have pastors who eat their goats. Praise the Lord. The pastor gets in the line. And before that, and this young man have the official boyfriend, age mate. This is the official boyfriend known in the family. How many people are having sex? And this official boyfriend is having relationship with Mama Boga, very tough lady. He's here. As a Ben 10. And the pastor is having with the chair lady of women. The chair lady is having with the bank manager. And the bank manager went for massage para, enjoyed sex there. And this one with the landlord. The Mama Boga with the chief. The chief with the neighbor's house girl. The neighbor house girl with the police officer. This is what is messing Africa. We have multiple sexual partners. Now we have changed. Now I have another present. How many ways do we have of getting HIV? 1? Yes? Sex intercourse between man and woman. You are wrong. Okay, correct? Infected. You don't want a gift? Okay, take to your neighbor. I know you're not. Some condom for your neighbor. By the way, you should carry condom for your neighbors. If you are caught, unasema ni for your neighbor. Are you married? With a test kit. And this one is very good. It's oral test. You can test your husband when he's sleeping, when he opens his mouth like this. Now, now, we have changed. We have sex, men. We have blood. We have mother to child. How many types of sex do we have? Types of sex, not styles. No, the problem, I'm not talking about style. Styles, I know 365. Types of sex. Yes? Yes, sir? No, types of sex. Now, the problem with teaching doctors, you know me, I'm not a doctor. Types of sex? Oral, thank you very much. Do you want a present, Daktari? Oral sex, another one? No, yes, you know. Everybody, can you say again? No, another one? Vagina, penis to vagina. No, I'm very happy with our director in cancer for inviting me. Because now we have 2 things that are disturbing men. Thank you, Daktari. We have oral sex. Because of the HPV that give what? Cervical cancer. When we go for oral sex, men are getting what we call throat cancer. Because the same virus will come and stuck here. The other thing is about, and Daktari, please help us. There's this rumor, men fear prostate cancer. Men, can you say, hey, in the next men conference, February, we'll discuss that. And the rumor is, the more you have sex, that you need to have 21 sex activities per month to overcome what? Breast? So men are very busy. 21 times a month. Can you imagine? To avoid what? And they use what? This channel. They get HIV through that. Now, this is my own innovation. Please, camera, don't take, because my children know I work with Farmer's Choice. They don't know I'm I don't work with condom. Listen, for oral sex, we're encouraging women, if you must do bro job, oral sex, we need Africa to talk the truth. 70% of all new HIV infections are in Africa, and we are not talking about it. Me, I decided to talk the truth. Cut condom like this for oral sex, if you must do it. This was supposed to be done by the Queen. She's so unfortunate she have the international call. This is inside, this is outside. For men, roll, let the lady roll down like this to avoid. We also have gonorrhea of the throat. To avoid this, put it like this. Roll down. Like that. Save your throat. Don't get cancer. We need to do this campaign together. Thank you very much. My name is Stanley Ngara. I do a lot of HIV sensitization. You can call me in any college, anytime, and I'm there. Together we can make a difference. Can we all say that? Together we can make a difference. 1, 2, 3.
Together we can make a difference.
Now, are we empowered? So say power.
Power.
Hands up. Power.
Power.
Freedom.
Freedom.
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
Kingdom. Condom. Can we say that? Now, 1, 2, 3. Power. Let me see everybody. Power. Freedom. Wisdom. Kingdom. Condom. So that's it. Power. Oh, yes. Power is up. Power. Condom. Nobody have missed condom. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are doing HIV testing outside, and we have some self-testing kit. Thank you very much. Visit our stand outside.
Wow. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for the king of condoms in Africa. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to get the queen so that we can also get to go through her experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I think with that, we don't need to add anything. Do you agree with us? We need to go for lunch. I mean, that was heavy. That was really heavy. So, what do you want to say?
Enjoy your lunch.
So please, let's proceed for lunch, and then we proceed for our specific breakout sessions, and then we'll continue from there. Have yourself a wonderful lunch. Good afternoon.
In terms of talking about the fragmentation that we have within our healthcare system in terms of how patients access care, it is important for us to dismantle those barriers in the cancer care ecosystem.
Cancer is the third highest cause of death in Kenya.
The Ministry of Health has identified 5 cancers as being responsible for over half of the cancers reported in the country annually.
1 in every 2 Kenyans diagnosed with any type of cancer succumbs to the disease in the same year of diagnosis. This means that less than 50% of cancer patients get fully treated. The Ministry of Health says the main cause for this is late diagnosis.
the National Cancer Institute of Kenya, led by its chairman Timothy Olweni, is calling for stronger collaboration between national and county governments, researchers and the public to drive a more effective fight against cancer.
In terms of talking about the fragmentation that we have within.
Now, the National Cancer Institute of Kenya, led by its chairman Timothy Olweni, is calling for stronger collaboration between national and county governments, researchers and the public to drive a more effective fight against cancer.
In terms of talking about the fragmentation that we have within our healthcare system in terms of how patients access care, it is important for us to dismantle those barriers in the cancer care ecosystem.
Cancer is the third highest cause of death in Kenya.
The Ministry of Health has identified 5 cancers as being responsible for over half of the cancers reported in the country annually.
1 in every 2 Kenyans diagnosed with any type of cancer succumbs to the disease in the same year of diagnosis. This means that less than 50% of cancer patients get fully treated. The Ministry of Health says the main cause for this is late diagnosis.
A third of cancers are actually caused by infections. And if we treat these infections very well, then we will prevent cancer.
We cannot treat cancer comprehensively if we are struggling to treat malaria, diarrhea, diabetes, hypertension. We definitely must make sure that our diagnostics are at the best at all levels.
Treatment is curative and manageable when cancer is caught early, and also the cost of treatment is not as high. For me, one thing I urge my people is let's go for screening when screening is called upon. Let's engage and have a conversation with all the stakeholders in the cancer space.
There is a lot of stigma in the society. We as the cancer survivors, we stand in the gap so that for those who are on with the treatment, when they see us, they really come out clearly to say that if Mercy has survived for the 20 years, I can also walk the journey.
National Cancer Institute of Kenya was established and its mandate is cancer prevention and control. Cancer, we recognize that it can be treated with curable intention. Cancer can be prevented. Ministry of Health, by establishing National Cancer Institute and charged it with a mandate of, among many other functions, is prevention of cancer.
Tuko na chanjo kwa wasichana wetu wa miaka 9 mpaka miaka 15 kuzuia hawa kwa ugonjwa wa saratani. Ile HPV vaccine that is going to assist our girls in matters to do with cervical cancer. We have enough vaccines in Kenya to make sure that all our girls aged between the ages of 9 and 15 can be given those vaccines so that we can protect them from cervical cancer that is destroying and killing many girls and many women in the Republic of Kenya.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to launch our Cervical Cancer Awareness Month and the HPV screening.
Ladies and gentlemen, wapi makofi tafadhali. Wapi makofi. Oh yes, indeed.
So we aspire and we intend through National Cancer Institute of Kenya to prevent cancer where possible. Where not, then we are called upon to advise on screening. We are screening people who potentially are not sick, and they could be having indolent disease, they could be having subclinical disease that if we screen early, we may diagnose before it presents with symptoms. And if we do that, then definitely that means we can diagnose early and even treat with minimally invasive interventions, whether it is surgery, that then we can preserve organs with less morbidity or less toxicity in the event that we have to patients with either chemotherapy or radiotherapy. National Cancer Institute of Kenya assists in technical advice in establishment of cancer diagnostic and treatment centers. We will come to your facility, whether at the county level or at the national level, and provide technical assistance to ensure that whatever center is being established, one, it is going to guarantee quality care. It is going to guarantee the right diagnosis and the right treatment. More often than not, we have lost the battle of treating cancer with curative intention if we don't get it right from diagnosis.
KUTRH is a highly specialized level 6 referral hospital, and our flagship project is oncology, cancer care.
I have mentioned again and again that we have so many mushrooming cancer centers across the country. And one of our roles is to provide standards and quality. We shall help you from a government perspective to make sure that when you go to a center, truly they have capacity across the continuum of care so that you do not get the wrong surgery for the wrong diagnosis. We have different modalities for diagnosing cancer. It could either be through laboratory diagnosis, through histopathology evaluation, or it could be imaging and radiology through CT scans and other modalities, including the most advanced one that we have within the country, PET CT scans, and many other that our country has enabled to be available in this country and even into the county governments to improve diagnosis of cancer. We are here from the Ministry of Health under the leadership of our Cabinet Secretary to increase the capacity for our county governments in provision of cancer care across the entire continuum of care. And we are happy that today we are here at Samburu County Referral Hospital for this very important activity where we have launched a cancer treatment center here. And it is not just about the launch, it is actually beginning with actual treatment. Today we have been able to treat 4 patients who have received treatment, and we've all witnessed, with prostate cancer and other different types of cancers on day 1.
We are here at the Lodwar County Referral Hospital to launch a clinic or a center for the treatment and diagnosis of cancer cases here in Turkana County.
Part of our initiatives towards reducing the burden of cancer in our country is to increase access to treatment and diagnosis and treatment of cancer for our patients. We are happy that the patients will not have to travel very far, they will not have to incur the cost, and they will get treatment right here close home, and by evening they should go back home. We are happy we are making commitment. While our first patients today
have actually received treatment here. So we did not come with promises that we will come and set up a center, but we have come walking the talk, and this is because of the able leadership in the ministry and the institute to make sure when we visit, we shall leave a mark.
Kenyans can now access cancer treatment services at a much cheaper cost after Kenyatta University Teaching, Research and Referral Hospital received a cancer treatment machine. The machine will facilitate painless, non-invasive procedures on prostate, liver, lung, breast and brain cancers, among others.
This event is therefore a true milestone in our national healthcare journey because we are here to launch a center which represents the convergence of high standards of treatment, state-of-the-art technology, affordability, and effectiveness in cancer treatment. Kenyatta University Teaching, Research, and Referral Hospital will deploy an advanced robotic radiation treatment machine known as the CyberKnife, which introduces revolutionary capabilities and enhanced efficacy in cancer treatment by locating, tracking, and accessing tumors that are ordinarily difficult to reach with precision. Again, I agree. Now we will move to CyberKnife precision. The technology is therefore able to administer more radiation with great precision, meaning that fewer sessions, maybe 4 to 5 only, instead of 20 to 30, are required, with each session lasting only between 5 and 15 minutes. This will significantly improve treatment outcomes and be able to deliver these services better, affordably, and much more effectively. Cumulatively, these advantages lead to shorter recovery period, minimal side effects, and better overall outcomes. The government therefore intends to sustain its investment and support for highly advanced diagnostic and treatment equipment to actualize the highest standard of treatment and care for all people. The CyberKnife technology at this hospital is the second in our continent, the only other being in Egypt. This propels Kenya to the frontier of advanced medical technologies and catalyzes our strategy to quickly emerge as an advanced regional and international medical hub. Its location is in a public hospital sends a strong signal to all Kenyans that it is no longer necessary to travel far away for advanced treatment that are now available, accessible, and affordable in our public hospitals.
What we've done as government is that we have cascaded the issue of early testing to the county level. And that earlier testing from the county level will involve centers that we've developed. At the moment, we've developed around 4 cancer centers, regional centers.
We therefore encourage Kenyans to utilize our diagnostic and treatment services within the country. There isn't much need to travel abroad now for treatment as it has been before. We have the latest of equipment, including CyberKnife, including PET scan for diagnosis, including surgical treatments that are so minimally invasive and treats cancer, laparoscopic surgeries, which our fellow homegrown trained and also international trained healthcare workers are able to deliver right here back at home through our centers of excellence within our regions and the national hospitals that our country has established. We are also interested that in the care that we provide is quality across the entire continuum of care, and we wish to assure the public that whatever care you will get from prevention, National Cancer Institute of Kenya is interested to know what is the quality. So we are inspecting certifying and designating cancer centers based on established guidelines that are internally and externally validated, that was contributed in its formulation and development by the users themselves and the stakeholders to guarantee quality of care at all times. In our country, the capacity has increased immensely over the last 10 years. And almost every county, through the MES program, almost every county now has increased capacity in diagnosis. We almost have a CT scan in every county. Lately, through our strategies to improve cancer care in our country, we've been doing every county cancer action plan. And we have noticed most counties have CT scans capacity, because that's the basis of diagnosis on radiology and imaging. We have a challenge though in pathology.
Okay.
Where we have very few doctors in that area and we have very limited equipment and infrastructure. But certainly there is a lot of improvement. Okay. We are charged with another huge responsibility of capacity building. This is either informally through training of including community health promoters.
Na cha muhimu pia zaidi, screening ya cancer. Screening ya cancer. Elezeni watu wajue kwamba cancer screening si ya mtu mgonjwa. Cancer screening ni ya mtu mwenye ako na afya yake yote.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allow times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way they have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient, from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled
by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allowed times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way they have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient, from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allowed times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way they have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allowed times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way they have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allowed times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way they have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient, from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allow times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way we have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allow times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way we have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allow times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient. As area, the way they have been doing, it's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient, from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allow times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way they have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allow times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way they have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allowed times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient. As area, the way they have been doing, it's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allowed times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient. As area, the way they have been doing, it's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient, from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allow times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient. As area, the way they have been doing, it's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allow times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient. As area, the way they have been doing, it's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allowed times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way they have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient, from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allow times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way they have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allow times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way they have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allowed times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient. As area, the way they have been doing, it's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips providers, and enables patients to navigate their cancer journey with confidence and support.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allowed times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient. As area, the way they have been doing, it's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower, it's also enabling us to have that dashboard program whereby it can give us the entire detail of our patient, from their registration, the time they have been seen from the facility, the time they have been referred to the facility of investigation, and the facility that they are doing management.
Faster diagnosis, quicker treatment, real lives changed.
Over the past year, we've seen firsthand how digitization can accelerate impact. What began as a pilot in 20 facilities has now scaled to 76 sites, with 56 additional digital sites and 200,000 patients screened for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer.
Local evidence generation and data for decision making is critical towards advancing the future of cancer care. We have understood that digitization is important to align to the universal health agenda, and this milestone complements integration to the digital health superhighway. For that reason, the impact of Empower has demonstrated that the future of cancer prevention and control is digital-led.
The Empower program, which has provided for real-time data, is a great asset that enables our patients, our clients, to access care without loss to follow-up and improve outcomes. This progress has not been possible without working with all the stakeholders in this space, collaborators who have provided an opportunity to be innovative, and this has been enabled by working with private sector and other stakeholders. Our vision is very clear: to provide digital infrastructure that empowers counties, equips
including anti-cancer medicines such as chemotherapy, IV fluids, nutrition, but also blood products on top of that. They have an incredibly low infection risk. These ports sit underneath the skin, so there's nothing external to use as a nidus for infection. They involve less manipulation, and they're incredibly convenient for patients. They're less obvious, they can carry on with their normal hobbies, they take less care and maintenance, less needle sticks, and then more importantly, they preserve that peripheral vasculature. So some key factors here is when looking at those vascular access device options, obviously the disease state, any comorbidities that are around, the current medications that those patients are on. We can't stress enough how important it is to get these ports and even the PICC lines in as soon as possible so that we don't have those ruined veins. Obviously, we look at that septic risk that's an implant. We look at their lab results, but also their age. Is it an appropriate device? So we're really looking at that setting of use, those patients that have needle phobias, what support networks are in place, but also their lifestyle, the patient preference, but also the ability to maintain the access and how healthy those vessels are. Just some key factors, obviously we're looking at the pH. Most oncology drugs are far outside physiological states and they just do not treat those endothelial cells well. They destroy those basal membranes. And we need to remember, obviously, pH blood is around 7.35. And these damaging drugs can be anywhere below 5 as a pH or even above 9. We also look at the osmolarity, which again is far outside physiological limits. And we look through that dehydration status, but also if they've got any independent damage properties. So how long, when should we start thinking about ports? So key to this really is what's best for the patient, but certainly we've looked through some infusion nurse societies, certainly the nurse society that's based in the US, where we see PIVs using up to around 7 days. In the UK, it's around 3 days. Midlines that can last up to 28 days. PICC lines up to and slightly above 3 months. And really, any patient that needs venous access greater than 3 months is certainly in that window for ports. When we're looking at these ports, obviously we're looking at the some of the damaging effects that chemotherapy can have. Okay, so we're looking at those that are neutral, those drugs that can neither cause inflammation or damage, such as Herceptin. Those irritants, okay, those drugs that can cause inflammation, pain or irritation at the extravasation site. Any inflammants, okay, drugs that can cause mild to moderate inflammation, painless skin erythema, certainly at the site of extravasation. We also have that group of exfoliants, those that cause inflammation and the shedding of and peeling off the skin without causing any underlying tissue damage. Certainly those kind of drugs are around paclitaxel and cisplatin, and we've got the vesicants as well. These are the ones that can cause tissue necrosis. Okay. Certainly that formation of blisters when accidentally infused in the tissue surrounding. So the benefit of a port is we don't necessarily see some of these because you're not getting those extravasation issues. Just some examples of extravasation. And certainly if we're seeing issues around this sort of level, this is where we need to start looking at additional supportive treatments. So some of the misconceptions around the insertion of ports, the one we always hear is that port placement is a long and complex surgery. And the reality of that is actually port placement can be as low as 15 minutes. Certainly doesn't need to have a general anesthetic. It can be done under local. And they don't always need to, in fact, they don't need to be in an operating theatre. They can be done in your radiology department or any other clean environment. The other misconception that we hear is around the scar tissue. Ports don't cause large scars. In fact, the incision needed for the reservoir is around 2 centimetres and just a small pocket underneath the skin. So we'll actually go through this on a hands-on session, but certainly the placement, removal and access of ports for access, palpate the area over the port. Certainly you'll be able to feel that septum under the skin. Just stabilize the port with 2 fingers. And then aiming for the center point between your fingers is where you insert that Huber needle perpendicular to the port. You need to just push the needle through the skin and the septum until the bottom of the reservoir is reached. Obviously, just confirm you've got successful access by aspirating blood on return, and then flush the device and proceed as you would normally. Certainly with our power ports, they have quite a substantial flow rate. And you can see here from our range, the flow rates all the way up to 5 mils per second. Okay. And how do we know it's a power port? Well, it's triangular to start with. It's got 3 bumps on the top, which I'm sure Claire will show you in a bit. And if you look at them, because you're inserting them, they're actually purple. We also carry a patient identity card as well. If you're doing radiological methods, you can see these are power ports because they're actually marked as CT compatible. Okay, so they can, as long as you've got the protocols in place, your CT radiographer techs can actually use the port for the infusion of contrast media. So last slide before I hand over to the hands-on sessions, but there's some clear key advantages to a port. It's that identification, okay? There's body soft palpation points, which are unique. There's a triangular shape, as I said, that CT marker and the patient ID. From a safety point of view and that safety profile, it ensures the safety for power injection. It reduces the number of needle sticks for your patients and provides timely treatment. And there's a consistency. Okay, as I said, that power injection rate up to 5 mils per second for all ports, certainly with the 19 gauge and 20 gauge needles. So as I said, that's my last slide. What I'd encourage you all to do, we've got some pics on this side with Festus, and Claire has some ports and port boards. So I'd encourage you all just to come and see how we utilize ports, the benefits to your patients. So thank you very much.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from awareness, screening, diagnosis, and to treatment.
We are able to do patient link-up, patient follow-up, and also patient follow-up in terms of management, and also post-management follow-up, helping us to reduce allow times toward the follow-up and the treatment of this patient as area, the way they have been doing. It's more manual registration, but nowadays when we're having this Empower,
never up to today, 14 years ago. So, so pox
port usage, I'm not sure how often you see ports, but it's something it'll be coming more and more, hopefully, that more patients have access to this.
Yeah,
to,
it'll be easier.
to help prevent what you're seeing.
Yeah, because people are living much longer these days with cancer, so we want to try and save their veins in their arms, because if we're giving them lots of chemo through the veins in their hands and their arms, it's going to damage those veins, and then they've got nothing left. And if they live, some people live a long time now with cancer, and if they need to go to hospital in 10 years and they've got no good veins left in their arms, the clinicians are going to struggle.
So 14 years, and she said
this
she's
is it.
lost all her veins.
Exactly that. So we need to try and preserve those peripheral veins.
And for you?
Mine is 2 years.
2 years.
2022.
Wow.
2 years.
Yeah.
10 years. 2015.
Exactly. And you guys look amazing. You do. You look fabulous. You're good adverts. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see if I can get this to work. Yeah. Any questions about ports?
How long will a patient stay with the chemo and in the system?
So it depends how long their treatment is. So they can leave it in for up to a week, and then you change the needle once a week if it needs to be in that long. Most patients, if they're just outpatients, they just come in for the day. So they might have a regime that lasts 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours, and then you take the needle out and off they go. If they're having treatment for bowel cancer, so they might need Folfox or Folfiri regimes, then they're going to go home, well, they might go home with an infuser, depends on the hospital. So they're going to need like a 48-hour treatment for bowel cancer, and then that would stay in for the length of those 2 days, basically, and then it would get taken out. So it just depends, really, on what they're having. Yeah.
But the port itself can stay in, I've heard of some patients 5 years.
Or longer, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Or longer. There was a lady I was chatting to before.
So
she's
the
over
port
there.
doesn't block?
It sometimes
It
does.
blocks.
So that's why you've got to look after it well. So it has to be flushed either once, in theory, once a month. But some hospitals now just do it once every 3 months. During COVID, they wanted to try and keep people away from hospitals, so they reduced it to once every 3 months. But it depends on local policy. So I think we officially say flush it once a month, because that keeps it patent and healthy. Make sure that you're checking it's working nicely. But they are really fantastic. Like, I nursed patients with these in for like 15 years, and the patients loved them generally, because they could still go and play tennis, go swimming. Everything is in the skin. You know, like on the little demo thing there. You've not got, like with a PICC line where something's hanging out, or a Hickman line. You know, that's fine. I don't need it. No, I don't. I'm all right.
We need to record it though.
Yeah.
To record the next session.
Yeah, record the next session, because they're fantastic devices.
Comes and gets a little bit. Usually that's the case. What has been found with that is that because my infection control practices, her infection control practices might differ. Because she might remember she'll be good in terms of coming with her swabs, okay, like I have mine here, and she'll just come and clean the pot, and me, I will not clean. I'll come with my syringe and just pick my MS and I go. Then she comes, uses the same saline, and she cleans, but perhaps she carries some of the bags and brings to another patient. So infection control issues. So guidelines have recommended that we use pre-packed saline, which is actually available in our country. So pre-packed saline, it is simple to use and it's convenient and it is sterile. So that means that you reduce your central line associated bloodstream infection over 50%. So in terms of IPC, then prefilled saline. So the way we do flush is recommended. That is, yes, we yeah. Come.
You wanted to?
You have a, oh yeah. No, I will not use your pot. I'm not going to use your pot. That's why I have the dummy here with me. Okay? Yes. So we've talked about the pots. The next thing is the herbs here, they need to be protected. Usually pots come with the stopcock. You see that white thing that comes closing in here? Okay, they are good, yes, but they have dead spaces that would cause microorganisms to do what? To grow. That's why they are not recommended. So recommendation is that would use needle-free connectors, and this is how they look like. So you can see that surface area over there, and you can see that it has what we call a straight fluid pathway, and the casing is clear. I can see. I can be able to see if I have flushed completely or not. And so when I am accessing, yes. So when I am cleaning, I don't need to open. I just need to clean the herb nicely, and then I go through with my saline and I flush. Okay? Once I'm done, I just come out and I leave it there. So it's protected, it's covered in terms of infection prevention. And the other thing is the clear dressing. Okay? So that I am able to see the point of insertion, and it should have what we call chlorhexidine dressing, just like this. So chlorhexidine dressing looks like this. So this is what covers the point of insertion. Any question? Before we move to the other area. Yes. Go ahead.
I like the way you have really concentrated on infection control.
Yes.
Because you find that patients go in for treatment, and in the process, if infection control is not taken care of,
yes,
that person ends up getting a totally different infection.
Yes.
And dying of
Infection, exactly.
Yes, that they would not have otherwise.
Yes.
Would not have been the case.
Yes.
Yes. So, I like the way you have made sure that you can visualize the process by making it very clear.
Yes.
Yes. So I think that's really it's a new technology. It's called embracing technology.
Yes.
Improving service delivery.
Yes.
This is really ensuring that it's all clear. Other than just the fact that you're doing ABCD, but
Yes.
you can also use your eyes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to finish on hers before I say mine.
Yes.
We have now, it's now very common, very many people are dying of blood clots. They don't understand where it came from. This could, carelessness could even be one of the reasons.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, that was
And taking care of the veins.
Yes.
So it's okay.
The blood vessels.
Yeah, so care maintenance is very important, right? And I think with the team that we have also, we offer the water ward care maintenance training. We have online training that's also available for your staff that they can do also in their free time. So we have a lot of tools to support you. So it doesn't just stop here, it can go beyond here to your wards, to your rotational staff. So we're able to meet that need as well, because you saw the you said, IPC infection is something so common, but it's just the training and the learning curve with the training and the rotational staff and the workforce that you sometimes see there's an oversight, and I mean, you know, just becomes habitual and like, yeah, with the practice, the see and the tell, the show and the tell, and the learning from that. So we do have that we can support you. You can leave your details at our booth. We've got a lead form, and then Festus, Immaculate, and Edwin will reach out to you within your facilities.
Actually, we have a number of residents.
Yes.
We have 12 hospitals.
Yes.
We have Kenyatta Teaching Research Referral Hospital.
Mm.
We have Moi Teaching Referral Hospital there. We have
Nairobi
Hospital.
Hospital.
We have Health
Yes.
Family
Yes.
Health.
Yes. Yes.
We have quite a number of
Yes.
hospitals there. If only they could come also here to listen, because you know they are the ones who are implementing it right in the yes, exactly. So I'm almost requesting you to come also.
Yes. The beauty with KU, MT, and Nairobi Hospital, we are already in. They are already in the program. So we are expanding our reach to the other. Yes.
We have Cancer Texas Center also there.
Yes, and Texas we have already talked, and they have already invited us to their hospital
So,
already.
yes, so
Yes.
kindly,
Yes.
it's my request now from partnership that you know it is important that this is not just a summit, but
Yes.
we are actually we get to the facilities
Sure,
and see
sure.
the change. We take the action, the
Mm.
event.
Yes.
And so it's my request also that this week get to those facilities to understand.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary healthcare system. The focus will also be to understand the patient journey from an end-to-end perspective, starting from
It's about the quality than the quantity, right? So we had to walk the journey with you, and we'll definitely, I mean, Festus will definitely walk around, do what we can from our end. Even if you can do a demo at the booth.
And there's also another cancer center. It's called what? The one right at the corner there. It has a long name. Forgetting the name. No, I'm talking about the new thing. Right past the there.
Oh yeah. I've seen. Yes.
Something.
Yes.
You've seen it?
Mm.
It's important for us.
Sure.
Yes, 100%. Thank you for that feedback.
Sorry.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
my comment has taken long.
No.
They are very
It's
important. They are very important.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. How affordable is it? Oh, yes, okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Sure. We are in discussion with NCI, so we hope that these will be made accessible. The goodness is that bits of it is covered by SHA. So, like the insertion fee and all that is covered. I think now we are going to the next step to see that the device is also covered, and then it's available in KEMSA. Then the next thing is that once we have, by the time we are finishing this process, we have a placer in that far end, so that the patient doesn't have to just travel this way, for them to just come be placed and they come back. So all that empowerment we do have. We train placers, and then we train care and maintenance. So that means we just have to come there, train a doctor, train the nurses on how to take care of those picks, so that everybody is comfortable. The doctors are comfortable putting a pick because they know the nurses are going to take care of it.
Can
has a peripheral facility,
Yes.
is our regional cancer center. That's Garissa
Yes.
Regional Cancer Center. So yes.
So from a funding perspective, if I can also comment, we've got HEOR tools that can also support for, because remember, PIP is longer span than a PRVC, right? And then you've got lymphogen rate, you've got FAPS, you've got all of that that can be associated with something like a PRVC. So it takes also those measurables, like with the HEOR model, and we can actually show the benefit and the cost-saving impact that it can actually have to your facility as well. So if you need us to go to that level, we can even support from that aspect to motivate that, you know what, a PIP, yes, first cost, it may look more costly, but it is a cost effective in the long run. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
No, you should be in this one. They have something.
Yes. Yes. So perhaps maybe you might want to allow me not to comment about the cost now, because we are working something for the government facilities, and Miriam is there. So yes, particularly with child. Yes. 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 We are working.
Yes.
It was about.
Yes, we move to that.
This looks like adult pediatrics, because I know when PIP has a problem with pediatrics, they should also
Yes. Yes. For BD, we are not in the pediatric space for now. So maybe
this is mainly for adults.
this is mainly for adults, but the older kids.
We got a full frame.
For French, yes.
From the full frame, so we don't have these frames from people to people, right? From the pediatric perspective. Yeah, but I mean,
because I know the Kenyatta pediatric, as I kept pointing to.
so that is a gap.
They're the ones who
That is a gap for
Actually, pediatrics have really impressed PICS. They are asking us for
even in
PICS.
Kenya.
Yes, yes, yes.
They have been raising. That's a cost.
Yeah, Gertrude, they're asking for them. I mean, pediatric space, them, they already are settled. Yes, yes, they are settled with PICS. Yes, yes, yes.
And that's the first thing they'll ask me.
Yeah.
Not even, I don't know why, not adults, but I know.
You can come. Hello. Come. The QR code. Yes. The access. Yes. So we begin from the either basilia. I mean, yes. So whichever. So, but this one is a bit deep. Diameter is a bit larger than the cephalic. So most people prefer this. Again, remember, because of patient preference, it's a bit hidden. So most of the time, that will go. So from basil, then you come to subclavian ovary to the lower part SBC. Kivot artery junction. That's where the tip rests. So it comes over there. So they will usually measure the distance between here to the axilla, to the notch here, then that whatever. This one, two, yes, that intercostal space. So that's where it goes, and the tip rests on it.
For breast, can you fix it on the
other
side,
end?
the
Yes,
side where mastectomy has been done?
But if you have done irradiation, if you've done mastectomy, then that's a complication.
Or mostly it's usually before
Yes,
radiation.
it's before radiation, exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, but this side it will be a little bit longer because you have to cross. Yes. The stand-up one.
Is that mostly interventional or anyone can do it?
Currently interventional.
Interventional.
But we're going ahead to train other people, other disciplines. Physicians who are interested. Anesthesiologists who are interested. Whoever is interested, we are training them, because sometimes to get IRs, they're so big. So you find that the patients are suffering.
That is actually key. Yes.
Exactly. So as far as someone is interested, is something they want to learn,
that is good.
We are together with them. Yes. Thank you, guys. Welcome to this session. My name is Festus. I work for BD as a clinical liaison, and we are happy to have you this afternoon. And basically, to narrow ourselves down this afternoon is we're looking at vascular access, and basically we are looking at vascular access for intermediate to long term. So you have been in that session, we've looked at a long-term solution for vascular access. So here we at the short-term to intermediate. So we are looking at any vesicant that needs to be administered from weeks all the way to less than an year. So depending with the infused characteristics. So we have what we call the vascular access decision tree. And basically here, what we're concerned with is, number one, what is going to be administered within that vessel? And other characteristics like, do you want to preserve the vein or not? So if vein preservation is a key issue, then a decision needs to be made a little bit early, because what's happening is that patients are coming to us and being fixed spots and PICC lines when their veins are already thrombosed. You can't even be able to do what? To access. Now, with a decision tree, you are able to make that decision a little bit earlier. So you look at the infusate characteristics that you have there: doxorubicin, Taxol, epirubicin, well, all these vesicants that we have. Mostly our new adjuvants are the ones that have got all these problems. They are problematic. It's not like the monoclonal antibodies that we usually give. So our vesicant medications, and you know we have the list of all that. So when you know we have this doxorubicin, it's going to run for the next 3 months, 6 months. Okay? We already know that it's going to cause havoc to our peripheral veins, all the way coming to central. So by the time we even coming to get to the central vein, those veins, they have changed in terms of their anatomical nomenclature. Okay? So for that reason then, it would be advisable for you to make the decision a little bit earlier, actually at the point of prescribing. That is what? That is the recommendation. So we already know we're going to have this patient on doxorubicin for the next 3 or 6 months. So we also prescribe for a PICC, because maybe it's just for 6 months and perhaps maybe we need to review. But if we think we're going to go for a little bit longer, then we just advocate for PICCs. So that reduces unnecessary venopunctures and also makes the patient to be comfortable, because you're not, I know what we go through in our cancer centers, in our wards. Patient has come, you can't access the veins because the veins are thrombosed. So decision tree becomes very important. I think I shared with a few of us. If you didn't get, I still have some I can share with you. The next thing is what we do have an app. We call it Infused Consideration Companion. So basically what this app helps you is that you key in your drug here, and it will be able to tell you what's your pH of that drug. It will be able to tell you what's the osmolarity of that drug. Because in the decision tree here, one of the key considerations is drugs that are less than 900 millosmol and drugs that are above 900 millosmol. It's a part of what is included in the decision tree. So when you know that this drug is a drug that is high, it's above 900 millosmol, already now you know that this is a drug I can't give peripherally. I need to go centrally. So I need to consider a PICC line, peripherally inside the central line catheter, or I need to go for a port. Now, so you can scan this and you just download it. Key important highlights with PICC lines. Once they have been inserted, care and maintenance is the key thing. PICCs only block because of poor care and maintenance. That's why one of the leading cause for PICCs are blocking. Because everywhere people go, no, we don't want PICCs because they block. But I can guarantee you, PICCs, they need to be taken care of very well. Flushing frequency for PICCs, and especially the ones that have got valves embedded in them, not like this one that has got pinch clamp. This has got pinch clamp, you can see them, I can maneuver, okay? So where this pinch clamp is incorporated inside as a valve, okay, so it's now not outside. Those ones, at least frequency of flushing is once a week. These ones, they need to be flushed daily. So even when I'm considering to put a PICC, would I want to consider this one or the other one? So basically, in our market, basically we go for PICCs that we can be able to flush once a week. So what do we use to flush? We use normal saline as opposed to water for injection. And when it comes to normal saline, the recommendation for the normal saline to use is pre-packed saline as opposed to communal saline. Why? Reduction of central line related bloodstream infections. So, because remember, some of our patients are dying because of what? Cancer or infection. Exactly. So you say it. So and so part of our practices that we want to prevent is giving this patient what? An infection. Let them die because it's time for cancer to cause nature to happen, not an infection that will cause. And so that's why we need what? A pre-filled saline. So pre-filled saline come packaged. They are sterile. That means the only thing you need to do is just to open it. Okay. Come with your swab. Come with your swab. Clean the hub. Okay. How long do we clean the hub? And how do we clean it? Okay. Vigorously rubbing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 15 seconds. Allow it to dry. How many seconds? Depending with your agent. So either alcohol or alcohol and chlorhexidine in it, but from 5 to 15 seconds. Let it dry completely. Are you going to fan it? Yes. No. Don't do like this. Some of us will do. Never ever. Because you actually transfer what? Infections into it. So allow it to naturally dry. So if you're only using alcohol, it dries a little bit faster. But if you have chlorhexidine incorporated in alcohol, it takes a little bit longer. If you're using povidone iodine, up to 6 minutes. So, again, choosing your agent that you're going to use to clean it. And remember that. You also give it enough contact time. If there was anything, any bug that was up there, contact time for it to do what? To kill or to reduce all those infections. So, you have your normal saline, pre-packed. We've said it's started. Once the hub is clean, you just open and then you do what? Access and you flush. So that is flushing. 3 things with flushing. You want to assess patency and you want to clear any content that we have given, be it any agent. Some of them have, crystallized. Some of us are very thick. Some of them fall in love with this material. So you need to push them so that they go and be in the right place where they're supposed to be, not on this specific pathway here. And then the next thing is that you want to lock. Why lock? We don't want any blood traces, lying in the lumen of the PICC line. Then stasis will happen. Then the next thing is a clot. Then the next thing is to find its way into the vascular pathway, and we don't want that. Because we don't want our patients to die of infections, neither we don't want them to die out of clots. We don't want that. So we want to prevent that. So assess patency, clear anything that we have given there, and also lock that specific lumen. Difference between the pot and PICC lines. PICC lines will come either, because remember they're externally, they end externally. These ones is buried underneath the skin. So this external lumen, when you see this one, think of it independently. From here all the way to cavo artery junction, where the tip lies, independently. They don't meet, they never mix. So if I flush this line, one lumen. If I don't flush this one, what will happen? Infections, clots will block. You understand? So when you're flushing, I attend to this one, I finish. I come and attend to this one, I finish. Because they all go through independently until the end here. And that gives you a lot of advantage, like drug interaction as you are, infusing your medications. So we talked about flushing and you see this normal saline. The next thing is that these hubs here, they come open like this. We only have stopcock. So what is the disadvantage of a stopcock? Every time you come to access this line, you have to open and then connect. Finish, you need to remove the giving set, or you need to remove your syringe. Remove your syringe, connect. You come with another thing, you open, connect. You understand? So that's why needle-free connectors becomes the gold standard, okay? So that once you clean the hub and you connect it here, and I'm just wrapping it up, that area can be accessed as far as it is clean and well maintained. You can access that as long as that device is there and within up to the next change if you're not using it in inpatient. Inpatient comes a little bit different because the access is many times, so there is a specific way for inpatient. But for outpatient, if we give our drug today, then up to the next change, which is in the next 7 days, we still can, it can remain there. So you don't need to open and close, open and close, open and close, because that increases risk for infection. So once you put your needle-free connector there, chances for infection reduced all the way to a significant, almost to 50%. Now we look at the other 50% that we work around it, and flashing also comes in there. So needle-free connectors, we don't access them with needles. We only come with our syringe. We clean the way I cleaned, and then you just go in, and then you just do your flash, and you come out with the needle, with the syringe only, and you leave your needle-free connectors there. So that is in terms of flashing and accessing those these hubs. And we have talked, key issue there is that we want to prevent what? Infections to our patient. The last thing is when we are dressing our PICC line, we do dress them with a clear dressing like this one, and preferably it should have what we call the chlorhexidine what? Dressing. And you can see this one. We have a chlorhexidine sponge inside there. You can see that. It's what that covers the insertion point there. And you can be able to watch and see whether there's any complications like leaking, like infections, and all that. So that is in a nutshell for care and maintenance for PICCs.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Just waiting to wrap up the next because, but if you want us to reach out to you beyond this, please call us in and we'll be in contact with you, because this was just very high level, but we can basically have a right? Yes.
Can you guys come and read that criteria?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Can we use it because I join it later?
Yes.
And also, can we use to administer chemotherapy?
Yes.
So I encourage you
Very
to,
much.
please. How long does this cannula stay for our patient?
2 years, 1 year. But so I mean, care maintenance is very important then, right? Because when you're putting it, to make sure the care maintenance is safe, so your team is trained on it, your staff, your so we can support you with that, right?
Dennis James.
Yeah?
Dennis James.
Oh, Dennis James.
Yes.
Okay, fine. You can meet him first of all with your contact. Oh, you did? Okay.
How are you? How much you say? You well? Good. Oh, good.
Good. Thank you. Okay, fine. Thank you, Dennis. Yes, on that one.
So I just said the session started.
Yes. Then the territory. Yeah.
Just a minute.
Hello. We're just about to start the next session. So kindly just have your seats. The session on building stronger systems for cancer diagnosis and detection.
Cancer care is changing in Kenya. Empower 1.0 gave thousands access to early screening and treatment. Empower 2.0 takes it further, digitizing the journey for faster, smarter care.
As a country, we are determined to ensure that every Kenyan, regardless of where they live, can access quality, timely, and dignified care. In this case, specifically cancer care.
The Empower 2.0 program is going to focus on the successes of Empower 1.0, which is the integration of breast and cervical cancer in the primary health.
Good afternoon. So I think we'll start the session. We'll start with introductions. My name is Dr. Job Mwale. I know in the program it's written Leo Bosi, so I've just stepped in for her. And we'll introduce, I'll give a chance to the panelists, my other panelists, to introduce themselves. The session that we are going to have is, I think I've changed a little bit the title. It's Building Stronger Systems for Cancer, Screening, Diagnostics, Detection, and Companion Testing. So basically everything lab that would lead to either diagnosis or something that would lead to helping in terms of treatment and management of the patient. So we'll start with Prof. Shaheen. She can just introduce herself.
Thank you, Doc. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shaheen Syed. I'm an anatomical pathologist by profession, and I am based at the Aga Khan University Hospital, where I'm the laboratory director and the chair of the department. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teresa Lotodo
I'm a heme pathologist at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital and also a lecturer at School of Medicine, Moi University. Passionate about diagnostics, heme diagnostics in the region and through research, training, and care. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Beatrice Meli. I'm a clinical hematologist and also the section head for hematology in the Hemato-Oncology Directorate in Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital.
Dr. Ahmed Kalebi, pathologist and executive chair at DCare, Dr. Kalebi Labs.
Thank you. So we'll start this session with presentations. So we have two presentations. I think we'll start with Dr. Lotodo, and then Dr. Ahmed will give his presentation, and then we'll go straight to the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Mwale. Maybe media team, you can put up my presentation. Thank you. So basically, I just want to share our experience at Moi, MTRH, and AMPATH as far as diagnostics is concerned, and also just looking at the question on how we can build stronger systems for detection of cancer. So basically just introduction, I want to say that cancer is the leading cause of morbidity and mortality in Kenya, and we've been told about the new, the cancer cases that we see every year, which is 47,000 currently. And from the statistics we've had that 70 to 80% of cancers are diagnosed late. That's stage 3 and 4. And basically, this is a lot to do with late diagnosis. And so that's why diagnosis is very key when it comes to cancer management. So when you look at this picture, you see when a patient has a health issue, usually they start engaging at either level 2, level 3, level 4 or 5, depending on where they are. That's when they start engaging the healthcare system. And when they get into the healthcare system, this is where now a lot of time goes up. That is when they come into the system. You start with information gathering, information integration, and then a working diagnosis is found. And this could happen at different levels, level 2, 3, 4, 5, before diagnosis is made, and then communication is made to the patient, and then there is planned care, and then the outcome is accurate and timely diagnosis with the resolution of the health problem. And so we find that where this big circle is where the time is taken before diagnosis is made. And so that's what we want to look at today, how we can improve that. Okay, so what I see as the gaps that we have in diagnosis is mainly delays in accessing diagnostic services. And this could be due to patient delay, and a lot of it has to do with financing of diagnostics. What I believe is that most of the patients will come to the hospital on time. It's just that there'll be a lot of time that will be taken in trying to come up with this diagnosis. And so if your patient comes in at level 2, and then they'll be sent to level 3, level 4, by the time they reach a facility where a complete diagnosis is made, then a lot of time has been wasted. So when you talk to patients, they've been with this condition for several months, and they have been visiting several facilities, just being referred to the next level, and so that's where a lot of time is taken. And we find that most of these diagnostics, they have to pay out of pocket, and so that's why it takes a lot of time to come up with the diagnostics. And then we also have missed referrals because of poor linkages between the primary care, diagnostic centers, and oncology treatment facilities. Again, that is more of the health system delay, yeah? When there's a misdiagnosis, and then, of course, again, the patient is told, go home, come after 1 month, like that. So again, that is now health system delay in this continuum of care. And of course, we have human resource, we have insufficient number of pathologists, and I'll just show you maybe these statistics where we have, you can see that in Kenya we have 1 to 2 pathologists per a million. And when you look at the statistics in the USA, it's 60 to 90, in the Germany is 80 to 100. So you can see that there's still a big gap when it comes to diagnostics. And then we also look at the infrastructure. There's also a gap in infrastructure. There's a document in the ministry which gives guidance on the different tests that need to be done at different levels, from level 1 to level 6. And you find that histology and other advanced histology and cytopathology are recommended from level 4. But you find that we don't have our level 4s or the sub-counties having those facilities. So you'll find in some few level 5s, level 6, and other maybe research institutions. We've seen that when you look at the share rebates, so there has been some financing that has been put into early screening, and you can see that share rebates are given at from level 2 to 6 for HPV, PSA, and stool for occult. So it's supposed to pay for those ones, and that is supposed to target the early detection and screening at low level. We also have the share rebates for histology, ranging from 2,500 to 5,000. That's from the document from SHA. And then BMN Trefine. Also flow cytometry is in that category. They want to give 2,500 per marker. And in flow cytometry, we look at about 10 to 20 antibodies is what you use for most of the patients to be able to make that diagnosis for leukemia and lymphoma. And then they are also giving PCR 8,000 per marker, and also for biomarkers about 8,000 per marker. So these are what in the document, but I don't know if it's already effected. We also have private labs that support diagnostics. Dr. Caleb is here. We have DKL, we have Lancet, Pathcare, Metropolis. They have really been supporting in diagnostics for the patients in our facility. So what do we need to do to be able to address these gaps? One, the NCI and MOH is supposed to map out the diagnostic capacity of the resources across the counties, and then identify centers where we can have specific diagnostics that can be handled in specific centers, and also support the training of the human resource in those centers, and also equip with the facilities or the equipments that are required for that. We also have a lot of work that has gone into trying to improve the workforce. We have postgraduate training at University of Nairobi and Aga Khan University Hospital. We have a fellowship training in oncopathology at Aga Khan University. It's a 2-year program. We have fellowship in anatomic pathology at MTRH. This is supported by the College of East Africa, Central and South Africa. So again, we have a lot of work which is trying to improve this capacity. Also, we also have an MEd anatomic pathology program that is also in the last stages of approval at Moi University. And then also at Bungoma County, we've also been working with trying to train the lab techs on how to detect leukemia from the malaria tests. Usually the counties support all from level 2 to all the way to level 5. They give them gym sustains for malaria tests. So they do the thick and thin smear. And so we are trying to train the lab techs on how to be able to detect abnormal hematological disorders from these thin films. So the other thing that I think should be done is to be able to develop regional pathology and diagnostic hubs and leveraging on telepathology. And so we should be able to identify centers where this specialized tests can be done, and also develop system where the sample, the way we talk about referral of patients, also should be a system of referral for specimens from low-level facilities to the centralized labs where these tests can be done. Of course, it's already happening in the private sector, and also we need to have it also in the public system, so that we do not have patients handling specimens. They need to be handled in such a way that there are courier services that can have a specimen taken to the centralized lab, and then the results sent back to the facility. At MTRH, we have been able to at least do some work. We have histopathology services. We have special stains IHC, about 50 antibodies for at least basic panel for most of the cancers. Also flow cytometry, we are developing a curriculum for training of flow cytometry in the region. We have a 10-color Beckman-Coulter platform that we've been using for about 8 years now. And so this is very key because you can actually make a diagnosis for acute leukemia, especially for children, within 24 hours, and even start on treatment as you await the morphology. Also, we have FISH platform for cytogenetics, but not fully fledged, still looking for funding to be able to improve that. Also, PCR, we are doing EGFR with support from AstraZeneca for lung cancer. Then we also have a slide scanner where we are able to scan some slides for MDTs and also for consultation. We also need, of course, to explore the PPPs in research with the academia, private labs. We have Pathology Network, again, which has done a lot of work in trying to offer services even to the undeserved facilities. And then I also think we need to structure the referral pathways, which we have talked about. And we can look at the AMPATH model, which has been there for over 30 years. AMPATH started with HIV care, with several clinics across Western region. And through these facilities, we've been able to build up women's health, mental health, chronic disease, and also cancer. So we use the same facilities to build up on these other chronic disease initiatives. Also, we have what's called the ECHO platform, which is a telementoring platform that is used to train, or it uses what's called a hub and spokes model, where you have the hub, where there are experts, and then we have the spokes. And so we have, when you have cases in a lower level facility, level 2, level 3, then they can be presented, and then expertise opinion can be given. Patient can either be referred or even managed from the same facility, depending on the condition of the patient. So we have about over 10 programs at AMPATH, ranging from breast cancer, multiple myeloma, palliative care, and pediatric oncology, which uses this. They have monthly meetings where these cases can be discussed. Lastly, I would just wanted to say that to build stronger systems for cancer diagnosis and detection in Kenya, it will require expanding diagnostic infrastructure, investing in workforce, as I had said earlier. You're developing regional and diagnostic hubs, strengthening the referral systems for the specimen, and also coordinating the national and the county governments in fostering with the private partnership. So as we unite our voices and take action against cancer, we need to come together to be able to work on the diagnostics. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Teresa, for that quick presentation. I think you've summarized even the whole session, but we'll still continue with the other questions and allow Dr. Kalebi to come and present.
Good afternoon, everyone. Right. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I thought I was coming for a panel discussion, and then I was told by the chair I'm supposed to do a presentation. So I put together a very quick presentation. Fortunately, he told me to speak about something that is close to my heart and at my fingertips. So, right. There are a few slides. I hope it will come up. But great presentation, Dr. Lotodo. Mine is not going to be as beautifully academic, so forgive me if you came to learn academia and other things. I'll just be talking some more pragmatic issues. So I was asked to talk about collaboration and partnership to build stronger systems for cancer diagnosis. And the specific question is, how can public and private pathology systems work together for better TAT, improved TAT, standardization, and quality? And I really want to start with this slide. I'm told about 6 or 7 minutes. Lab is a very complex ecosystem. Many people take lab for granted, and I can tell you, I've seen many labs trying to open and becoming basically, what's the right word, ghosts, or people have beautiful machines, they sit there, whether it's private or public. Why? Because lab is very complex. I'm not belittling anybody in radiology, for example, but if you want to put a CT scan, literally buy a CT scan, put it there, all you do is switch it on, take a picture, move on. It's like a camera, and you just need to make sure there's power. But lab, as simple, you have so many components. That's just the setup. And then secondly is the whole system. And there's what I call the total testing process. It starts from very far. It starts actually with the clinical question. If people want to improve laboratory diagnosis, it actually starts with the clinical question. A simple example, because of time, how many times, I'm sure Professor Shaheen and others, how many times do you get a patient? A good example, we are doing flow cytometry. Somebody sent for flow cytometry, they did not need flow cytometry, they actually needed a bone marrow, for example. Somebody else sent for a bone marrow aspirate, they needed a trephine. And we have many instances where the wrong test is done, time is wasted. Actually, the time part is the worst thing. And I really feel for patients, particularly from public hospitals, who will go, sorry, Dr. Sitna, but they will go from one clinic to another facility. By the time they actually come to you, they have wasted so much time, you actually feel like rounding all those doctors and beating them up, because it's just so unfortunate. But when you look at it all together, it's a system. It's a systemic problem. And if you ask me, these are some of the things we really need to look at. Education, coordination. So it all starts with the clinical questions. For example, now we have all this SHA and all that, but what test should we do? What test is appropriate? Sometimes we order for a test, and people don't want to pay for it. Yet it's more important than another test which they want to pay for. I was talking to nephrologists recently, and I was saying people waste a lot of money doing UEC. Every other doctor does UEC. Sorry, I know you do that. But electrolytes are completely useless. Urea are completely useless in that context. You'd rather spend money on urinalysis, spend money on a HbA1c, you'll do more for your patient. Do a creatinine. If the creatinine is abnormal, then go for the other things. But people are very happy to write UEC, LFT, blah, blah, blah. Then when it comes to histology, now they're saying it's expensive. They have wasted all the money on everything else. So these are things we need to discuss. What test do you select? How do you even order the tests? Now, I can tell you this for sure. A lot of time, doctors, even us as pathologists, we don't really know what is the right test to order. The only advantage you have as pathologists, always sit behind our computer, we can quickly check, now the ChatGPT, but a clinician sitting with that patient there sometimes orders the wrong test, or doesn't order even a test at all, and they will not call the pathologist. We need to look at the whole process of test ordering. And I really feel for doctors who are in the machinani, because sometimes, so I usually tell the doctor, in fact, I just had a colleague this morning who was saying, I'm sending you this patient, is a very senior doctor. So I said, just write the history, let it come, Dr. Angela Munoko, my colleague, will speak, and we'll decide what test to do, and we'll let you know. I think those are the kind of discussions we need to start having. Issues of specimen collection, specimen transportation, specimen processing. You can have a wonderful lab in MTRH, but how do people access your services? Right now, there's a patient who's dying, and all they needed was take that sample, put it on a matatu, and it will come to Dr. Lotodo, and it will save that person's life. We don't have the systems. Are we going to wait until government sets up the system? It will never happen. There's a very beautiful paper on sample transportation by Dr. Nyamongo. You remember him? Beautiful. It never left those shelves after it was put there. Issues of sample preparation, the analysis part, which are the right systems to be using, the issues of report review, results reporting, results interpretation. And when you have a result and it's interpreted, most of the time it leads to more questions. And you find these people coming and really annoyed with you and saying, but you told me you did this test and now I have to do more tests. So if you have, of course, if you're working in an institution where the patient is there, everything can be done, it makes life easier. But when you find a patient has been sent from clinic this, they come, now they're told, now you got to go to another clinic. So now it's really, really painful. But these are the things to discuss. So when I look at it in terms of how can we do better, it's really about innovation. I'll put that as a keyword. How can we be more creative? What is the vision we have? What are some of the inspirations that we can look at and processes that we can actually use? And it all begins with ideas. Have ideas, how do you implement it? Sometimes it's not even really the money. So I'll mention 3 things and then go to some of the areas we can look at collaboration and partnerships. What is innovation? It's basically the application of new ideas, new processes, or new techniques. It can be a very simple thing in an existing paradigm. Basically to create new value through practical implementation that results in new or improved way of doing things. It's as simple as that. So how many times, my pathologist colleague, how many times do you get things, things expire on you? And it's very, very, then it becomes a vicious cycle because the people who are paying then go like, you have wasted the money. But sometimes you just have to wait and you have to keep spending until people get used to something. Now, you might have to become a bit more innovative in how you're going to look at this thing. And this doesn't matter whether you're in public or private. I can tell you, most of the private, MTRH, you guys have been very, very innovative. You have a very nice lab director. But I've seen sometimes in other places where things don't really move because there's no support. Now, the other thing is competition. I don't know how many of you have heard of this word, the word competition. Basically combining cooperation and competition. Competition is good, and people always compete. But cooperation is more important. And I was just talking to somebody yesterday, a patient, I can't remember which context, but I was saying how I've seen oncologists have really become a close-knit community. And there's competition, but I get patients, they come to me, we've diagnosed them, we refer them to an oncologist, then they go to that oncologist, they come back to us, and I tell them, they say, we want a second opinion. And I tell them, okay, you can go to another oncologist, but when they go to the other oncologist says, who attended to you in the first place? They go like so and so. They start discussing that. And they say, I'll give you my opinion, and you have the option of going back to that. So there is competition, but there is cooperation. You've seen the MDTs and all that, and that really, really improves care. Everybody benefits. There was a time before when the senior doctors, and even among pathologists, there's competition that doesn't really help. So I think the issue of combining cooperation and competition in a way that the competing entities can achieve more together, and you become stronger together. And I think that's one of the advantages of such kind of forums. Then, of course, the issue of strategic alliances, where you share the same resources to get more benefit instead of wasting. So why do we need to innovate and partner? Basically, underutilized capacity. we need to look at what is the underutilized capacity. Somebody called me the other day from Malindi and says, I'm opening a lab, a small lab. I want to partner with you to send up referral work. Can you help me get equipment for full blood count? I'm like, why do you want to buy equipment for full blood count if you have a small lab? There are 3 other labs next to you. Their capacity is attached. Go negotiate with them. Let's send it to them at a cheap, let them do for you at a lower price than you spending money. And actually, it starts working. I think we need to start looking at that. How do people utilize underutilized capacity and cooperate? Somebody was telling me in Russia, the busiest street for medicine, you can imagine coming like to Upper Hill, there are like 10 labs on the street, and there are only 2 labs behind. All those streets, all those labs are showrooms. And you go behind, so when you go there, you choose this one, you have your blood collected, it's actually going behind there, and somebody gets that. Because patients will choose whatever they feel more comfortable with, but at the end of the day, guys consolidate. And actually, Taufik was out of here, but gone out of here, but it's actually Roche. So Roche has consolidated labs in that area. So it's about patient service front-facing, but in the background, people cooperate. To avoid duplication, wastage, increase efficiency, return on investment. And you see that the thing is, on the other hand, if you try to be alone, and everybody is trying to do something, because other people must eat. So allow them to eat. Let them eat something. You eat something. Everybody eats. Everybody's happy. But people get benefit. And of course, the most important issue for me is demand creation. I think that's one big area for collaboration and partnership. How do we create demand? How do people get to know what we need? So the main issues here, you guys might have heard about the WHO framework for services. Availability. How do we increase availability? How do we increase accessibility? How do we increase affordability? How do we increase acceptability? And I've seen many, many instances where tests that are more relevant, people are not accepting them. Tests that are relevant, everybody's stuck to them. Those are the things we need to look at. And of course, the issue of quality and standardization. So I think that's my last slide. For me, the opportunities for innovation and lab service partnership, they lie in, number 1, lobbying and promotion of testing. And I must commend NCI for that. You guys might not know this, but a lot of the staff, and perhaps it was just because we have an oncologist who has tried and failed miserably, sorry boss, to run a lab. Then, because I worked with him, tried and failed miserably to run a lab. Then he realized he has to work with other people. And out of that lesson, he's actually implementing it in in the NCI. And NCI has actually done a lot. There are baby steps, Dr. Lotodo. I mean, those prices they are paying are ridiculous. For some things, they are also ridiculously high. Other things are ridiculously low. But it's a start. We start somewhere. They have accepted for copay. Now, the issue is now how to rationalize. And I think having an institute, a National Cancer Institute, this is one of the key things. So for me, when you lobby, look at America. I mean, people spend billions in Congress to lobby. We need to actually think about how do we lobby. I've spoken to Roche, I've spoken to other people before. I mean, there's a guy who I was just meeting outside there. Sorry, I don't know if he's here, BD. So he said, oh, come, I want to sell to you this thing. We can do genotyping for HPV. I'm like, he actually said extended genotyping. I say, if I buy that machine, I put it in my lab, it will be there for a whole year. I might not get anything. But if you bring me a project and you tell me I'm bringing you 10,000 samples, here is the machine, put it in your lab, I will take it like yesterday. So, you start first of all, you need to start by demand creation. And demand creation goes in many ways. And I think that's why I put that number 1. Then number 2 is referral networks. Referral networks is critical, and you mentioned it. The service collaborations, yeah? So let me not talk about Dr. Shane. I was going to talk about Aga Khan, but let me talk about, but you can extrapolate. Whatever I'm going to say applies to Aga Khan as well. So when I set up my lab, I went to several facilities, and I told them, look, I don't want to, it's ridiculous for me to have 2 sets of equipment because it's a backup. It's expensive. I'd rather use that money for something else. So I'm going to set up my lab. I have no backup. It's like I have 1 heart. I don't have another backup for a heart. I have 2 kidneys, but my heart must be efficient. But if it catastrophically fails, I should be able to be resuscitated somewhere and, supported. So you go to this lab, and they give such ridiculous conditions, and people are just not welcoming. Then you're forced to go back. Now, when I need a backup, for example, sometimes calibrations just fail. Sometimes your antibodies just mess up, and you need a backup. You have to pay cash. Now, that is not really a system that works. We need backup. We need service continuity plan. We need to work. As I said, everybody must eat. Outsourcing partnership. How can you outsource certain things? As I said, in Russia, you guys know that most of the time when you go to the restaurants, you go drink milkshake or juice. A lot of the time, actually a good example, like in the coast, when you go, there's Mahamri, there is Kaimati. In most of those top restaurants, it's actually not made there, it's made in somebody's home. But there's no way the person in Serena, for example, will go and take Kaimati in the streets. But the manager knows that mama in the street makes the best Kaimati. So go to her in her home, let her make the Kaimati, bring it here, make sure everything is standardized. You outsource. The same way the mama in the street, she cannot have her Kaimati bought to people, her customers come here. So everybody gets to benefit. The issue of private partnership for me is key. Public-private partnership, I'm not going to bother. Let's be honest. There's so much bureaucracy. It's not going to happen. If it happens, it will just happen for the cameras, for the show. Let's not be. But private partnership, that's where the biggest opportunity lies. And in any case, I'll say, there's a study which said about 60% of healthcare in the country happens in private care. I'll actually say 70 to 80% of real, from diagnostic perspective, actually happen in private. So how do we collaborate together? Public-private partnerships, private-private partnerships, public-public partnerships. So for me, these are real issues we need to look at. We have to be practical, get out of our cocoons, but the simplest way of going about it is to look at patients from a patient-centric perspective. Start with one case, go to another case, and that's how we build. And on that basis, I think the framework that SHA has created and NCI has created, NCCP has created, that framework is something we can exploit. Because you go to other countries, go to Canada, go to all these countries where they have a very well paid for system. It all starts with a public system that is supported by private. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kalebi, for that very good presentation. I can attest, although he said public and private collaborations are a bit difficult, but I can tell you that he's still collaborating with the likes of where I work in KNH. We have MDTs where they actually contribute a lot. And where we don't have tests, we also outsource to the private labs in the ecosystem. So we'll go on now to the panel discussion. So I'll have a few questions for each panelist. And there will be questions that will be general to all the panelists. And we'll see how that takes us. So our first question is more or less what Dr. Teresa actually alluded to in her presentation. What are the current system level gaps in cancer diagnosis, and how collaboration across all the specialties in lab can actually strengthen early diagnosis? So we'll go from Prof. Shaheen all the way to Dr. Ahmed. Probably just give us a little insight on how we can have, we can identify gaps and how we can strengthen the lab ecosystem, basically.
So thank you very much for that question. I think, as far as I'm concerned, I think one of the biggest gaps is the lack of communication between physicians, or I would say communication, I'd say lack of awareness between, since we're talking about cancer, physicians and let's say the laboratory system, the pathologists. I work in the private sector, and one of the things I find, which is very interesting, is that a lot of non-oncologist physicians, when they get patients who have suspected cancer, instead of referring them to the oncologist so that, you know, the diagnostic process can begin, you find a lot of them tend to hold on to their patients. And these patients are moving, like I think Dr. Kalebi said, from one clinician to the other before they see a specialist. So in that whole ecosystem, you find there is a delay in diagnosis. So it's not because the patient didn't get to the health system in time, it's because the physician or the primary care physician, whoever first contact with the patient, decided that they are the experts and they will not refer those patients onwards. So I think, to me, that's a huge gap, and we need to create that awareness among physicians, among primary care physicians, that it's important that when you have this sort of symptoms, that they should be immediately referred to oncologists or the specialists in that area, so that then the diagnostic journey can begin. So I think for me, that's number one.
Thank you, Doc, for that question. So what I would like to think as one of the gaps in diagnostics is the fragmented system in the continuum of diagnostic care. So health being devolved also means that laboratory services are also devolved. So we have each county having their own way of doing things, and also there are varied levels of diagnostic access in those counties. So what I think is needs to be done is that now NCI and Ministry of Health should be able to coordinate these services and map out and see who can do what, or which, depending on the population of the region. Like, can we have specific labs in the region that are fully equipped with with well-trained personnel, so that they can handle facilities in the region? We know that we cannot have, maybe tissue diagnosis in each county. It will take long before we reach there. But can we map out, like in the coast region, which are the areas where you can have pathologists, you have technicians who can be able to do at least 90% of the diagnostics? Go to the Western, look at which lab can be able to do that, and then just map out so that we can have each region access as specialized as possible diagnostics. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think I'll probably put a bias on hematology because that's what I practice. And actually most of the gaps were mentioned by Dr. Lotodo and Dr. Kalebi, maybe just add one or two. And one of the gaps that I have seen from the clinic is what Dr. Kalebi mentioned as, you would call it maybe incomplete data and information, which also translates to the process of sample collection. So you can have a patient, probably when the samples, when the clinical team are not putting information that is required to help the pathology team to be able to give a close to conclusion in terms of the diagnostic process. And even when you go to sample collection, for example, even doing a simple bone marrow, it's not simple, that's advanced, bone marrow aspirate and trephine, you get all manner of ways of doing it in where we are practicing. So you'll find a patient who maybe an aspirate was done, but the sample was not optimally collected. Then they are referred, and you probably have to repeat the test again, or the sample was adequate, but not all the samples that are necessary. For example, if when you're doing it, you are supposed to collect not just for morphology, but also for flow cytometry. So you can have a patient who now is coming in for their third bone marrow aspirate. So, and how we can close this gap is basically doing training. And for example, in Western part, through the AMPATH program, we actually did training for almost all the counties, 22 counties that are referring to MTRH. We went to each one of them and did capacity building for how to do a proper bone marrow aspirate and trephine collection, and also demystify some of the myths that are there. For example, believing that you cannot do a bone marrow with, let's say, a platelet count of 0, and that contributes also to the delay of the process of, because we are transfusing platelets to try and raise it to an acceptable level for you to do the procedure, yet you can actually be able to safely do this procedure even if your platelet count is 0. So training and ensuring that the clinical team is well versed with providing the information that is necessary, and also a proper sample collection, and even which tubes to collect. We've had situations where samples are collected and it is the wrong tube, and you have done a whole bone marrow aspirate and trephine. So apart from that, is another gap is access, which for example, we've shared about availability of flow cytometry. If you look at it in the public sector, I think it's available in level 6 probably. I would assume maybe in MTRH and KNH as well. I'm not sure if there's any other in terms of public. I think it's those two. And of course, we've had a lot of support from the private sector. Lancet Labs was the first to set base 10 to 15, I think now maybe 8 years ago, in Eldoret, before they escalated to the South Rift and even to like the Bungoma area. And even before that, before availability of flow cytometry, it was a major challenge in defining the morphology or what you're dealing with. And so access has improved, and even when you talk about public and private, I actually believe when Lancet set base in Western Kenya, then it was room for the others to improve. It provided a platform where you could not be able to do those investigations, but now all of a sudden you're able to engage a patient and educate them through the process. Communication, very important. Let them know the journey from the beginning to the end, so that they are prepared for the process of diagnosis all the way to the end. So access needs to be escalated, and I think that's an area where we have to invest, not just escalating them in terms of availing this infrastructure. For example, I think some areas are not accessed. For example, the coastal region, I'm sure they don't, I think they don't have a flow cytometer. I'm also not sure about the eastern part of Kenya, whether they have a flow cytometer. So there are areas which do not have access to this, and we have to build that infrastructure. And if we are not putting the infrastructure, then we improve our courier services. We can be able to centralize, but at the same time, strengthen ways in which you can we can avail these samples while they are still valid to the labs that are required to do it. And one last one is the cost. The cost is heavy for hematology, and I know for all cancers. In fact, when you begin very simply, and as you go through the process of not finding the diagnosis, the cost multiplies and multiplies. You'll start from a simple CBC, UECs, LFTs, triple serology, LDH, uric acid. That alone is between 10 to 15,000 Kenya shillings. Then you move now to BMA and trephine biopsy and flow cytometry. That is 30,000 Kenya shillings. And then you move to cytogenetics. Now you're talking about any ranges between 50,000 to 160,000 Kenya shillings. So you can imagine a patient taking that journey. The cost can be very prohibitive in the process of diagnosis, and we appreciate what SHA is doing, but at the same time, we appreciate the competitive efforts that are coming between different labs, because the cost has slowly gone down over time. For example, in MTRH, the cost for flow cytometry, but this is a supported program, is 14,000 Kenya shillings. If you go to the private lab, that moves to up to 40,000 Kenya shillings. Yet you cannot make a diagnosis of leukemia without flow cytometry. So cost is still prohibitive, and we have to find ways of coming together and making this affordable for our patients.
Would you like me to comment?
On the gaps that are there, and how we can strengthen the lab ecosystem, basically.
I think that was my presentation, but
yes, it was.
I just had to comment two things. One, the issue of cost, and I know we have some clinicians here and people who talk to, for lack of better words, policy. I think cost is relative. A lot of the time it is we as, okay, not me, not we in the lab, most of the time it's actually the clinicians who fail to communicate to the patient the relevance and necessity of a particular test. I'll give an example. Is anyone from Kenyatta here now? No. Oh yeah, but you are on this side, so. But I wish they were here. I'll still say it anyway. So I mean, I was looking at there was a case which was being discussed at the MDT, I think last week and the last week, but one, and it's been coming on. I don't know that, not your case, another case, and you find the patient, the patient is actually in the ward. They have not been able to make a diagnosis because the initial diagnosis which was made was incomplete, because the panel of markers which was done was not inconclusive, but because there's narrow marker, the pathology made a diagnosis, but now the differential was not excluded. So, of course, the clinicians go like, the patient not responding, we don't think this is it, so we need to repeat. So now, when they discussed it, they said, go back and do more markers. So they came back to the MDT a week or two later, and they said, we need these additional markers, and we're still not having a diagnosis. And then eventually, so somebody says, can we have this patient take the sample, practical situation, can we have the patient take the sample to private? And somebody said at the MDT, these are practical situations. The patient cannot afford, they're poor. We just needed one immunohistochemistry to make the diagnosis after whatever else was done. Just one marker, you know. I can't remember, it was Fly1 or CD99. And if you go to most labs, it will be anywhere between 3,000 to 6,000, for argument's sake. But now we are saying this is expensive. But imagine the patient has stayed in the ward for 4 weeks. All that is money spent. And since it was decided this immuno to be done, it's another 2 weeks. So literally I told them, look, bring the sample, we'll do it, and then basically the patient can pay later, go get your shower, whatever it is. But my whole point is the sample came, we did it, gave them back the results basically the same day, but they could start treatment. Now I'm thinking, if I was there, I will put the mom aside. Tell the mom, the amount of money that relatives are coming to visit this patient in the ward daily, if they all just stayed home for that 2 weeks, can you do the maths? How much is it a matatu? Like 100 bob, 200 bob? 200 bob, if you have 2 relatives coming to visit every day, is 400 bob, plus wabebe na chakula, na nini, maybe put 600 bob for 10 days, that is. Meanwhile, the poor kid ended up getting some other infection in the hospital. So it's all about relativity. If you explain to the patient, if we have this psychological barrier, mental barrier in our head that this is expensive, it rubs off and goes to the patient. When I started working with her when I was at Lancet and we set up many years ago, we started sending our flow cytometry. Those days we used to send all the way to South Africa. Nowadays these things are being done. But it starts with, we need this flow cytometry. It's going to make a difference. Go sell your goat. Go sell whatever. It is more cost effective, and that's the key word I wanted to use, more cost effective. So if you go back to my presentation, is how do we communicate to patients? How do we communicate to clinicians to make sure that people know what is the most appropriate, most cost-effective test. If we got that right, the people will pay for it. I'll just finish off with the second example. I don't know what the radiologists, for example, have successfully done, but you find people will not wince when you tell them, go do MRI. They'll go look for the money. Because the doctor goes like, I need an MRI. And when that MRI comes, it was completely not the most relevant. Yet, half of that cost will have led to the diagnosis if somebody went and did core biopsy, sent for the immuno. So I think there's a lot to be done. And I'll say, unfortunately, a lot of doctors hated pathology. And they didn't like pathology very much. So they see pathology as like far removed from them. We need to do more to bring that appreciation, yeah.
Can I just add something about communication?
Okay, Doc.
Thank you, Dr. We cannot even emphasize what you're saying about it being relative. And I've experienced that in the clinic because, and actually I think sometimes you put the burden on yourself as the healthcare provider and you've made the decision for the patient. So I'll give an example, like if a patient comes in and you can already see in this CBC that this is going to be CML. It's shouting, the patient has splenomegaly, white blood cells are on the roof, the counter has defined for you the myeloids very well. So you send the patient for a peripheral blood film, then you psychologically prepare them. You tell them, when you're coming in a week's time, because our PBF's turnaround time is about 5 to 7 days in MTRH. When you're coming, come with 14,000 shillings for a special test that helps us to confirm. This is the genetic testing. Now, look at that compared to waiting for them to come back, and then you tell them, you shock them first, you tell them, I think it's a malignancy. And then number 2, I need 14,000 shillings. They shut down on you. Probably some of them, 20% at will go and they don't come back. But we have seen the ones that we psychologically prepare to come. They actually come prepared because you know what? The PCR test will come out the same day. In fact, you tell them, come early in the morning in the clinic. You get seen. We draw the samples by evening because it takes 4 hours to run in that special machine. And they'll have a diagnosis by evening. And you get a very positive feedback. A patient who, for example, we've had patients who the investigative process has reached the brim of what you are able to do at the referral facility. You've done the labs, you've done the flow cytometry, and you have maybe the basic genetic panel that you have, and you need to escalate, meaning you probably need now a next generation sequencing. So what we tell the patient, we are taking your case to an MDT. When you tell them I'm taking your patient, they know that there are people who are going to sit down and listen to my case. And if you come out, there are some tests that they will recommend. When you come out and tell them we sat down and this is the recommended, you talk to a patient and you tell them you're going to need to do a test and it is 70,000 shillings. Do you know the Kenyan will go and look for the 70,000 and you get shocked, and yet you had made a decision for them that, I think where we've reached, our investigation processes cannot be able to take it beyond here. So yes, communication.
Thank you for that. That would be a nice segue. Would be a nice segue to the next question. Next question is for Prof. Shaheen. What is the current state of molecular testing within Kenya? With that, I'll also add cytogenetics, because also we use cytogenetics for pretty much the breast cancer, fish, and then also in leukemias we need. And then the other question would be, what investments and system changes are needed to integrate molecular diagnostics in the current setup in Kenya? I used to work in mashinani, and I used to feel very bad seeing all those RT-PCR machines that were used for COVID just lying idle. So probably just comment all that.
So I think in many ways, COVID has been a blessing and a curse. A blessing because it enabled the molecular infrastructure in many labs and many even public institutions that you'd never have imagined could have supported molecular testing. But I guess what happened after COVID is the demand fell off and things were just left hanging. There was no, what do I call it, thinking behind what do we do next. So a lot of this equipment, as an example, can be used for other molecular testing, and not just cancer related, but as well infectious diseases. So in terms of when you look at molecular testing, quite a number of years ago, everything used to be outsourced, whether it's to South Africa, to India, all these molecular tests. Post-COVID, what we have seen is a number of labs, both in the public and the private sector, establishing molecular testing in oncology. Specifically, for screening, as an example, HPV is a good example. Simple, in a way, point-of-care test that can be offered to women for screening for cervical cancer, which still happens to be a real, one of the leading causes of mortality and morbidity in this country. So that's one. The other ones are the more therapeutic oncology testing, so used for therapy, EGFR. So we were fortunate to have started it and established it, and MOI now has an established EGFR testing platform. But we also do the other lung panel, the fusion panel as well. I don't know, Kibet, are you doing the fusion panel? Not yet, just the EGFR. And the EGFR specifically because it's being supported through with AstraZeneca. But of course, there is, if EGFR is negative, you also need to do your fusion panel, extended fusion panel. And that's where SHA needs to come in and say, hey, we can support it. The next step is NGS. So those are PCR testing platforms. The next step is NGS. Again, we have hopefully led by, we have already established BRCA1 and BRCA2 testing in-house. And again, that program is going to be supported through AstraZeneca, supported. So once that gets going, then you can add on, you can do your solid tumor panels, and that's the next one. You can do a hereditary cancer panels. And then the other thing, for hematologic malignancies, right? The WHO, if you look at the new WHO classification, a lot, in fact, many of the leukemias are all molecularly defined, right? So flow is good, yes, but you need your molecular testing to be able to drill down, and not just for prognosis, but for therapy purposes as well. And I can bet the hematologist will tell you the same. So we really, really need to move that route. One of the key things that I see that we really need to invest in is physician education. Oncologists, getting into the oncology society, educating them, creating that awareness about when to do a test, what are the indications of a specific test, what would be the best bang for your dollar, because you don't want your patients been doing a multitude of tests. If you can do one test that can actually give them the actual diagnosis. So you cut off all the, and there are times you have to start and you have to do an algorithmic approach, but there are other times when you can just do the one test, could be a next-gen sequencing test, and you have your answer. So I think that's where physicians, oncologists need to be able to, that communication between us and the physicians need to be strengthened. I think if that happens, then you create that demand that Dr. Kalebi and everyone is talking about, because then they become aware. And your physicians, believe it or not, it's not me as a pathologist going out there, saying I'm doing this. It's the physicians who will lobby for you. It's the oncologists who lobby for you, because they are in contact with the patient, and patients really, really trust their doctors.
they may not trust you, but they trust their doctor. So if the doctor says, this is the test you need to do, and this is the reason why, though it's going to cost you forever, you know, like maybe a cow or your car for that matter, they will look for that money to do the test. So I think that, to me, is, so in terms of where we are for molecular, I think we have sort of, in a way, leapfrogged from where we were, and I guess to a large extent thanks to COVID, and thanks to the fact that the Oncology Society in Kenya and to the pharma who are working together collaboratively, creating that demand and creating that awareness. Thank you.
Great. Our next question will go to Dr. Beatrice. In terms of hematology and hematologic malignancies, I know we've already been shown where we are in terms of diagnosis and diagnostic workup. Do you feel there is anything more that can be done? Dr. Lotodo talked about us that are region specific, that would cater to a particular area, let's say like 5 counties or 3 counties, and you have the infrastructure, everything done well. So basically, how can we improve that? Sorry, how can we improve on that? And are there any gaps? Okay, I know that we've talked about gaps. There are very many gaps, but are there any gaps that you'd pinpoint and things that would be solved within the near future?
Thank you. So I think with regards to the status of hematology, diagnosis of hematological conditions, and with a bias to malignant hematology, I feel like we've touched a lot on it, and I can actually say we are on a positive trajectory. If you look 10 to 15 years ago, and I think I've been practicing hematology for 10 years, and I've been privileged to see that transformation from when we could just do, you know, just a basic, you know, CBC and a PBF probably, and this has escalated to now being able to do flow cytometry and the basic cytogenetics, as Prof has talked about. But certainly there's still a lot that needs to be done, and especially because in terms of the trajectory of care, it's moving towards targeted treatment, targeted therapies, and we just cannot stay behind. We have to embrace the role of cytogenetics very strongly, and we want to appreciate you know, the role, for example, because you can access this. You can access cytogenetics through private labs, but it's very costly. So, and there are some decisions that you cannot make without some of those cytogenetics. The definition, for example, for acute myeloid leukemia, in some of them, we don't rely on the percentage of 20% anymore. If you have some of these mutations, then it's already a diagnosis. And we've had patients who you know that it is a myeloid, you know that it is a leukemia, but you don't have, it looks like a leukemia, but you don't have the 20%. So I feel like we are just there, and we need to actually cross the river and bring this close to us.
Okay, thank you for that elaborate response.
Before we can be able to have a system where diagnostic data can be shared to a central place like NCI, we need to have laboratory information management system. We have to digitize the data first. When you go to most of our hospitals where pathology is done, we usually get, you know, typed out results. So as long as we have not put it in the LIMS, then it will be difficult to be able to have it in a central place. So I think that's where we need to start first. So we need to ensure that our labs where these diagnostics are happening, where we have the pathology reports, all of them are electronic, and then it can be connected through a system to the cancer registry, and then to the NCI, where the data will be centralized so that we can get then our data report from there. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks. That's very important because, again, like I said, when I was working in Mashinani, there was, we used to have a fight with the records officers. You find that whatever you had done is actually not even input there. Sometimes there are no spaces, okay, there's no place where you can actually report that these are the malignancies that we saw and all that, the diagnoses. So I fully support the digitization of the records and having an LMIS. So our final question, in terms of our country in Kenya, to achieve timely, accurate cancer diagnosis for all, what is in the system level change? What one system level change would you advocate for to happen right now in terms of the whole country? This I'll give for everyone to just give a parting shot, but what one thing do you think would change to help now have timely and accurate diagnosis in Kenya? We'll start with you, Prof.
So in terms of timely and accurate diagnosis, I think being able to have a system that navigates your patient efficiently, right, such that between the time the patient is seen to the time of diagnosis, there is a very short period. And I think somebody mentioned a very effective sample referral system could be one, effective, like in the public sector, having a sample referral system that can take samples from a small county, maybe a hospital, to a level 6 hospital in the shortest possible time, and then taking it back. So the limbs, being able to have that, yeah.
Thank you. I think the one thing that I would advocate for is coordination of the diagnostics within the country, being a highly being a department which needs a lot of infrastructure, costly infrastructure. We should be able to coordinate and maximize on the resources that we have, both human resource and also the diagnostic services that we have. Yeah, so which I think through NCI and Ministry of Health, they can be able to help us coordinate the services within the country and also leverage on the private-public partnerships. Thank you.
I think I want to support what Dr. Lotodo is saying. For me, what burdens my heart the most is replication of already, infrastructure. You have something here that is already working very well, your immediate neighbor does the same, and yet now the quality assurance becomes an issue because the patient will probably go to the neighbors and then you get a result that is not optimal. So I feel like somebody needs to police that, and I'm hoping NCI Kenya can be able to coordinate this so that we are actually optimizing the resources that we have and we are not duplicating resources.
What I think, I know the one thing that will make all the difference is
if a patient needs a test, the test can be done without the patient having to go look for the money, without the relatives going to look for the money. And whatever test that needs to be done will be done in such a way that it doesn't matter who's going to pay, but it's going to be paid. What do I mean? And I'm going to come to share, but if you look at it, I get this all the time. So now we are doing, NGS, we're doing all those molecular tests, flow cytometry in-house. I was just joking. You're from Meru, yeah? You worked in Meru, yeah? Yes. So 3 days ago, we had a case sample from Meru. So the sample landed in the evening. I was just about to leave the lab, and I was told, we just received this sample from Meru. We're trying to get the doctor who is supposed to pay. And I told the guys, look, we try to run our flow immediately. So we have a DX Flex, which is multiparametric. So did everything, because clearly when you look at it, it's an undifferentiated leukemia. So we ran the full panel, cost about 30,000 shillings. So the guys asked, but we don't know who's going to pay. So I said, if you wait until morning to determine who's going to pay, we're getting sample deterioration. And then by morning, by the time it gets, somebody pays and you're going to get the results, you have suboptimal results. So I said, let's do it. And I'm sharing this with all my colleagues. The one thing is, eventually those patients pay. So you take that risk. We got the doctor the results before even the PBF was out, because the pathologist was fairly busy doing some other things, and we got the results to the doctor. When you call the doctor, he said, this is the result. We're going to do for you a report by tonight, but the patient needs to pay. He says, don't release the results until the patient has paid. Otherwise, they might not pay. I'm like, we've already done it, so what's the point of keeping it? So in the morning, the patient paid in full. I don't know where they got the money, but they needed that result to go to the oncologist, to the hemato-oncologist. What I'm trying to say, it makes that difference. We have all in real time, and you can do things conclusively. So a good example is, I was talking about your MDT. When immunos need to be done, let the bloody immunos be done all the way to the end, then find out who's going to pay. I think, for me, that is the one thing that's going to make a huge difference. And if it means SHA has to work. And the NCI have to make, clap again. I really, I don't hold brief for anybody, but I think SHA really has to work, and it has to work well. And if that works, and there's some additional payments to be done, and there's a safety net of when somebody exceeds that limit, so they come to MTRH, for example, you're not going to ask about the money. Do everything. Then somebody must foot it. If that system works, believe you me, you'll generate more funds because you're doing more. That money will be plowed back into the system and everybody will benefit. But I can tell you right now, we are running, basically, people running out of, what was the right one? Things expiring, things cannot be ordered, the system grinds to a halt, and you'll find yourself going back to the old days. So we just need to get moving. So the one thing that we need to sort out is, what systems can we put in place that if today somebody walked into any facility within reasonable limits, they can at least get a diagnosis. That's what I think will make the difference, and I think SHA is the solution for that.
Thank you for that, Dr. Kalebi. At this juncture, I'll allow 2 questions from the audience. Just 2. Anybody with a burning question? Okay, Dr. Kalebi says 4. We'll do 3.
Hi, I'm Nasteha. I'm from Meru. So I was asking, my question goes to all of you. Like, we are talking about getting early diagnosis and detection. So we don't have centralized diagnostic labs within the country. So for instance, someone is supposed to be tested at the far end of, let's say, Garissa County or Mandera County, and we don't have Dr. Kalebi's lab there. So how can we, or even maybe Lancet there, or any other diagnostic lab? So is it possible we centralize these diagnostic labs and we scatter them around the country so that maybe we reduce the time frame that we were supposed to maybe diagnose this patient, and the patient can benefit and we can also benefit from that? And my other question, sorry, Doc, my other question is, I feel we have been evolving towards molecular testing and molecular biology. So, and we have a gap of manpower. So how can we address the gap of manpower, especially like for students? I'm a PhD student in molecular medicine. So how can we make use of us as maybe my molecular biologist in terms of cancer diagnosis and training for the labs that are well equipped? So are you open to maybe empowering the students, the molecular biology students, so that we can get real-time and early diagnosis, as well as we take these services to the mashinani? Thank you.
So, sorry, I'm going to give you a very blunt answer. The thing is, we actually have centralized labs. MTRH is a centralized lab. Aga Khan, as a university hospital, they are centralized lab with more than 50, I think, satellites all over the place. I mean, when I set up Lancet, it was a centralized lab with a network. The labs are there. The problem is lack of, I wouldn't even say there's lack. I mean, Coca-Cola and Tusker goes even to a boat in Homa Bay, in Kindu Bay. You want to drink, you're not going to drink beer, but you need Coca-Cola, you're on a boat somewhere, it will be found there. The reverse can happen. Any sample can come anywhere, and we don't need any sophisticated system. You just pick a call, pick the phone call, contact the nearest lab that you know, or any lab. You don't even have to be the nearest. Now, I did my math. There is no point in Kenya through public available transport that is more than 12 hours away. You can take that to the bank. So even Mandera, if your sample will get done in Mandera, in my lab, faster than a sample coming from Parklands, believe you me. I mean it. If you collect the sample before the flight leaves, within an hour it's at Wilson Airport. It takes 5 minutes to get to Wilson. Parklands might take me 3 hours. You get my point? So the network is there. People just have to utilize it. I think one of the problems, and it applies even to private, there is this sort of like mental barrier that I've seen a patient, I'm a doctor, I'm a clinician, I've seen a patient, the test needs to be done, and I'm not thinking, how can I get it? I just write there on the form, this test needs to be done. I come back the next morning to be continued or not, or to be done what. Meanwhile, if somebody communicated, so I'll say we have a very, if you've been to other countries in Africa, you'll know here in Kenya we are very, very privileged. We really have a lot. Taufik is there, and I can say, Nigeria can't even compare, I'm sorry to say. Yeah, sorry. We are doing, but the only thing is, you use a very important word, fragmented. We are fragmented. Now, it's not going to happen. NCI will not do it. They are facing their own political battles. The only people who can make these things work, I worked with him when he was still a small facility, until he became a big facility. Now he's a big man. But there was no systems required. He just came back from Alexandra saying, I was getting this and this and this done. Actually, they were among the first people to make me start doing flow, and I'm like, we need to get flow done. Now think about this. We need to get flow done. Those days, everybody was sending out, we are sending out, but the issue then being, how does the flow sample get to Johannesburg those days? And it has to be there within 24 to 48 hours. You create the system. So wherever you are, talk to the lab. whichever lab you want to talk to them. Once you talk to them, even them in Kenyatta, your samples will get there. There is many, many options. As far as PhD students, I'm sorry to tell you this, but scientists who are doing work are going to be obsolete. Scientists who use data are the ones who are going to rule. Right now I have a lab. I've set up paternity testing. I've set up genetic testing, NGS. We've set up PCR with only one molecular scientist. And she's not even doing the molecular science. She's doing management. Because everything is so automated. I don't know what you guys are experiencing. It's so automated. And with AI, integrated AI, it literally does everything. So your knowledge is not going to really be... If you tell me right now you want to spend time in my lab to get exposed, there's a nice, beautiful machine. It is this small. I mean, you know, from Thermo Fisher, it's this small. Smaller than that TV. I mean, this big. I mean, it's this small. Very sample, walk away, come back after 3 hours, you have your result. Once the data is out, plug it to AI. It will do for you tons of data and give you even comments. So the biggest job of pathologists, technologists, scientists, is not really going to be to do the lab work. It is to communicate to clinicians, to engage clinicians. That is where the future is. So if you are doing your science, you do your science for the knowledge, not to go and work in a lab. I'm just telling you the truth because that's the practical. But maybe they can, yeah, sorry about that, yeah?
So I think, personally, I think there's still a need for scientists. We have just, but even bench scientists, because any test that you do, you need to be able to validate. Yes, you need to have a lot of validations, and that a machine can't do. You need hands-on. And so there is still room. Yes, there is the data bit, where once the machine spews out those results, then you need to make sense of them because it's tons and tons of data. And that's where you then need your bioinformaticist and downstream applications. But we are every day, so you should come and see us because we are struggling always to look for good scientists who have hands-on skills in molecular techniques, who are able to help us validate, because the validation itself is a huge, huge exercise, yeah? It's not just something you wake up and do. So I agree with you that the data scientists will one day take over, but there's still room for scientists. So that's my take.
I mean, even like validation. I mean, we've done validation literally in, I mean, I set up my lab in October. We were validated, we are ISO accredited by December. Automation. Literally, it's the knowledge that you have that guides the process. So you are becoming a scientist to use that knowledge to operate the systems. But the systems will literally do everything. It's like the pilots. We have pilots. The old days, pilots will do so much. Now, pilots are literally computer experts because everything is flying. But you still need to know your knowledge of everything to fly. So what I'm trying to tell you is, when you learn, do your PhD, get your PhD finished, but you're not gonna, it's not the traditional way. It's a complete paradigm. And I kid you not. I mean, I love the scientists, but a good example is flow. We have a completely automated flow that even a watchman can run it. When I first met PhD scientists in Cambridge, you had this molecular room, you have to wear your gown and go in. All that has now been shrunk into a box. I know Roche is coming up with, they're a bit behind, but very soon they're coming up with a genetic NGS platform. I mean, literally, most of these things can be done fully automated. So your role then becomes, that will never be replaced by AI and human. That human touch, you understanding the medicine, understanding the pathology, being able to talk to the pathologists, talk to the doctors, talk to the manufacturers, that's where your role is going to be. That understanding is what will give you your future, not coming to sit on the bench. You'll actually come there and be really, really bored.
Thank you. Two last questions. Yes, Doc. So what I'm hearing is more, our role will be more of communication and guiding.
The most important role of the pathologist is to manage the system, to set up the system, set algorithms. So basically, you know the thing. You set up things, things will move, and then you come at the end to check everything is working well. But literally, a lot of things happen in between that you don't have much role for. Yeah.
Thanks. Eric Mbuthia from Ilara Health. I think mine is more of a quick comment on the last question that you asked the panel, which is, what would be something that could be done almost immediately to boost, you could say, early detection and diagnosis? I know the panel has very, very adequately covered the technical infrastructure aspects, how do we roll out equipment, automation. Dr. Kalebi obviously mentioned, the very critical aspect of financing. But where I work, we work with primary care providers in the rural areas, so the true mashinani. I know for Doc, being a hemato-oncologist aligned, there's a lot that can be done with hematology analyzer and microscope, which is what many of these facilities have. And most of these facilities are clinical officer operated. That's actually where most Kenyans are getting treatment. As Dr. Shaheen said, easily 70% of pathology is being done in private, but at the same time also a lot of care is actually is happening in such providers. So mine is more of a challenge really. What can be done to enhance training of these clinical officers to have a higher index of suspicion when they see cases and see interesting looking hemograms? Second, in my experience, these healthcare providers are amazing, but they do need a lot of guidance. What that means is that when a patient walks in with whatever presentation they may have, and you do your investigations, can you have a very clear guidance on what you should do next for that patient? Like send them up to a level 4, because I believe a lot is already happening to set up the structure to tie up now the journey. But if the journey doesn't start, we're practically sitting ducks, right? So let's empower our junior clinicians to be better diagnosticians. At the same time, I think one of the super critical aspects that wasn't mentioned was patient advocacy. I don't think enough is being done to create awareness amongst patients that, hey, when you start feeling a certain way, please go and see your doctor. I think very many will probably try and maybe follow less recommended pathways for their care, and then that could be caused by very many aspects, both socio-economic and everything. But I think if we start to create a lot of patient awareness, the same way now we're starting to create awareness of even things like financial safety with your M-Pesa pins and bank pins and all of that, then I think we slowly start pushing this agenda of earlier detection and diagnosis. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Mbuthia. Probably Dr. Lotodo, you can comment, and then.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important comment that we really need to target awareness creation at the lower level facilities, because that's the first contact of the patients with this medical personnel. And if they are not empowered, then those patients will take a long time to reach the level 5 and 6, where the real diagnostics will be happening. So I'll just give an example of maybe what we have done at AMPATH. So Dr. Bitrus mentioned about the 22 counties where we went to do training on how to do bone marrow aspirates. So in all these 22 counties, we were able to have one of the lab personnel come to MTRH and do a 1-week mentorship on how to stain the peripheral blood films and just some basics of how to report. And also, I also mentioned about the other program in Bungoma, where again we've trained about 74 technologists on how to utilize the thin film of the malaria test and be able to see if they can be able to pick abnormal cells. They don't have to make a diagnosis. They just need to say they are atypical cells in this film, and that maybe can be communicated. And then I think we can also leverage on the echo platform, whereby, especially like in our setup, the pediatric echo platform, we have somebody, we have a clinical officer maybe from Busia or Tenwek present a case on the platform, and then with the labs that they've been able to do, and then from the experts in the oncologists, the hematologists, they are able then to give guidance on the next test or the next action. So I agree that we really need to do a lot in the lower level facilities for early detection of cancer. Thank you.
Dr. Beatrice, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I think it's actually what Dr. Lotodo has said, and we've actually been able to see positive feedback from that training. We've seen reports from lab technologists, and it can actually guide you on first contact with a patient, where we've had a situation where I've seen a PBF from a referring facility, from a lab technologist, and I'm able to send the patient for a cytogenetic test as I double check with the pathologist. So we've already saved the patient 1 to 2 weeks of waiting time. So yes, 100%, that's investment that we need to continue doing. And besides that, also, most of the time, the ones who are joining through the ECHO platform is actually nurses and the clinical officers. So it's something that we need to continue strengthening, and probably even escalate it to, because these are supported programs through partners. In MTRH, we went paperless. Okay, at least I think we're about 70, I would give it maybe 60 to 70% paperless now. And we've been embracing use of technology. And one of the things that exists, which we haven't explored, is actually having an online engagement with a referring facility. It's already established. It's just what has been lacking is protected time from the clinical team to be able to avail themselves whenever a referring facility wants to consult. So, but I think those are areas that we need to explore.
Great. Probably we can have a round of applause for our panelists. Okay.
Well, thank you for these great presentations. Allow me to remark that our weakest link in the entire continuum of care, from prevention all through to survivorship or palliative care, is diagnostics and pathology, to be very specific. Yet this is the most critical, service that would make a diagnosis. And without proper diagnosis, then as oncologists downstream, we have no work to do, but probably to misguide and mislead the patients based on whatever reports we get. So our question, as the support team for diagnostics, I sit in the clinic and I see, 3 different reports. And while we need to educate the, oncologists, physicians, whoever will benefit from that report, I think we also have a challenge sometimes on these reports based on, comprehensiveness of the report to help us guide the patients. I also talk about quality in terms of reporting, and I know Dr. Kalebi showed us the entire, cycle that processing goes through. Sometimes it might not be a pathologist challenge, but a process challenge. But from the Ministry of Health's perspective, and now NCI here as the implementing agency, how will you help us implement very beautiful policies that we've developed to standardize care so that it doesn't matter whether you're a pathologist in Kwale or Migori or KNH or DKL. You know, we should get a report that is reliable, that we can use it to make the right diagnosis. I do not know whether, you know, an area where AI began its work in diagnostics is pathology. You attend all these international conferences, a lot of technology which Dr. Kalebi has mentioned. If this service is available, can we just, you know, have this specimen in the machine and generate reports for us so that it doesn't matter whether you are a resident first year or fourth year resident in pathology, or you are a diagnoser in pathology, you know, with all experience, emeritus like Professor Shaheen here. So it is important that you make a comment on that.
What basically, I mean, I agree with you about diagnostic being the weakest link. But as I told you guys, diagnostic, if you look at that whole cycle, I mean, other than the pathologist being responsible for the system, but the actual part of the pathologist is like very tiny, right at the end, although very critical, but all these things feed. So I have a very practical example. So patient, 2 examples, both colleagues. So patient came to a hospital. The sample was referred to us. Interestingly, the sample was split. It was a cervical biopsy. Sample was split, sent to 2 different labs. One of us, I won't mention the other one. 2 different reports. The pathologist here will identify this. So the one pathologist did look at it and goes, this looks very poorly differentiated, did some P16, P63, and all that. It's not squamous cell carcinoma, it's not adenocarcinoma, CK7, CK20 negative. P16 was positive. Now P16 is not a definitive diagnosis for HPV, but that then the pathologist gets a diagnosis of an undifferentiated HPV carcinoma, which is an entity. But the other lab called it a mesenchymal tumor because they did also a barrage of things. They did more, including cytokeratin, and it turned out to be vimentin positive. Everything else negative. Now, the pathologist on our side then said, we need to do more. We need to talk to the doctor. Why? Because there's no history given. We're just told cervical biopsy. Now, this patient decided to go to India just as the biopsy report was out. So the patient, on the day they are leaving for India, they get a white cell count of 45,000. So they land in India, and when they land in India, the first thing the doctors there said, look, this looks like leukemia, which was not there, 0. So they land in India, and the doctors there did flow cytometry, called it AMML, acute myelomonocytic leukemia, and bone marrow was done, confirmed the same thing, although it was also worried for dendritic, plasmacytic dendritic tumor. These are practical examples, live. It just happened this week, like 2 days ago. So the doctors there then, the patients there then called the hospital and said, the pathologists here are useless. You get? Now, the diagnosis, when they went back to the biopsy, when we went back to the biopsy, immediately we got that feedback, boom. I've not seen the case, but you know, you look at it now with hindsight, it's myeloid sarcoma. I can tell you that Professor Shaheen has been in the game for long. How many times does she make myeloid sarcoma diagnosis primarily upfront? Without clinical history, without giving background, I cannot blame that pathologist in any way. Both of them. And the pathologists in India, when they got the biopsy, before they knew about the whatever, they had also gone down a long route. They did almost like 20 different immunos. What is the difference between India and here? By the time the patient goes to India, they have carried a whole pile of things that is concentrated in one place. They're being investigated for everything. They go there ready to pay. Everything is done. What happened here? The guys said, do 1 immuno, do 2 immuno. That fragmentation leads to misdiagnosis. If you go back to the 3 reports you have on your desk, looked at by 3 different pathologists, I wouldn't be surprised they have 3 different information in terms of clinical information. They don't have access to the pathologist or rather to the clinician. Then you actually think it's substandard. The pathologist has not changed. The same Dr. Job, when he's in Kenyatta, and I pity him so much, and I have nothing against Kenyatta, same pathologist, when he's in Kenyatta, he practices, for lack of better words, suboptimal pathology because of the limitations he has there. I'm sure, Dr. Shaheen, you have the same thing. You have doctors who come and practice with you, and when they do a report there, it looks beautiful. Why? Because Aga Khan has certain standards, and Aga Khan has a certain system. When the same pathologist goes back to Meru or wherever it is, they end up looking very bad. So the pathologist has not changed. The point here is that whole cycle, as you put it, it has to be optimized. And to cut the long story short, is that the standardization is in that whole process. Now, when you go to ISO 15189, when people are doing CAP accreditation and all those proficiency testing that we are involved in, these things lead to that standardization. You're not going to get proficiency if you don't have a certain thing in place. So for me, what I'll say, we need to standardize, we need to come up with standard systems. We don't need to duplicate the wheel. You have your counterpart in KENAS. Those are the things to push. I'll just finish off by parting short and say, the facility that should be practicing pathology, and I've no problem with anybody, but this has been happening in other countries, they must meet a certain threshold, and that threshold must be set. If you don't meet this threshold, it should be a natural selection process. You practice at another level until you get to that level. Thank you.
Okay, Prof.
So I think in terms of support, because I'm aware of all these guidelines that we have developed from sample, transport, referral, diagnosis, right? Screening, diagnosis. I think what we require from your office is lobbying SHA to get those tests, reimbursed, because that's the only way I feel you will provide that access to quality testing and quality diagnostics, and then have some sort of a regulatory framework about who or which labs can do what. What do you require, a minimum, for you to set up a facility, a specialized facility of a certain kind? That's the way I would see it. And I think if you did that, then the standards, as well as having that awareness that diagnostics is core for cancer, becomes like, common knowledge. That's the way I would see it. So I think we really want your support from your office. And in terms of AI, let me just debunk this thing that AI is going to do everything. AI is going to complement the work of a pathologist. It's not going to take over the pathologist. So I think that really, because AI at the end of the day cannot think like a human, cannot integrate. So you need to have your pathologist to be able to make use of those AI tools and to be able to make sense of them.
Dr. Kibet has some burning issue. Yeah.
So thanks. It's Kibet from Eldoret. Mine is just a suggestion to the people who can do advocacy concerning what Prof has said, touching on the SHA reimbursements. I think we have noted and we all agree there is an improvement, and as Dr. Lotodo presented, for immunohistochemistry, they've said 3,000 per marker. For molecular is 8,000 is per marker. There are cancers that are so specific, like breast cancer, that we don't need to separate into like one. We can say breast panel, 4 markers. We have a figure for that. For the lung molecular, for example, we can, so that it's in panel. When you're seeking approval, it is a panel based as opposed to per marker? Because we have had incidences where you seek for prioritization for breast, you write 4 markers or 3 markers, and then one is approved, and then you're at pains to select, is it estrogen, progesterone, or what? So that is the only thing, is we reach out to share. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment. It's been a long session, so I think we'll bring this to a close. Thank you very much, NCI, for organizing this. And hopefully we get another forum like this, basically to engage. So again, I'll ask for a last round of applause for our panelists and for you as the audience. Thank you very much. That brings a close to our session.